Part 6, Chapter 3 of The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2 by Edward Tyas Cook. Chapter 3, Public Health Missionary for India, 1868 to 1872. Continued. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. At the very time when Dr. Sutherland was hard at work upon the cholera instructions, Miss Nightingale heard a report, on good authority, which filled her with anger and consternation. Mr. Gladstone was engaged in cutting down the Army estimates. The Army Medical Service was believed to be marked for retrenchment, and the War Office Sanitary Commission for destruction. When she told this to Dr. Sutherland, he took the matter with nonchalance, and said, as men are sometimes apt to say in such cases, especially if there is a woman to rely upon, that he did not see that anything could be done. Very different was the view taken by Miss Nightingale when she contemplated not merely the interruption of Dr. Sutherland's useful work, but the possibility of all Sidney Herbert's work being undermined. Nothing to be done, indeed. There was everything to be done. She could write to the Prime Minister herself. She could write to Lord de Grey, Lord President. She could get this friend to approach one minister and that friend to approach another. She could even claim a slight acquaintance and write to Mr. Cardwell, Secretary for War. She could write to all her friends among the opposition and give them timely notice of the wicked things intended by their adversaries. She ultimately wrote to Lord de Grey, enclosing a letter which he was to hand or not, at his discretion, to Mr. Cardwell. The intervention was successful, and Lord de Grey asked her for memoranda to post him up in the work of the Army Sanitary Commission and in the sanitary progress in India. Lord de Grey interceded with Mr. Cardwell also on behalf of the Army Medical School, and it was spared. The Army Sanitary Committee was not touched, and for nearly 20 years more, till 1888, Dr. Sutherland continued his work upon it. Miss Nightingale's reports, submitted to Lord de Grey, are summarized in a letter to Monsieur Mohl, November 21, 1869. I am all in the arithmetical line now. Lately I have been making up our returns in a popular form for one of the Cabinet Ministers. We are obliged to be very popular for them, but hush, my abject respect for Cabinet Ministers prevails. I find that every year taken upon the last 4 years for which we have returns, 1864 to 7, there are in the Home Army 729 men alive every year who would have been dead but for Sidney Herbert's measures, and 5,184 men always on active duty who would have been constantly sick in bed. In India, the difference is still more striking. Taken on the last 2 years, the death rate of Bombay, civil, military, and native, is lower than that of London, the healthiest city of Europe, and the death rate of Calcutta is lower than that of Liverpool or Manchester. But this is not the greatest victory. The Municipal Commissioner of Bombay writes that the huddled native masses clamorously invoke the aid of the Health Department if but one death from cholera or smallpox occurs, whereas formerly half of them might be swept away and the other half think it all right. Now they attribute these deaths to dirty, foul water and the like, and openly declare them preventable. No hope for future civilization among the masses like this. 5. In December 1869, Miss Nightingale made a new friend. Lord Napier of Magdala was passing through London and wrote to Sir Bartle Frere, saying that it would make him very happy if he could have the privilege of paying his respects to Miss Nightingale before he left. Sir Bartle begged Miss Nightingale to grant the favour, as Lord Napier was devoted to their cause, and was likely to be employed in India again, as quickly came to pass, for in the following month he was appointed Commander-in-Chief. Lord Napier called on December 14 in order, as he wrote to her in making the appointment, to have an opportunity of saying how much I have felt indebted to you for the assistance that your precepts and example gave to all who have been concerned with the care of soldiers and their families. He spent some hours with her, and she was charmed with him. I felt sure, wrote Sir Bartle Frere, December 23, that you would like Lord Napier of Magdala. He always seemed to me one of the few men fit for the Round Table. A long note which she recorded of the conversation shows how congenial it must have been to her, for Lord Napier talked with strong feeling of the importance and the practicability of improving the moral health of the British soldier. The administrators and the men of action always appealed to her more than the politicians, and Lord Napier of Magdala was now added to her list of heroes. When I look at these three men, though strangely different, Lord Lawrence, Lord Napier of Magdala, and Sir Bartle Frere, for practical ability, for statesmanlike perception of where the truth lies, and what is to be done, and who is to do it, for high aim, for noble disinterestedness, I feel that there is not a minister we have in England fit to tie their shoes, since Sidney Herbert. There is a simplicity, a largeness of view and character about these three men, as about Sidney Herbert, that does not exist in the present ministers. They are party men. These three are statesmen. S. Herbert made enemies by not being a party man. It gave him such an advantage over them. Lord Napier of Magdala came to see Miss Nightingale again in the following year, March 18, 1870, spending in conversation with her his last hours before leaving London to take up his appointment in India. She and Sir Bartle Frere attached high importance to this interview. Lord Napier was a convinced sanitarian. He was bent upon introducing many reforms in the treatment of the soldiers. He believed in the possibility of improving both their moral and physical condition by means of rational recreation and suitable employment. Sir Bartle Frere suggested to Miss Nightingale that after seeing the Commander-in-Chief she should write to the Viceroy so as to prepare his mind for what Lord Napier would propose. Lord Napier himself begged her to do so. Everything in India, he said to her, depends on what is thought in England, and it was you who raised public opinion in England on these subjects. Preparation of the Viceroy's mind was held to be the more necessary because a letter, lately received by Miss Nightingale from him, seemed to show that his sanitary education was by no means complete. So Mr. Jowett's governess of the Governors of India took her pupil again by the hand, and with Dr. Sutherland's assistance drew up a further memorandum on the Indian sanitary question at large. Referring him to the Royal Commission's report, she pointed out that the causes of ill health among the troops were many, and that there was no single panacea; that if other causes were not concurrently removed, the erection of new barracks could not suffice; that fever may lurk beneath and around costly palaces, for so Lord Mayo had called some of the new barracks, even as around hovels; that expense incurred in all-round sanitary improvement can never be costly in the sense of extravagant, because it is essentially saving and reproductive expenditure, and so forth and so forth. Miss Nightingale, before sending her letter, submitted it to Sir Bartle Frere, March 25. "I have nothing to suggest," he said, "in the way of alteration, and only wish that its words of wisdom were in print, and that thousands besides Lord Mayo could profit by them. They are, in fact, exactly what we want to have said to every one connected with the question, from the Viceroy down to the village elder." Sir Bartle begged her to consider whether she could not write something to the same effect which would reach the latter class. Mr. Jowett had suggested something of the sort a few years before. "Did it ever occur to you," he had written March 1867, "that you might write a short pamphlet or tract for the natives in India, and get it translated? That would be a curious and interesting thing to do. When I saw the other day the account of Miss Carpenter in India, I felt half sorry that it was not you. They would have worshipped you like a divinity. A pretty reason, you will say. But then you might have gently rebuked the adoring natives, as St. Paul did on a similar occasion, and assured them that you were only a washerwoman and not a divine at all. That would have had an excellent effect. Presently she found an opportunity of doing something in the kind that Mr. Jowett and Sir Bartle Frere had suggested. Meanwhile, Lord Mayo had introduced Dr. J. W. Cunningham to Miss Nightingale, and they became great allies. When he returned to resume his duties as Sanitary Commissioner with the Government of India, he corresponded with Miss Nightingale regularly, telling her where things were backward and where a word in season from her would be helpful. In every question she took the keenest interest, sparing no pains to forward, so far as she could, every good scheme that was laid before her. In 1872, Mr. W. Clarke, engineer to the municipality of Calcutta, came to see her about great schemes of water supply and drainage. She obtained an introduction to Sir George Campbell, the Lieutenant Governor of Bengal, in order to commend to his notice Mr. Clarke's plans. For many years she was thus engaged in correspondence with sanitary reformers and officials in various parts of India, sending them words of encouragement when they seemed to desire and deserve it, words of advice when, as was frequently the case, they invited it. When such officials came home on furlough, most of them came also to Miss Nightingale. Dr. Sutherland, in his official capacity on the War Office Sanitary Committee, would often see them first. He would then pass them on to her, dividing them into two classes, those whom you must simply lecture, and those whose education you had better conduct by innocently putting searching questions to them. Miss Nightingale was never backward in filling the part of governess to those who, in sanitary matters, governed India. 6. Sanitary improvement depended, however, on the governed as well as on the governors, and Miss Nightingale had for some time been extending her influence in India by making the personal acquaintance of Indian gentlemen. "I have been quite beset by Parsees," she wrote to M. Mohl, February 16, 1868, "and after all I saw your Manochji, Kursetji, that is, the Byron of the East. Sir B. Frere says that few men have done so much for the education of their own race. He talked a good deal of philosophy to me, while my head was entirely in midwifery. He is, by his own proposal, if I can send out the midwives, to take them in at the house of his daughters, of whom one married a Kama, and the other is the first Parsee lady who ever lived as an English single lady might do." Many other Indian ladies and gentlemen were introduced to Miss Nightingale personally, or in correspondence by Miss Carpenter. In 1870 Miss Nightingale was elected an honorary member of the Bengal Social Science Association, the council of which body was mainly composed of Indian gentlemen. She wrote a cordial letter of thanks, May 25. "For 11 years," she said, "what little I could do for India, for the conditions on which the Eternal has made to depend the lives and healths and social happiness of men, as well native as European, has been the constant object of my thoughts by day and my thoughts by night." She eulogized the work that had been done by many private gentlemen of India. She put before them a vision of vast schemes of drainage and irrigation. She sent a subscription to the funds of the association, and promised a contribution to its proceedings. In this contribution, sent in June 1870, Miss Nightingale did what Sir Bartle Frere desired. She addressed the village elder. "I think," said Dr. Sutherland, who had submitted a draft for Miss Nightingale to rewrite in her own language, "that this is the most important contribution you have made to the question." In simple and terse language she described the sanitary reforms which might be carried out by the people themselves, pointing out in detail the nature of the evils and the appropriate remedies for them, and then appealing to simple motives for sanitary improvement. As we find in all history and true fable that the meanest causes universally multiplied produce the greatest effects, let us not think it other than a fitting sacrifice to the Eternal and Perfect One to look into the lowest habits of great peoples, in order, if we may, to awaken them to a sense of the injury they are doing themselves, and the good they might do themselves. Much of the willingness for education is due to the fact, appreciated by them, that education makes money. But would not the same appreciation, if enlightened, show them that loss of health, loss of strength, loss of life is loss of money, the greatest loss of money we know? And we may truly say that every sanitary improvement which saves health and life is worth its weight in gold. This address to the peoples of India was the most widely distributed of all Miss Nightingale's missionary efforts. The Association translated it into Bengali. Sir Bartle Frere had it translated into other Indian languages. 7. Miss Nightingale's third sphere of missionary work was in the sanitary department at the India Office, to which, through her alliance with Sir Bartle Frere, she was a confidential adviser. Her action in making suggestions and in seeking to influence officials in India has been illustrated already. Her constant work was in helping to edit and in contributing to the annual Blue Book, containing reports of measures adopted for sanitary improvements in India. The importance which Miss Nightingale attached to the publication of such an annual has been explained in general terms already. She saw in it two useful purposes. First, the fact that reports from India were required and published each year acted as a spur to the authorities in that country. And secondly, the introductory memorandum and the inclusion of reports on Indian matters by the War Office Sanitary Committee gave opportunity year by year for making suggestions and criticisms. The annual was issued by the Sanitary Department at the India Office and edited by Mr. C. Plowden, a zealous clerk in that office, with whom Miss Nightingale made friends. Sir Bartle Frere, as head of the department, instructed him to submit all the reports to Miss Nightingale, who in fact was assistant editor, or perhaps rather, for her will seems to have been law, editor-in-chief. It was she who had prepared for the Royal Commission the analysis of sanitary defects in the several Indian stations, who had written the observations on them, who had taken a principal part in drafting the suggestions for their reform. It was natural that she should be asked to report on the measures actually taken to that end. She was a very critical reporter. Sir Bartle Frere hesitates a little, she was told on one occasion, 1869, as to the omission of all terms of praise, and says that the Indian Jupiter is a god of sunshine as well as thunder, and should dispense both. He, however, sanctions the omission in the present case. Miss Nightingale's papers show that during the years 1869 to 74 she devoted great labour to the annual. She read and criticised the abstracts of the local reports prepared by Mr. Plowden. She discussed all the points that they suggested with Dr. Sutherland. She wrote or suggested the introductory memorandum. She did this work with the greater zeal because it kept her informed of every detail, and the knowledge thus acquired gave the greater force to her private correspondence with viceroys, governors, commanders-in-chief, and sanitary commissioners. Her share in the first number of the annual has been already described. In the following year, Mr. Plowden wrote, May 22, 1869, I forward a sketch of the introductory memorandum to the sanitary volume. You will see that the greater part of it is copied verbatim from a memorandum of your own that Sir Bartle Frere handed over to me for this purpose. I can never thank you sufficiently, wrote Sir Bartle himself, July 5, for all the kind help you have given to Mr. Plowden's annual, at the cost of an amount of trouble to yourself which I hardly like to think of. But I feel sure it will leave its mark on India. She took good care that it should, at any rate, have a chance of doing so. She had discovered that the 1868 report, though sent to India in October of that year, had not been distributed in the several presidencies till June 1869. She now saw to it that copies of the 1869 report were sent separately to the various stations by book post. She continued to contribute in one way or another to successive volumes, and that for 1874 included a long and important paper by her. 8. 10 years before, Miss Nightingale had popularized the report of her Royal Commission in a paper entitled How People May Live and Not Die in India. The paper was read to the Social Science Congress in 1863. In 1873, she was again requested to contribute a paper to the Congress. She chose for her title, How Some People Have Lived and Not Died in India. It was a summary in popular form of 10 years' progress, and this was the paper which the India Office reprinted in its Blue Book of 1874. Miss Nightingale glanced in rapid detail at the improvements in various parts of India, took occasion to give credit to particularly zealous officials, and noticed incidentally some of the common objections. One objection was that caste prejudice must ever be an insuperable obstacle to sanitary improvement. She gave a curious and cheerful instance to the contrary. Calcutta had found the fabled virtues of the Ganges in the pure water tap. When the water supply was first introduced, the high caste Hindus still desired their water carriers to bring them the sacred water from the river. But these functionaries, finding it much easier to take the water from the new taps, just rubbed in a little vulgar, not sacred mud, and presented it as Ganges water. When at last the healthy fraud was discovered, public opinion, founded on experience, had already gone too far to return to dirty water, and the new water supply was, at public meetings, adjudged to be theologically as well as physically safe. Then there was the objection of expense, but she analysed the result of sanitary improvements in statistics of the Army. The death rate had been brought down from 69 per 1,000 to 18. Only 18 men died where 69 died before. A sum of £285,000 was the money saving on recruits in a single year. The course of sanitary improvement and the results of it among the civil population cannot be brought to any such definite test. No Indian census was taken till 1872. Registration of births and deaths was only beginning and was very imperfect. And India is a country as large as the whole of Europe without Russia. It was the opinion of a competent authority that the sanitary progress which had been made in India during the years covered by Miss Nightingale's review had no parallel in the history of the world. But the progress was relative, of course, to the almost incredibly insanitary condition of the country when she began her crusade. The progress had been made along many different lines. First, in connection with the health of military stations, the Government of India established committees of military, civil, medical, and engineering officers, of local magistrates and village authorities to regulate the sanitary arrangements of the neighbourhood. Sanitary oases for British troops were thus established in the midst of insanitary deserts. Then sanitary regulations were issued for fairs and pilgrimages, each of these a focus of Indian disease. Institutions in India, hospitals, jails, asylums, had been greatly improved, and the municipalities of the great cities had made some sanitary progress. 10 years before, Miss Nightingale had reported to the Royal Commission that no one of the seats of presidencies in India had as yet arrived at the degree of sanitary civilization shown in the worst parts of the worst English towns. Now Calcutta had a pure water supply, and the main drainage of most of the town was complete. Bombay had done less by municipal action, but thanks to a specially vigorous health officer, Dr. Hewlett, sanitation had been improved. Madras had improved its water supply and was successfully applying a part of its sewage to agriculture. The condition of the vast regions of rural India showed that the teaching of the sanitary commissioners was beginning to take some effect. Hollows and excavations near villages were being filled up, brushwood and jungle removed, wells cleaned, surface refuse was being removed, and tanks were being provided for sewage to prevent it going into the drinking tanks. From reports of particular places, Miss Nightingale drew her favourite moral. There was a village in South India which had suffered very badly from cholera and fever. It was in a foul and wretched state, and had polluted water. Then wells were dug and properly protected. The surface drainage was improved. Cleanliness was enforced. Trees were planted. The village escaped the next visitation of the scourge. Miss Nightingale had many hours of depression and many occasions of disappointment as health missionary for India, but in her paper of 1874 she bore emphatic witness how great are the sanitary deeds already achieved, or in the course of being achieved, by the gallant Anglo-Indians, as formerly she bore emphatic witness against the then existing neglects. Only the fringe of the evil had been touched, but at any rate enough had been done to show that the old bogey, the hopeless Indian climate, might in course of time be laid by wise precautions. "There is a vast work going on in India," said Dr. Sutherland, and in this work Miss Nightingale had throughout played a principal and the inspiring part. It was the opinion of an unprejudiced expert, who, though he admired her devotion, did not always agree with her views or methods, that of the sanitary improvements in India 3/4 are due to Miss Nightingale. But here, as in all things, her gaze was fixed upon the path to perfection. In her own mind she counted less the past advance than the future way. There was an appendix to her paper in which she preached the supreme importance of irrigation, that is, combined with scientific drainage. Only by that means, she held, could yet more people live and not die in India, and could the country be raised to its full productive power. A letter which Sir Stafford Northcote sent her April 29, 1874, in acknowledgment of her paper on Life or Death in India, exactly expressed her own feelings. "How much," he said, "you have done, and how little you think you have done! After all, the measure of our work depends upon whether we take it by looking backwards or by looking forwards, by looking on what has been accomplished or on what has revealed itself as still to be accomplished. When we have got to the top of the mountain, are we much nearer the stars or not?" End of Public Health Missionary for India, 1868 to 1872, continued 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Part 6, Chapter 4 of The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2, by Edward Tyas Cook. Part 6, Chapter 4, Advisor General on Hospitals and Nursing, Parts 1, 2, and 3. 1868 through 1872. We are your soldiers, and we look for the approval of our chief, Miss Agnes Jones, in a letter to Miss Nightingale. From a correspondent in the north of England, quote, "I have got a colliery proprietor here to cooperate with the workmen to build a hospital for accidents. Will you kindly give me your opinion on the best kind of building?" End quote. From a correspondent in London, quote, "We are proposing to form a British Nursing Association. May we ask for your advice and suggestions?" End quote. These letters are samples of hundreds which Miss Nightingale received, and to all such applications she readily replied. She constituted herself, or rather she was constituted by her fellow countrymen, a central department for matters pertaining to hospitals and nurses. From all parts of the country, from British colonies and from foreign countries, plans of proposed general hospitals, cottage hospitals, convalescent homes were submitted to her. She criticized them carefully. When she was consulted at an earlier stage, she often submitted plans of her own. In all such cases, there were experts among her large circle of friends, architects, sanitary engineers, military engineers, hospital superintendents, and matrons to advise and assist her. And here a curiously interesting thing may be noticed. Miss Nightingale had begun her work as a reformer with the military hospitals. So high was now their standard that she often went to them for models. Many plans for ideal hospitals were drawn for her at this time by Lieutenant W.F. Amamney, R.E., at the War Office. The improvement of buildings and of nursing went on concurrently, and Miss Nightingale used her influence in each department to improve the other. If she were consulted only about buildings, she would answer, quote, "These plans are all very well as far as they go, but your hospital will never be efficient without adequate provision for a supply of properly trained nurses." End quote. If she were asked to furnish a supply of nurses, she would say, "By all means, but you must satisfy me first that your buildings are sanitary." Thus, when she was asked to send nurses to the Sydney Infirmary, she stipulated that the plans of the building should be submitted, and when the War Office was negotiating for a supply of nurses for Netley, there was a voluminous correspondence about the improvement of the wards and of the nurses' quarters. There was a great extension during these years of societies for the training of nurses and of the introduction of trained nurses into infirmaries and other institutions. All this involved a large addition to Miss Nightingale's correspondence. As the nursing system extended, many questions arose with regard to the relation between the medical and the nursing staffs, and she was constantly referred to for suggestions and advice. She printed a code of suggestions in 1868 dealing with such matters, and 3 years later she and Dr. Sutherland drew up a code for infirmary nursing, which was approved by Mr. Stansfeld, the president of the newly formed local government board. Her correspondence was as extensive with individuals as with institutions. Hundreds of girls who thought of becoming nurses applied to her, and she generally answered their letters, but the supply of nurses barely kept pace with the demand. Miss Nightingale was impressed in particular by the lack of suitable applicants for the higher posts. There were many women anxious to take up nursing as a profession. There were few who possessed the social standing, the high character, trained intelligence, and personal devotion which were necessary to make them successful lady superintendents, and much of Miss Nightingale's correspondence during these years was to friends in various parts of the country who were begged to enlist promising recruits. 2. Among the women who sought out Miss Nightingale for advice were queens and princesses. She guarded very jealously, however, the seclusion which was necessary to enable her to do her chosen work, and she did not allow it to be invaded at will, even by the most exalted personages. Her position as a chronic invalid gave her the advantage. She could pick and choose by feeling a little stronger or a little weaker. She made 2 rules which she communicated to her influential friends. She would not be well enough to see any queen or princess who did not take a personal and practical interest in hospitals or nursing, and she would never be well enough to receive any who did not come unattended by ladies or lords-in-waiting. Any interview must be entirely devoid of ceremonial. It must be simply between one woman interested in nursing and another. In 1867, the Queen of Prussia was paying a visit to the English court, and Queen Victoria asked Miss Nightingale, through Sir James Clark, to see Queen Augusta. Miss Nightingale was assured that the Queen had given much personal attention to hospitals. Miss Nightingale saw her July 6th, and found that the assurances were well-founded. Miss Nightingale to Julius Maule, 35 South Street, July 28, 1867. I am a little unhappy because the Queen of Prussia's secretary told Madame Maud that I had seen the Queen. I liked her. I don't think the mixture of pietism and absolutism is much more attractive at the court of Prussia than at the court of Rome. Still, I am always struck, especially with our own royal family, how superior they are in earnestness and education to other women. I know no two girls of any class, of any country, who take so much interest in things that are interesting as the Crown Princess of Prussia and Princess Alice of Darmstadt, especially in theological matters and administration." End quote. The Queen of Holland, it will be remembered, had not been received, but at a later time Miss Nightingale saw her in November 1868 and again in March 1870. "I think of you," wrote Queen Sophia, March 29, 1870, "as one of the highest and best I have met in this world." The Princess Alice asked for an interview in 1867 through Lady Hebert, who was able to inform Miss Nightingale that, quote, "the Princess has been to see most of the hospitals in London with a view to learn all about them so as to improve those in Darmstadt." End quote. Miss Nightingale saw the Princess in June, and in subsequent years there was much correspondence between them. But the royal lady who made the greatest impression on Miss Nightingale was the Crown Princess Victoria. It had been explained to Miss Nightingale by one of the Princess's ladies that Her Royal Highness had always thought a life devoted to the comfort of fellow beings and the alleviation of their sufferings the one most to be envied, and that, quote, "she knows your notes on hospitals and notes on nursing almost by heart." End quote. The Princess was in England at the end of 1868 and was full at the time of schemes for a new hospital at Berlin, for lying-in hospitals, for a training school for nurses. She showed her practical purpose by sending to Miss Nightingale in advance her architect's plans. They had 2 long interviews in December, and Miss Nightingale had a very busy fortnight with Dr. Sutherland in collecting statistics about various lying-in hospitals and in preparing plans, with the assistance of the Army Medical Department and the War Office Sanitary Committee, on the best model. Miss Nightingale was delighted with her visitor. "She took every point," she told Dr. Sutherland, "as quick as lightning. I have a fresh neophyte," she wrote to Sir John McNeill, December 25, 1868, "in the person of the Crown Princess of Prussia. She has a quick intelligence and is cultivating herself in knowledge of sanitary and female administration for her future great career. She comes alone like a girl, pulls off her hat and jacket like a 5-year-old, drags about a great portfolio of plans, and kneels by my bedside correcting them. She gives a great deal of trouble, but I believe it will bear fruit." End quote. That the inquiries of the Princess were searching and her commissions exacting appears from the correspondence. Miss Nightingale to the Crown Princess of Prussia, 35 South Street, December 21, 1868. Madam, in grateful obedience to your Royal Highness's command, directing me to forward to Osborne before the 24th the commissions with which you favored me, I send 1. The portfolio of plans for the hospital near the Plötzensee Sea, and in this envelope the criticism upon the plans. Also in another envelope, 2. A sketch of the nursing hierarchy required to nurse this hospital, with a training school attached, even to ages desirable, as desired by your Royal Highness. Also, 3. The methods of continuous examination in use, with full-sized copies of the forms, to test the progress of our probationers, Probe-Schwestern. Also, 4. Lists of the clothing and underclothing, even to changes of linen, we give to and require from our probationers and nurses, and of the changes of sheets. Your Royal Highness have directed me to send patterns in paper of our probationers' dress. I have thought it better to have a complete uniform dress, such as our probationers wear, for indoors and outdoors, made for your Royal Highness's inspection, even to bonnet, cap, and collar, which will arrive by this messenger in a small box and parcel. I am afraid that the aspect of these papers will be quite alarming from their bulk, but I can only testify my gratitude for your Royal Highness's great kindness by fulfilling as closely as I can the spirit of your gracious will. I am sorry to say that I have not yet done encumbering your Royal Highness. The plans for lying-in cottages had to be completed at the War Office and are not quite ready, but they shall be forwarded before the 24th. I think we have succeeded in producing a perfectly healthy and successful lying-in cottage by means of great subdivision and incessant cleanliness and ventilation, which includes the not having any ward constantly occupied. In one of these huts we have had 600 lyings-in consecutively without a single death or case of puerperal disease or casualty of any kind. This experience is, I believe, without a fellow, but will, I trust, have many fellows before long. Believe me, your Royal Highness's inquiry about these things does the greatest good, not only with regard to what is proposed in Prussia, but in stirring up the War Office, the medical authorities, and other officials here to consider these vital trifles more seriously. And thus thousands of lives of poor women, of poor patients of all kinds, will be saved, even in England, through your Royal Highness's means. Hitherto, lying-in hospitals have been not to cure, but to kill. As I have again to trouble your Royal Highness about these subjects, I will not now enter into 2 or 3 other little things with which I was commissioned. May I beg always to be considered, Madam, the most faithful, ready, and devoted of your Royal Highness's servants. The Crown Prince of Prussia to Miss Nightingale. Osborne, December 24, 1868. I don't wish to lose a minute in thanking you for your great kindness and for all the trouble you have taken for me. Your letter is so excellent, and all the information you give is most valuable and will be of untold use, not only to me as a guide in my humble endeavors to promote a serious, conscientious, and rational spirit in the treatment of sanitary matters, but to many others in Germany. Your precious time has not been wasted while you were writing for me, I assure you. The dress, I think, very neat and nice, and not clerical-looking, which is in my eyes an advantage. I was so vexed that I forgot to tell you the other day how much I admired Una and the Lion. I read it this summer in Germany, and thought it touching and lovely in the extreme. I colported it right and left. After I have arrived at Berlin and had leisure thoroughly to go into every detail of the materials you have given me, I will write to you again. These few lines are only to express my earnest thanks. The Crown Prince wishes me to say how sorry he is never to have seen you. He shares my feelings when your name is mentioned. I trust that the next time I am in this country I shall see you again. I remain, dear Miss Nightingale, yours gratefully, Victoria. Negotiations with the Nightingale Fund were presently opened, and the Crown Princess sent Fräulein Furman, who afterwards superintended the Victoria Training School for Nurses in Berlin, to receive her own training as a Nightingale nurse at St. Thomas's. 3. The Nightingale Training School had for many years been extending the area of its influence, and Miss Nightingale herself, in spite of her incessant work in other fields, never lost general control and supervision of it. Year after year she kept up correspondence, both voluminous and intimate, with Mrs. Wardroper, the matron. Her brother-in-law, Sir Harry Verney, was now chairman of the council of the Nightingale Fund. Her cousin, Mr. Henry Bowman Carter, had succeeded Mr. Clow as secretary, a duty which he continues to discharge to this day. Sir Harry Verney saw Miss Nightingale frequently with regard to the business of the school. Between Mr. Bonham Carter and her there is a great mass of correspondence extending over 40 years and more, conducted sometimes by an exchange of letters through the post, sometimes by notes of question and answer at her house, as in the case of Dr. Sutherland. Mr. Bonham Carter, alike as secretary of the fund and as a cousin devoted to Miss Nightingale personally, gave his time and zeal without stint to the work, but he had independence of character. He was once asked how he contrived to do other things besides serve Miss Nightingale. When it was getting late, he explained, I used to say, "Now I must go home to dinner." His devotion, good sense, and business-like habits contributed largely to the success of the undertaking, and saved Miss Nightingale much trouble in matters both of detail and of general administrative policy. But questions of what may be called the superior direction of the school were always referred to her, and there were many occasions on which her personal influence was felt to be indispensable. It was especially brought to bear whenever a contingent of Nightingale nurses was sent from St. Thomas to occupy new ground. The phrase quoted at the head of this chapter from a letter by Miss Agnes Jones when she was thus sent to pioneer work in the Liverpool workhouse exactly expresses one side of the relationship between the nurses and Miss Nightingale. But she was more to them than a chief. She was not a distant and almost impersonal abstraction like the widow at Windsor. The lady in South Street was not only the queen of Nightingale nurses, she was also their mother. The principal lieutenants who went out on important service, and many members of the rank and file, maintained constant correspondence with her, sending to her direct reports, consulting her in difficulties, looking to her, and never in vain, for counsel and encouragement. Miss Nightingale took especial pains to help and to influence the lady superintendents who went from St. Thomas's in command of nursing parties. Among her earlier papers containing thoughts about her future work, there is more than one reference to Richelieu's self-multiplication. She strove to extend her work by creating lieutenants in her own image. One of the most important of the missionary voyages of the Nightingale nurses during these years was to New South Wales. Miss Nightingale had for some time been in correspondence with Sir Henry Parkes, then Colonial Secretary in New South Wales, about the nursing in the Sydney Infirmary, and in December 1867 Miss Osborne sailed with 5 nurses to take up the position of Lady Superintendent. The nurses arrived in time to nurse Prince Alfred when he was shot during his visit to the colony. There is a letter from Sir William Jenner to Miss Nightingale, July 4, 1868, saying, quote, "I have received the Queen's command to tell you how very useful they were. Her Majesty says she is sure this information will give Miss Nightingale much pleasure." End quote. In one respect, the nurses were more successful than Miss Nightingale desired. At first, all went well. There were difficulties with the doctors and others, of course, but Sir Henry Parkes was always helpful. "There was no flirting," Miss Osborne reported, May 20th, "and all the nurses cling round me in difficulties like true Britons." End quote. But they did not cling for long. Their services were too much appreciated. In a few years' time, all the 5 had either married or received valuable appointments outside the infirmary, and Miss Osborne had to recruit her staff from the colony itself. Miss Nightingale thought that the expedition had thus failed, but there was something to be said on the other side, and the diffusion of the Nightingale band did much to promote the extension of trained nursing in the colony. Another expedition of great importance was an extension of the Liverpool experiment to London. In 1868, Mr. (afterwards Sir) William Wyatt, the leader of a reform party in St. Pancras, had entered into correspondence with Miss Nightingale with regard to the new infirmary, built under the Act of 1867, at Highgate. He submitted the plans of the building and suggested the introduction of Nightingale nurses. She approved the plans, encouraged him in his good work, and in the following year, 1869, Miss Elizabeth Torrance was appointed matron with 9 nurses under her. Her experiment was presently extended, and a training school for nurses was established at the infirmary. There are about 100 letters from Miss Torrance a year, a figure which will give some idea of the close touch which Miss Nightingale kept with important lieutenants. She considered Miss Torrance the most capable superintendent they had yet trained, 1870, and the letters bear out the estimate. They are those of a canny, capable, and devoted woman, taking everything quietly as part of a day's work, with no fussiness or needless self-importance. "I have never seen such nurses," wrote the medical superintendent, when Miss Torrance and her staff had been at work for some 9 months. "They are so thoroughly conversant with disease that one feels quite on one's mettle in practice. What strikes me most is the real interest they take in the work, and this is the secret of their success, not attainable by the pauper nurses whom they displace." Inspectors, guardians, and other officials would have done well to feel quite on their mettle in Miss Torrance's presence also, for her letters show her to have been possessed of a humorous shrewdness which took the measure of men, by no means always at their own valuation. Miss Torrance, among other reformers, introduced useful work into the occupation of the intimates. "The achievement I am most proud of," she wrote, 1871, "is getting the men's suits cut out and made. I found a tailor in No. 2 ward who cut out some, and I sent them into Nos. 1 and 4 to be made, but there was a tailor in No. 1 who made difficulties. You see, ma'am, it's such a very old-fashioned cut." Once a week at least the matron wrote reporting progress or difficulties to Miss Nightingale, who replied with advice, books, presents. Nurses, of whom the matron reported well, came in batches to see Miss Nightingale. They returned, wrote Miss Torrance, of one occasion of the kind, beaming with delight. But as they all talked about it at once, I did not gather very clearly what passed. Sister A, however, feared that Sister B must have tried Miss Nightingale. Sister B, it seems, had the same fear about Sister A. Nurses and matron alike regarded their reception by Miss Nightingale as a high privilege. "I always feel refreshed for months," wrote Miss Wardroper, March 1871, "after one of those affectionate receptions you accord me." None of Miss Nightingale's soldiers left her cabinet without feeling a better and a braver woman. Miss Torrance presently fell from grace in Miss Nightingale's eyes by becoming engaged to be married. At a critical period of the engagement, she failed to keep some appointments at South Street, and Miss Nightingale did not recover equanimity till she recalled to herself a saying of Mr. Clowes: "Persons in that case should be treated as if they had the scarlet fever." In November 1869 there were receptions in South Street, such as a sovereign sometimes accords to warriors or statesmen on the eve of a great emprise. A superintendent of nurses, Mrs. Deeble, and a staff of 6 ward sisters were setting out from St. Thomas's to take charge of the War Office Hospital at Netley. Miss Nightingale received them all, gave them presents, and addressed words of encouragement. "That I have seen Miss Nightingale," wrote one of them, "will be one of the white milestones on my road, to which I shall often look back with feelings of gratitude and pleasure. I trust that I shall never forget some of the things you said to me, and that, looking up, I may be enabled to show by my future life that your great kindness has not been thrown away." The Netley sisters, wrote Miss Wardroper, "are overflowing with love and gratitude for all the interest and trouble you have so kindly taken for and in them. Your reception, pretty presents, and good advice have quite won their hearts. To know you, and to have heard from your own lips that each one has your best wishes and prayer for success, will do much to cheer and help them." "I have been preaching to them 4 hours a day," wrote Miss Nightingale to Madame Moll, November 21st, "and expounding regulations. Some of them are very nice women. One was out with Dr. Livingstone and Bishop Mackenzie on the Zambezi mission. One, a woman who would be distinguished in any society, accidentally read my little article on Una and wrote off to us the same night, offering to go through our training, which she did, and join us." Expounding regulations was always a part of Miss Nightingale's exhortation on such occasions. In this particular case she had a hand in making the regulations. In other cases she often found them very stupid. They were generally made by men who were incapable, she thought, as we have heard already, of devising suitable regulations for women. "Oh, how I wish there were no men," she wrote on one occasion when trying to compose a hospital quarrel. But even bad regulations must be observed till they can be altered, and women did not always understand that some diplomacy was necessary to obtain the alteration. "Women," she said, "are unable to see that it requires wisdom as well as self-denial to establish any new work." As the work which the Nightingale nurses had at this time to do was all new, there were many difficulties, and most of them came up to Miss Nightingale for solution or advice. When a very long-winded letter arrived, she would often send it on unread to Dr. Sutherland for him to digest and advise upon. It was her comfortable persuasion that he had nothing else to do, and she scolded him if there was any delay. But sooner or later he did the work for her, and his advice in such matters never failed in shrewd common sense. Sometimes he would say, "This letter shows a fit of temper on the nurse's part, and is a case for a little homily from you." In such homilies, Miss Nightingale would mingle an appeal to higher motives with a reference to her own example and experience, as in the following letter. To a discontented nurse, April 22nd, 1869. Do you think I should have succeeded in doing anything if I had kicked and resisted and resented? Is it our master's command? Is it even common sense? I have been shut out of hospitals into which I had been ordered to go by the commander-in-chief, obliged to stand outside the door in the snow till night, been refused rations for as much as 10 days at a time for the nurses I had brought by superior command. And I have been as good friends the day after with the officials who did these things, have resolutely ignored these things for the sake of the work. What was I to my master's work? When people offend, they offend the master before they do me. And who am I that I should not choose to bear what my master chooses to bear? You have many high and noble points of character, else I should not write to you as I do. But the spirit of opposition in which you are working, or rather were at the time you wrote, for I am satisfied that it was only an ebullition of the moment, and yet doing your work well and doing good would, if it really were persisted in, materially increase the difficulties of that work to which I am sure you are devoted. End of Part 6, Chapter 4, Advisor General on Hospitals and Nursing, Parts 1, 2, and 3 of 6. Part 6, Chapter 4 of The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2, by Edward Tyas Cook. Part 6, Chapter 4, Advisor General on Hospitals and Nursing, continued. Parts 4, 5, and 6. 4. There was one failure in the work of the Nightingale Fund which led Miss Nightingale to write a new book, which none ever cost her more labor. In 1867, the midwifery school, established in King's College Hospital, had to be closed owing to the high rate of mortality in the lying-in wards. As soon as the figures were brought to Miss Nightingale's notice, she set to work in examining the whole subject of mortality in lying-in wards. She soon found that no trustworthy statistics of mortality in childbed had yet been collected. She searched for them throughout this country and from foreign hospitals and doctors. She discovered that in lying-in wards everywhere, the death rate was many times the amount of that which took place in home deliveries. This fact showed that public attention should at once be called to the subject, and at the same time it opened up larger questions. There was one school of medical opinion which held that the mortality must, in the nature of things, be large in lying-in wards. There was another which held that the high rate of mortality therein might be prevented. The inquiries which Miss Nightingale had made for the Crown Princess of Prussia inclined her to the latter view, and she pursued her researches in all directions, collecting an immense mass of information and calling in the assistance of sanitary engineers and other authorities. It should be remembered in all this that the introduction of antiseptics has much altered the conditions since the time of Miss Nightingale's work now under consideration. Materials for the book accumulated, but time to put them into shape was wanting. Dr. Sutherland, on whose assistance she mainly relied, was no more able than she herself to give undivided attention to the subject. But at last, with his help, the book was written. It was published in October 1871 with the title, Introductory Notes on Lying-in Institutions. The book did for this special subject something of the same service which Notes on Hospitals had done in the general sphere. Miss Nightingale showed by statistical evidence that many lying-in wards and institutions were pest houses. She showed the importance of isolation and extreme cleanliness, and furnished model rules, plans, and specifications for sanitary lying-in hospitals. In the latter pages, the book was an extension of the Notes on Nursing to this special branch. She urged the importance of training schools for midwives, described the ideal of an institution of the kind, and pleaded for midwifery as a career for educated women. There was much agitation at the time for the admission of women to the medical profession. Miss Nightingale, in a letter addressed Dear Sisters, suggested that there was a better thing for women to be than medical men, and that is to be medical women. She was in the country when the book was passing through the press, and Dr. Sutherland, in sending a last revise with some suggestions of his own, said, July 22nd, quote, "I return the proof corrected. Don't swear, but read the reasons on the accompanying paper. It is a good thing you are at Lea Hurst, or your dear sisters would infallibly break your head. They will probably break your windows. However, you are clearly right, and let them scream and stamp. The book is a very good contribution to the subject, and will excite surprise and some opposition, but the facts are too strong." End quote. Miss Nightingale put out her book tentatively, in a questioning spirit, as she explained in this characteristic dedication, which had received Mr. Jowett's imprimatur, but puzzled some of the reviewers. Quote, "If I may dedicate, without permission, these small notes to the shade of Socrates' mother, may I likewise, without presumption, call to my help the questioning shade of her son, that I who write may have the spirit of questioning aright, and that those who read may learn not of me, but of themselves. And further, has he not said, the midwives are respectable women, and have a character to lose?" End quote. 5. The preparation of this book has been delayed by the Franco-German War of 1870-71, which brought a great addition to Miss Nightingale's labors. There is a huge pile of documents on the subject amongst her papers. A letter to an old friend gives an idea of one branch of the correspondence. Miss Nightingale to Harriet Martineau, 35 South Street, February 1871. Oh, this year of desolation! The one gleam of comfort through it all was the rush of an English-speaking people in all climates and in all longitudes, not the rich and comfortable, but the whole mass of hard-working, honest, frugal, stupid people who have contributed every penny they could so ill spare. Women have given the very shoes off their feet, the very suppers out of their children's mouths, not to those of their own creed, not to those of their own way of thinking at all, but to those who suffered most. In this awful war, all have given, every man, woman, and child above pauperism. I have been so touched to receive, from places I had never heard of, but which it would take me a day to enumerate, from congregations who had seen my name in a stray London newspaper as helping in the relief of the war sufferers, sums collected by halfpence with a long letter to say how they wished the money spent, from poor, hard-working Negro congregations in different islands of the West Indies, poor congregations of all kinds, Puritan chapels in my own dear hills, national schools, factories, London dissenting congregations without a single rich member, London ragged schools who have nothing to give, gave up their only feast in the year that the money might be sent to the orphans in the war who wanted more than we. Some of the letters from distant parts of the empire show that Florence Nightingale had already become somewhat of a legendary figure. It was known that scenes of misery and horror were being enacted in Europe. It was assumed that she was ministering in the midst of them. In one of the letters there seems to be a confused idea that she was in two places at once, both directing the movement in London and nursing in some Red Cross hospital in France or Germany. And there is a sense in which this vague and legendary conception was true. Miss Nightingale played a busy part, though entirely behind the scenes, in the work of aid at the London headquarters, whilst among the devoted women who nursed the wounded or succoured other sufferers from the war, there were probably few who did not derive inspiration from the example of the Crimean heroine. The outbreak of the war had found English philanthropy unprepared. The British government had been a party to the Geneva Convention, but nothing had been done to organize a society under its rules until the alarm was sounded by Colonel Lloyd Lindsay, Lord Wantage. A letter from him in the Times of July 22, 1870, led to the formation of the National Society for Aid to the Sick and Wounded, which afterwards became the British Red Cross Aid Society. One of the first acts of the committee, of which Colonel Lloyd Lindsay was chairman, was to consult Miss Nightingale, and a letter from her was read to the public meeting at which the society was constituted. The words of stirring appeal were received with loud cheers. If she had not been confined to a sick bed, she would have volunteered to go out as a nurse. As it was, she must leave the work to others, and she gave the volunteers a characteristic note of caution. Quote, "Those who undertake such work must not be sentimental enthusiasts, but downright lovers of hard work. If there is any work which is simple, stern necessity, it is that of waiting upon the sick and wounded after a battle. Serving in war hospitals, attending to and managing the 1,001 hard, dry, practical details which nevertheless mainly determine the question as to whether your sick and wounded shall live or die. If there is any nonsense in people's ideas of what hospital nursing is, one day of real duty will root it out. There are things to be done and seen which at once separate the true metal from the tinkling brass, both among men and women." End quote. There were those amongst her entourage who wished that she could lay all other work aside and take control of the organization. The state of her health made this impossible, but she was closely connected with the Society's work throughout. Her brother-in-law, Sir Harry Verney, and her cousin's husband, Captain Galton, were active members of the Executive Committee. Sir Harry's daughter, Miss Emilie Verney, was an active member of the Ladies' Executive Committee. Captain Galton and her cousin, Mr. Henry Bonham Carter, were sent early in the war to visit the hospitals of France and Germany, and when the war was over, the task of reporting upon the correspondence of the Society's agents and of the English doctors was entrusted to Dr. Sutherland. Through all these personal connections, Miss Nightingale kept close touch with the Society's work. She thought that there was a lack of vigor at the start. Why, she wanted to know, did not the Society advertise itself more? If it had been in hiding from its creditors instead of being an aid society, it could not have had a more complete success. If it had been sick and wounded itself, what could it have done less? Its advertisement ought to appear every day, immediately above the theatrical announcements, with a list of articles wanted and an acknowledgment of those received. Quote, "It makes me mad to see advertisements only of the Voici Defense Fund and the Derby Memorial Fund. What does it matter whether Voici is defended or not, and whether Lord Derby has a memorial or not?" End quote. The committee, in reply, hoped to do more presently, as it did. It collected nearly £300,000 and rendered a great deal of aid both in France and in Germany. From the moment that the war was seen to be inevitable, Miss Nightingale had been deluged with correspondence. The French authorities applied to her for plans of temporary field hospitals. The Crown Princess of Prussia applied for assistance and advice in all sorts. "The dreaded letter has come," she wrote to Dr. Sutherland. "What am I to answer? How to express sympathy with Prussia without alienating France?" End quote. Miss Nightingale's personal sympathies were rather on the French side. "I think," she wrote December 20th, "that if the conduct of the French for the last 3 months had been shown by any other nation, it would have been called, as it is, sublime. The uncomplaining endurance, the sad and severe self-restraint of Paris under a siege now of 3 months would have rendered immortal a city of ancient Rome. The Army of the Loire, fighting 7 days out of 9, barefoot, cold, and frozen, yet unsubdued, is worthy of Henry V and Agincourt. And all for what? To save Alsace and Lorraine, of which Paris scarcely knows?" End quote. In writing to the Crown Princess on hospital matters, she put in a plea for clemency in the hour of final victory. Prussia would remember, she was sure, the future wars and misery always brought about by trampling too violently on a fallen foe, and Germany will show to an astonished Europe that moderation of which victorious nations have hitherto shown themselves incapable. End quote. Miss Nightingale, here as in other matters, hoped more of human perfectibility than she was to find. The immediate future was to belie her picture alike of the severe self-restraint of Paris and of the unexampled moderation of Prussia. In rendering aid to the sick and wounded, she was, however, consistently impartial. Wherever she heard of good work being done, whether in France or in Germany, she was ready to help, and she gave disinterested advice to the nursing services in both armies. Throughout the war she had a large correspondence both at home and with all sorts and conditions of people in France and Germany. At home she was diligent in collecting money and gifts in kind for the Aid Society. She wrote constant letters and memoranda to members of the Executive Society, advising on all matters, from the general administration of field ambulances to the pattern of hospital suits, vetoing, when she could, impracticable suggestions, sending lists of the things most urgently needed. She received and answered a constant stream of applications from persons inquiring what to send, and from doctors and nurses wanting to volunteer for service. Abroad, her correspondence was on a similar scale. Distributing agents of the Society, nurses, workers of all kinds, wrote, consulting her in cases of perplexity, or giving information on points that they thought likely to interest her. Abroad, her correspondence was on a similar scale. Distributing agents of the Society, nurses, workers of all kinds wrote, consulting her in cases of perplexity, or giving information on points that they thought likely to interest her. The private reports preserved among Miss Nightingale's papers contain a mass of information about the treatment of the sick and wounded, of which she expressed the opinion that it far surpassed in horror, as of course it vastly exceeded in scale, anything that she had witnessed in the Crimea. Self-devotion on the part of volunteers, though it could not remedy the evils, was conspicuous in relieving it, and many letters to Miss Nightingale are eloquent of the inspiration which was derived from her example in the Crimea, and from the messages of sympathy, encouragement, and advice which she now sent. "Tell Miss Nightingale," said the warm-hearted Grand Duchess of Baden, "that I have endeavoured to follow implicitly everything she has recommended, and that I love and respect her more than any one in the world." There are letters, too, from English and German nurses and workers in which Miss Nightingale is addressed as "dearest of all friends," or "beloved mistress," and "Queen." Her services to both of the belligerents were recognized by decorations. The French Société de Secours aux Blessés conferred its Bronze Cross upon her, July 1871. And from H.M., the Emperor and King, she received the Prussian Cross of Merit, September. But there was more significance in what she gave than in what she received. Among the English ladies who rendered the most devoted service during the war was the wife of an officer, Colonel Cox, who had known Miss Nightingale in the Crimea. Among the German ladies who had done the like was Madame Werkner of Breslau. When the war was over, both ladies asked the favour of an interview with Miss Nightingale. Madame Werkner became her personal friend, and wrote with enthusiastic gratitude when she was asked to visit Emilie, "the home of your childhood." And Mrs. Cox wrote, July 15th, "How can I ever thank you for the loving reception you gave me? I can only say that never whilst I live can it be forgotten." To Mrs. Cox's work the English committee referred in their report. Of Madame Werkner, Miss Nightingale told something in an address to the probationers at St. Thomas's. "At a large German station, which almost all the prisoners' trains passed through, a lady went every night during all that long, long, dreadful winter, and for the whole night, to feed and warm and comfort, and often to receive the last dying words of the miserable French prisoners, as they arrived in open trucks, some frozen, some as dead, others to die in the station, all half-clad and starving. Night after night, as these long, terrible trains full dragged their slow length into the station, she kneeled on its pavement, supporting the dying heads, receiving their last messages to their mothers, pouring wine or hot milk down the throats of the sick, dressing the frost-bitten limbs, and, thank God, saving many. Many were carried to the prisoners' hospital in the town, of whom about 2/3 recovered. Every bit of linen she had went in this way. She herself contracted incurable ill health during these fearful nights, but thousands were saved by her means. She is my friend. She came and saw me, and it is from her lips I heard the story." End quote. The Crown Princess of Prussia also came to South Street, and "she let me tell her," wrote Miss Nightingale, "a good deal of behind the scenes of Prussian ambulance work. I do like her so very much, and twice as much now that she is really worn and ripened by genuine hard work and anxiety." End quote. This visit was productive of large results. The Princess and Miss Nightingale had been in communication throughout the war, partly by direct correspondence, and partly through an English lady, Miss Florence Lees, who was serving in German hospitals. At the beginning of the war, the Princess had telegraphed and written to Miss Nightingale, begging her to recommend a thoroughly competent English lady for such duty. Miss Lees, Mrs. Dacre Craven, had been sent. She was one of the ablest of the ladies who received training at the Nightingale School, and was presently to play an important part in the development of training nurses in London. Miss Lees was placed by the Crown Princess in charge of the nursing at a war hospital which she had arranged at Hamburg. Miss Lees was also employed to visit and report upon the war hospitals at Metz and other places. She was in constant correspondence with Miss Nightingale, who from this and many other sources of information had formed a very poor opinion of the Prussian nursing, medical, and ambulance service. After collating various reports with Dr. Sutherland, Miss Nightingale said to him that, quote, "the abnormally bad among the Crimean hospitals were luxurious compared with the normal Prussian hospitals. The only Prussian hospitals up to the present standard of sanitary experience," she added, "are those of the Princess herself, and in them it was H.R.H. who taught the doctors, and not the doctors who taught her." End quote. I do not know whether she communicated to the Princess the further opinion that the root of the evil was the bureaucracy. Quote, "It shows what it means to be without the free play of public opinion through Parliament and press, which calls every public office and almost every society to account." End quote. But upon the facts Miss Nightingale spoke freely, as she was requested to do, and the Princess asked her to send documents. The Crown Princess of Germany to Miss Nightingale. Osborne, July 28, 1871. I return the deeply interesting and important papers which the Crown Prince and myself have read most attentively and word for word. The Crown Prince wishes me to thank you particularly for your having let him see these papers. Much was not new to him. You know how much interest he takes in sanitary matters, how anxious he is for reforms wherever needed. Every remark offered is therefore always gratefully received by us. Let me repeat, dear Miss Nightingale, how great a happiness it was to me to see you again. Ever yours, with sincerest admiration and respect, Victoria, Crown Princess of Germany. Of the great and practical interest which the Princess already took in hospitals we have heard above. The experiences of the Franco-Prussian War quickened it yet more, and in 1872 she drafted a report on hospital organization. Subsequently, a home and nursing school, named after her, was established in Berlin, and the Victoria Sisters, following the lead of the Nightingale nurses, undertook the nursing in municipal hospitals. The success of the Victoria Training School led in its turn to the establishment of similar institutions throughout Germany, and thus Miss Nightingale's words came true, that the trouble she took to inform and inspire the Crown Prince will bear fruit. The experience of the Franco-German War bore fruit in the better organization of the Red Cross movement, especially in this country, and the inspiration here, too, may be traced back to Miss Nightingale. The Red Cross owes its inception, as already stated, to a Swiss physician, Dr. Henri Dunant. He had witnessed the horrors of war on the bloody fields of Solferino, and he devoted his life thenceforth to the promotion and then to the extension of the Geneva Convention. In 1872, Monsieur Dunant read a paper in London upon the movement. His first words were these: Though I am known as the founder of the Red Cross and the originator of the Convention of Geneva, it is to an Englishwoman that all the honor of that convention is due. What inspired me to go to Italy during the War of 1859 was the work of Miss Florence Nightingale in the Crimea." 6. It will have been seen that during the years treated in the foregoing chapters, 1867 through 1871, Miss Nightingale did an enormous amount of work. Her health during the same period had been no better. Country air did not bring any accession of strength. There is evidence of sleepless nights in numbers of her letters dated in the small hours of the morning, and during 1870 and 1871 especially, her letters and diaries speak of great weakness. She was able to do as much as she did only by the devotion of the same friend, Dr. Sutherland, whose relations with his taskmistress have been described in an earlier chapter. More and more, indeed, she seems to have fallen into the habit, which had become almost a necessity, of saying nothing, doing nothing, writing nothing, her letters to Mr. Jowett and a few other intimate friends alone excepted, without first consulting Dr. Sutherland. I have illustrated this point incidentally in previous pages, but such occasional references give an inadequate account of the extent to which she relied upon him. "The only way I can work now," she wrote to him in 1870, "is by receiving written notes from you and working them up into my own language, then printing and showing you the work." Her papers, with hundreds upon hundreds of drafts and memoranda in Dr. Sutherland's hand, show that such was in fact the way in which the work was done, and the process was applied not only to things ultimately printed, but almost to the whole range of her correspondence. He was sometimes called upon to draft even the most delicate family letters. She was asked to suggest an inscription for the memorial to Agnes Jones at Liverpool. Dr. Sutherland had first to try his hand at it. She was put out by an unwarranted liberty which a publisher had taken with her name. The case was sent to Dr. Sutherland with a pressing appeal. "What shall I do? I have no one to act for me." He acted for her. He had artistic tastes, and served as eyes for her at the International Exhibition of 1871, when he selected some French bronzes for her to give to Mr. Jowett. Whenever she was asked to join a society or subscribe to a new institution, Dr. Sutherland had first to advise and report. Sometimes she accompanied her references to him with amusing comments, as to Uncle Sam in earlier days. Did Dr. Sutherland advise her to join a new Central Philanthropic Agency? She was inclined against it, remembering that when Cross invented a new insect, my grandmother was hard to exclaim, "Are there not enough insects already?" Sometimes a reference may have been made only or mainly for the fun of the thing, as when the census paper was left at South Street in 1871, and she sent it off by special messenger to Dr. Sutherland at the War Office to know how she was to fill it up. "Am I the head of this household?" Dr. Sutherland forbore to say that no doubt was conceivable about that. "Occupation column," she continued. "As I think that everybody ought to have a defined occupation, I should like to put what mine is, but I don't know how to define it." "Oh," replied Dr. Sutherland, "say occupation none." The last column inquired whether the householder was deaf and dumb, blind, imbecile, or lunatic. "I shall return," said she, "imbecile and blind, and if everybody did the same now, it would be true." "Don't," replied he, "you are the exception." But for the most part her references to him were on matters which either called for some quick application of worldly wisdom or involved considerable drudgery. His shrewd good sense never failed, and the drudgery, though it may have been delayed, was always done in the end. She is asked to express an opinion on some Indian health reports, and is tired. Off they go to Dr. Sutherland, who replies, "I have been through them all. You may safely say that they are very well done." Or pamphlets, memorials, prospectuses are sent to her, and she is in no mood to master them. They are consigned to him, and in course of time neat little digests are returned, and she is advised what to do or say. Every important letter is similarly sent to him with a note saying, "What am I to answer?" or "What does all this come to?" or "Please advise." "You must come tomorrow to see my letter before it goes. I want to ask you some questions, and you must be good." In years when Miss Nightingale was much in the country, as in 1870 and 1871, Dr. Sutherland's daily work for her was the heavier, because all communications were through the post. There was fret and jar between them in personal intercourse, as we have heard, and opportunity for misunderstanding was increased when two busy people were exchanging ideas by letter. This was especially the case when any work was on hand of which the scope had not been precisely defined, and Miss Nightingale was often impatient. "I could do work," she wrote on one occasion, "if it were real work, done at the least expenditure to myself. But to do a minimum of work at the greatest expenditure to myself, by driving, pumping, etc., is now physically impossible to me." Such complaints and such references to her weakness were frequent. To the latter, Dr. Sutherland always referred in terms of sympathy. "I know you are very ill. I beg you to let me help as much as I can," and so forth. With regard to the complaints, he sometimes laughed them aside. "Thanks for your parting kick, which is always pleasant to receive by them as likes it. You are a true Paddy. You like to trail your coat, but I won't tread on it." Sometimes he defended himself. "If you knew what I have had to do, I am quite sure you would not have written about the proof as you have done." And sometimes he refrained from defense other than simple denial. "I scarcely know how otherwise to reply to your attack than simply to state that it is groundless. Am I such a fool, I ask myself, as to do what she says I have done?" But this admirable man never lost his temper, and never made her reproaches an occasion for declining to help her any more. "All I can say is, I am ready to help. I am at your orders in this as in all things." Such is the continual note of his messages. In private meditations often, and in letters occasionally, Miss Nightingale spoke of herself as a vampire. When she wrote in some such sense to Mr. Jowett, he told her to put such talk aside as idle, for "that way madness lies." Yet, in a sense, there was an element of truth in what she said. She was terribly exacting. She accepted no excuses, made few allowances, and sometimes assumed that those who worked with her had nothing else to do. Dr. Sutherland was a hard worker, but allowed himself diversions. At Norwood he had a garden, and Miss Nightingale was sarcastic about his fondness for digging ponds. But he had also, besides a strong interest in their common work, an abiding admiration for the gifts, the character, and the self-devotion of his friend. In addition to his own bread-winning work, he gave an immense amount of time and labor to Miss Nightingale. In any estimate of her services to great public causes, and especially in connection with sanitation in India, an honorable place is due to the collaborator who helped her through many years with unfailing devotion. End of Part 6, Chapter 4, Advisor General on Hospitals and Nursing, Sections 4, 5, and 6.
Part 7, Chapter 1 of the Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2, by Edward Tyas Cook. Chapter 1, Out of Office Literary Work, 1872 to 1874. Work of later years, 1872 to 1910. I ask no heaven till earth be thine, nor glory crown while work of mine remaineth here. When earth shall shine among the stars, her sins wiped out, her captives free, her voice a music unto thee, for crown, new work give thou to me. Lord, here am I. I found this in an intensely evangelical Baptist American's work, a lecture he had delivered upon me. Now these lines appear to me exactly true, and an extraordinary advance in the way of truth on English evangelicalism, which banishes work like sin from heaven, and has no idea that heaven is to be made out of earth by us. Florence Nightingale, from a letter to her father, 1869. Chapter 1. I am glad that you have given up drudgery for public offices. The position which you held was always a precarious one, because dependent on temples of friendship and the goodwill of the minister. I am glad that you have a straightforward work to do now in which you are dependent on yourself. I want you to have a new life and interest. The way of influencing mankind by ideas is the more excellent way. Benjamin Jowett, Letters to Miss Nightingale, 1871, 1872. Something which you said to me on Sunday has rather disquieted me, and I hope that you will allow me to remonstrate with you about it. You said that you were going to ask permission as a patient to St. Thomas's Hospital. Do not do this. 1, because it is eccentric, and we cannot strengthen our lives by eccentricity. 2, because you will not be a patient, but a kind of directress to the institution, viewed with great alarm by the doctors. 3, when a person is engaged in a great work, I do not think the expense of living is much to be considered. The only thing is that you should live in such a way that you can do your work best. 4, I would not oppose you living at less expense if you wish, though I think that a matter of no moment, but I would live independently. 5, do you mean really to live as a patient? It will kill you. I do not add the annoyance to your father of a step which he can never be made to understand. I look at the matter solely from the point of view of your own work. I have cared about you for many years, and though I have little hope of prevailing with you, I would ask you not to set aside these reasons without consideration. So Mr. Jowett wrote to Miss Nightingale on June 22, 1872. I am flattered to hear, he wrote a little later, July 11, that you have disregarded duty and conscience for my sake. I hope that you will never in future obey a conscience which tells you to kill yourself. Will you try to hope and be at peace, and just ask of God time to complete your work? You who have done so much for others ought sometimes to reflect that you have had a great blessing and happiness. The intention which Miss Nightingale had formed, and from which Mr. Jowett dissuaded her, was not a passing fancy. It was in accord with a deep-seated conviction, as may be seen from a document already quoted. Nor, though she listened to Mr. Jowett's advice, did she entirely abandon her purpose. Later in the year she still thought of giving up her pleasant house in South Street, and she set various friends to report upon furnished apartments in the immediate neighbourhood of St. Thomas's Hospital. They could not find anything that seemed suitable, and she gave up the idea. But as she could not go to St. Thomas's, she contrived, as we shall hear in a later chapter, that St. Thomas's should come to her. She devoted herself from this time more largely than heretofore to the detailed supervision of the Nightingale School, both in what she did and in what she now left undone. The year 1872 marks a new departure in her life. It is explained by a summary entry in her diary. This year I go out of office. Miss Nightingale had been in office, as she called it, continuously since her departure for Scutari in October 1854. She had been closely employed, that is to say, sometimes officially, sometimes unofficially, upon the administrative work of various departments in matters pertaining to her special interests. With the advent of Mr. Gladstone to power in 1868, her work in this sort had much diminished. Her friend, Captain Galton, had gone from the War Office. She occasionally intervened in minor matters, as on one occasion when her friend, Mr. Lowe, agreed with Mr. Cardwell to accept her view about a certain pension to the widow of an officer, and there were other cases of the kind, as when she obtained an attentive hearing from Mr. Bruce, Home Secretary, for a memorandum which she submitted on the working of the Contagious Diseases Act. But her constant employment in connection with the War Office was over. She had argued with herself in some meditations during 1871 whether she ought to make a bid, as it were, for office again. She could still exercise a certain official influence, she thought, if she chose to seek out ministers and ask them to call upon her. But the political times were out of joint, she argued on the other side, so far as her special aptitudes were concerned. The strength of Mr. Gladstone's government was thrown into political reform, not into administration. The administration of the departments, as she was not alone in thinking, was defective. There are many letters of this period in which she contrasts the days of Peel and Sidney Herbert with those of Gladstone or Disraeli. "But I must stop," she says in one of them, "or you will say that I am aping Southey, who said, you know, that the last ministry was so bad that nothing could be worse except the present. But Coleridge differed from him, for he thought the present ministry so bad that nothing could be worse except the last." At any rate, what Miss Nightingale cared for and was fitted for, she said to herself, was only administration. In the years when she was in office, she had not only written reports, she had been able to organize the mechanism for carrying them out. Now that administration was going, as she thought, to the dogs, it was time for her to be out of office. That such was the lot appointed to her was borne in by something that happened early in 1872. In February, Lord Mayo was assassinated, a personal grief to Miss Nightingale and a great blow, she said, to her cause, and Lord Northbrook was appointed to succeed him as Governor-General. Miss Nightingale was personally acquainted with Lord Northbrook, who had been a friend, as also for a time a colleague, of Sidney Herbert, but he left for India without coming to see her. "You have worked for eternity," wrote Mr. Jowett, April 3, to whom she had reported the new Viceroy's neglect. "Why should you be troubled at the Governor-General not coming to see you, as he most certainly ought to have done? Put not your trust in princes or in princesses, or in the War Office, or in the India Office. All that sort of thing necessarily rests on a sandy foundation. I wonder that you have been able to carry on so long with them." Lord Northbrook was friendly nevertheless, as appears from his reply, when she wrote and asked him to see Mr. Clark, the sanitary and civil engineer. Lord Northbrook to Miss Nightingale. Calcutta, January 3, 1873. I had great pleasure in seeing Mr. Clark, for I had seen his works at Barrackpore, and knew of the great results which, so far as the statistics up to the present time can be said to prove them, have followed from the supply of pure water to Calcutta. I hope soon to see his drainage works at the Salt Lakes, and I have got the particulars of his plan for catchwater roofs for military buildings, which I will look at carefully as soon as I can. At present I am a little overwhelmed with business which has been accumulating during my tour. You may be assured of two things: that I fully understand the importance of pure water for the soldiers, and that I shall always receive with pleasure and consider with attention any suggestions which you may kindly give me, both on your own account and because you were so much associated on these matters with my old master, Lord Herbert. Yours very sincerely, Northbrook. Part 2. The question had become instant thereupon. What was she to do next? Mr. Jowett's letters to her at this time, as also her own private notes, show that she was in a mood of great depression, due in part to much physical weakness and suffering, but in part also to unsettlement in her plan of life. She knew not exactly what to be at. She saw before her, as she wrote, no consecutive path growing out of one's own deeds, but only a succession of disjointed lives and unconnected events. Never, she wrote again, has God let me feel weariness of active life, but only anxiety to get on. Now in old age I never wish to be relieved from new work, but only to have it to do. With what zeal she threw herself into fuller work for the Nightingale School at St. Thomas's we shall hear. But that was not enough. She could not see nurses and write to nurses all day long, though indeed she devoted to such duties as many hours as some people would consider a sufficient day's work. And besides, she was now spending a large part of the year with her father or mother in the country. She needed some recreation, and the only recreation she ever found was in change of work. She sought no glory crown over folded hands. Mr. Jowett seized the occasion to repeat his advice that she should find recreation in literary work. Now that she meant to free herself from official drudgery, let her gain permanent influence by writing books or essays. I think, he said, that you seem to me to have more ideas than any one whom I know. And again, December 14, 1871, you have many original thoughts, but you either insert them in blue books or cast them before swine. That is me, and I sometimes insert them in sermons. You should have a more consecutive way of going on. She recalled, too, advice and remonstrances which she had received from Mr. Mill. In 1867, the National Society for Woman's Suffrage was founded. Mill had asked her to join it, and she had at first refused. John Stuart Mill to Miss Nightingale. Blackheath Park, August 9, 1867. As I know how fully you appreciate a great many of the evil effects produced upon the character of women, and operating to the destruction of their own and others' happiness, by the existing state of opinion, and as you have done me the honour to express some regard for my opinion on these subjects, I should not like to abstain from mentioning the formation of a society aimed, in my opinion, at the very root of all the evils you deplore, and have passed your life in combating. There are a great number of people, particularly women, who, from want of the habit of reflecting on politics, are quite incapable of realizing the enormous power of politics, that is to say, of legislation, to confer happiness and also to influence the opinion and the moral nature of the governed. As I am convinced that this power is by far the greatest that it is possible to wield for human happiness, I can neither approve of women who decline the responsibility of wielding it, nor of men who would shut out women from the right to wield it. Until women do wield it to the best of their ability, little or great, and that in a direct, open manner, I am convinced that the evils of which I know you to be peculiarly aware can never be satisfactorily dealt with, and this conviction must be my apology for troubling you. Miss Nightingale to John Stuart Mill, 35 South Street, August 11, 1867. I can't tell you how much pleased I was, nor how grateful I feel that you should take the trouble to write to me. And if I ill-naturedly answer your question by asking one, it is because I have scarcely any one who can give me, as my dear friend Mr. Clough, long since dead, said, a considered opinion. That women should have the suffrage, I think no one can be more deeply convinced than I. It is so important for a woman to be a person, as you say, and I think I see this most strongly in married life. If the woman is not a person, it does almost infinite harm, even to her husband. And the harm is greatest when the man is a very clever man, and the woman is a very clever woman. But it will be years before you obtain the suffrage for women, and in the meantime there are evils which press much more hardly on women than the want of the suffrage. And will not this, when obtained, put women in opposition to those who withhold these rights from them, so as to retard still further the legislation which is necessary to put them in possession of their rights. I ask humbly, and I am afraid you will laugh at me, could not the existing disabilities as to property and influence of women be swept away by the legislature as it stands at present, and equal responsibilities be given, as they ought to be, to both men and women? I do not like to take up your time with giving instances redressable by legislation, in which my experience tells me that women, and especially poor and married women, are most hardly pressed upon now. No matron serving on a large scale, as I have done, and with the smallest care for her nurses, can be unaware of these. Till a married woman can be in possession of her own property, there can be no love or justice. But there are many other evils, as I need not tell you. Is it possible that if woman suffrage is agitated as a means of removing these evils, the effect may be to prolong their existence? Is it not the case that at present there is no opposition between the two elements of the nation, but that if both had equal political power, there is a probability that the social reforms required might become matter of political partisanship, and so the weaker go to the wall? I can scarcely expect that you will have time to answer my humble questions. As to my being on the society you mention, you know there is scarcely anything which, if you were to tell me that it is right politically, I would not do. But I have no time. It is 14 years this very day that I entered upon work which has never left me 10 minutes leisure, not even to be ill. And I am obliged never to give my name where I cannot give my work. If you will not think me egotistical, I will say why I have kept off the stage of these things. In the years that I have passed in government offices, I have never felt the want of a vote, because if I had been a borough returning 2 members to Parliament, I should have had less administrative influence. And I have thought that I could work better for others off the stage than on it. Added to which, I am an incurable invalid, entirely a prisoner to my room. But I entirely agree, if I may be allowed to agree with so great an authority, that women's political power should be direct and open, not indirect. And I ought to ask your pardon for occupying you for one single moment with my own personal situation. As you have had the kindness to let me address you, I cannot help putting in one more word on a subject very near my heart, the India Sanitary Service. I have worked very hard at this for 6 years, and during all those years my great wish has been, would it be possible to ask Mr. Mill for his help and influence? But you were so busy. Pray believe me, dear sir, ever your faithful servant, Florence Nightingale. Mr. Mill found time for a considered opinion of great elaboration and weight. It has been printed elsewhere. With his reply to Miss Nightingale's humble but argumentative questions, we are not here concerned. Though she never took any prominent part in the movement for female suffrage, she joined the Society in 1868, allowed her name to be placed on the General Committee in 1871, was an annual subscriber to its funds, and in 1878 sent an expression of her opinion on the subject for publication. It was, however, Mr. Mill's remarks upon her personal situation that now, in 1872, came back to her. If, he had said, you prefer to do your work rather by moving the hidden springs than by allowing yourself to be known to the world as doing what you really do, it is not for me to make any observations on this preference, inasmuch as I am bound to presume that you have good reasons for it, other than to say that I much regret that this preference is so very general among women. She ought not, he went on to suggest, to hide her good deeds. And finally, I feel, he wrote, some hesitation in saying to you what I think of the responsibility that lies upon each one of us to stand steadfastly and with all the boldness and all the humility that a deep sense of duty can inspire, by what the experience of life and an honest use of our own intelligence has taught us to be the truth. To some of this expostulation she had at the time a conclusive rejoinder. She could not write to the Times and say, "Be it known that I suggested such and such a dispatch to a Secretary of State, and am corresponding in such and such a sense with the Governor General." But if she were out of office, the plea for seclusion behind the scenes failed, nor was it ever perhaps of much cogency in relation to her views on religious and social matters. Now that she had gone out of office, was it not her duty to come into the open with her pen? Part 3. The first literary task which Miss Nightingale set herself under this impulse took the form of a series of magazine articles in which she hoped to embody the leading ideas contained in the voluminous Suggestions for Thought already described. "During the 10 years and more that I have known you," wrote Mr. Jowett, October 31, 1872, "you have repeated to me the expression 'character of God' about 1,000 times, but I can't say that I have any clear idea of what you mean." Why did she not try and explain? In an earlier letter, February 28, 1871, Mr. Jowett had suggested the form of short papers or essays. She now wrote 3 of them, of which the first 2 were published, entitled respectively A Note of Interrogation, A Subnote of Interrogation, What Will Our Religion Be in 1999, and On What Government Night Will Mr. Lowe Bring Out Our New Moral Budget, another subnote of interrogation. In the first paper, Miss Nightingale, in a questioning and allusive style, defined her conception of God as a God of law, whose character may be learnt from social and moral science, and defended such a conception against some current ideas of Christian churches on the one side, and against the too cold and impersonal creed, as she thought, of positivism on the other. The affinity of her doctrine at some points with the creed of positivism is obvious, but she held as an axiom that the existence of law implied a lawgiver, and it is a very different thing, she wrote elsewhere, fighting against evil for our own sakes, or fighting for the sake of the lawgiver who arms us, fighting with or without a commander. The scope of the second paper is harder to describe, for it throws out a large number of criticisms and suggestions on life, morals, and philosophy in no very closely related order. The general idea, however, is that the purification of religion requires not destructive criticism, but reconstruction and a reordering of modern life on the lines of social service, in which latter connection Miss Nightingale paid a glowing tribute to the pioneer of East End settlers. These 2 papers, though they attempt to cover too much ground in a small space, abound in happy things by the way. We are told, for instance, that Matthew Arnold's Literature and Dogma is marred by a tendency not to fight like a man, but to scratch like a cat. The doctrine of eternal punishment is criticized in the words of the pauper who said to his nurse after seeing the chaplain, "It does seem hard to have suffered so much here, only to go to everlasting torments hereafter." The creed of some contented politicians is hit off by saying that they talk of the masses as if they were Silurian strata. The third of Miss Nightingale's papers is the hardest to describe because it is the most crowded of the series. Its practical purpose may be said in the language of later politics to be a plea for social reform. There must be a Chancellor of the Exchequer and a budget, for morality and crime as for finance. Her conception of social and moral science as an almost statistical study is glanced at, and the controversy between free will and necessity is disposed of by the way. Miss Nightingale sent her papers successively to Mr. Froude. He was delighted with the first and with the second. "Your second note," he said, "is even more pregnant than the first. I cannot tell how sanitary with disordered intellects the effects of such papers will be." They appeared in Fraser's Magazine for May and July 1873. Carlyle was not so favourably impressed. Miss Nightingale's second paper, he said, was like a lost lamb bleeding on the mountain. Mr. Froude's criticism on the third was that it lacked focusing. The whole art of getting culinary fire out of intellectual sunlight depends on that. The third article, accordingly, was not printed. Miss Nightingale did not relish Carlyle's remark, and her equanimity was perhaps not restored by the domestic assurance that Florence's mistake had been in not submitting the manuscript to her sister's revision. One of the best things in the paper which was not published was a postscript. The first article had been widely noticed in the pulpit and the press, and had brought to the author many letters, some sympathetic, as from Mr. Edward Maitland, others sorrowfully critical. There were those who promised to pray for her conversion daily, and invited her to join them in that exercise. They had not read the article, it seemed, but only a review of it, and among the printed critiques was one which began, "My knowledge of the scope of this paper is derived from the report of a discourse upon it." In her proposed postscript, Miss Nightingale took this opportunity of thanking unknown friends for their sympathy and suggestions, and still more unknown friend-enemies for their criticisms. But yet more should I have thanked the latter had their criticisms been on my poor little article in its rough state, the original Cow and Snuffers, and not on seeing the extract of a criticism of an extract of my article. Certainly a new art must have arisen in my elderly age, out-magazining, and I hereby confidentially inform the shade of Mr. Fraser that he may, on application to me, see columns, closely printed columns, of small but cruel print upon a paper, which the writers state that they have not read. What? Read a paper which we are going to review? Yes, Mr. Fraser, this is what magazining has come to. Articles, and not even written on original works, even if that work be only an article, but on a review of an article, and not even upon that, but upon a review of an extract of an article, or sometimes upon an extract of a sermon, upon an extract of a review of an article. I ought to feel flattered. I try to feel flattered. But, Mr. Fraser, is life long enough for this? Is this the way to human progress? But as this will not be read by my unknown critics, I come to a stop. The practice which Miss Nightingale thus satirized has not become less frequent in later days, when the newspapers supply their readers not with political speeches, but with opinions based on summaries of them, and when what are called educational handbooks aim at giving the student the power of passing a critical judgment upon authors without the necessity of reading them. End of Part 7, Chapter 1, Parts 1, 2, and 3. Part 7, Chapter 1 of The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2, by Edward Tyas Cook. Out of Office Literary Work Continued. 4 and 5. A few days after the appearance of Miss Nightingale's first paper in Fraser, Mr. Mill died of a local endemic disease at his house near Avignon. She was profoundly moved. Miss Nightingale to Julius Mole, May 20, 1873. John Stuart Mill's death was a great shock to me. Mr. Grote used to say of him, "Talk of Mill's logic, why he is thrilling with emotion to the very finger ends." That is just what he was. Now speaker and subject are both gone. He said at Mr. Grote's funeral with an agony of tears, "We might have kept him 10 years longer." And now we say of himself with tears, "We might have kept him for 10 years longer." He was only 67. He was always urging me to publish. He used to say, with the passion which he put into everything he did say, "I have no patience with people who will not publish because they think the world is not ripe enough for their ideas. That is only conceit or cowardice. If anybody has thought out anything which he conceives to be truth, in heaven's name let him say it." I did not answer that letter. I thought that this year I have left much of the India and War Office work, and much of it has left me. I would resume with John Stuart Mill and do as he told me. I put the article in Fraser's Magazine, which I now send you to please him. And now he is dead and will never know that I intended to do what he wished. He used to say, "Tell the world what you think. Your experience, it will probably strike the world more than anything that could be told it." He quoted my stuff in his book, which he ought not to have done. I published my book on Socrates' mother, partly to please him. It was a very odd thing. It was a subject he had taken up. He was president of a society for that. When he was in England, till a fortnight before his death, I could not find his address. I was so overwhelmed with business and illness. I did not know he was going away, and I did not send him this book. And now he is dead and will never know. But I scarcely regret his death. He was not a happy man. He was a man who was so sure to develop very much in a future life. He had queer religious notions, did not believe in a God or in a future life, but believed in a sort of conflict between two powers of good and evil. I remember showing you one of his letters, and you said it was just like Zoroaster, but he was the most truly liberal man I ever knew. If it were for the cause of truth that he should be defeated, he would have liked to have been defeated. And now he is dead, and we shall never see his like again. It was characteristic of Miss Nightingale that she entered into correspondence with Mr. Chadwick on the sanitary state of Mr. Mill's house and the climatic conditions of Provence in May. Mr. Chadwick had to put himself right in her eyes by explaining that he had not been consulted by their friend on those subjects, and had never been invited by him to Avignon. 5. Other literary work which occupied Miss Nightingale a good deal at this time was undertaken either to help Mr. Jowett or in accordance with his advice. He had urged her to work out her notion of divine perfection and her theory of the family in relation to sisterhoods and other forms of association. Miss Nightingale wrote essays accordingly on what is the evidence that there is a perfect God, on what is the character of God, and on Christian fellowship as a means to progress. The gist of the latter essay may be given in a letter of an earlier date. Miss Nightingale to Benjamin Jowett, July 1870. I think that Faraday's idea of friendship is very high, one who will serve his companion next to his God. And when one thinks that most, nay, almost all people have no idea of friendship at all except pleasant juxtaposition, it strikes one with admiration. Yet is Faraday's idea not mine. My idea of a friend is one who will and can join you in work, the sole purpose of which is to serve God. Two in one and one in God. It almost exactly answers Jesus Christ's words, and so extraordinarily blessed have I been that I have had 3 such friends. I can truly say that during the 5 years that I worked with Sidney Herbert every day and nearly all day, From the moment he came into the room, no other idea came in but that of doing the work with the best of our powers in the service of God. And this, though he was a man of the most varied and brilliant conversational genius I have ever known, far beyond Macaulay, whom I also knew. This is heaven, and this is what makes me say I've had my heaven. The two other friends with whom in former times she had been a fellow worker were Arthur Clough and her aunt, Mrs. Smith. Miss Nightingale's other essays led to much correspondence with Mr. Jowett, but as they failed to come up to his standard, they were laid aside. Many of her letters to him were themselves almost essays. Extracts from one or two consecutive letters will show the kind of discussions into which Miss Nightingale loved to involve her Oxford friend, and upon which he was nothing loath to enter. Benjamin Jowett to Miss Nightingale, Torquay, September 29, 1871. I must answer your letter by driblets. When you admit that a part of the witness of the character of God is to be sought for in nature, how do you distinguish between the true and false witness of nature? For we cannot deny that physical good is sometimes at variance with moral. For example, in marriage, the sole or chief principle ought to be health and strength in the parents, whether with or without a marriage ceremony. In other words, Plato's Republic, I mean on physical principles. Or again, the laws of physical improvement would require that we should get rid of sickly and deformed infants. And if, as Huxley would say, you reconstruct the world on a physical basis, you have to go to war with received principles of morality. I suppose that the answer is you must take man as a whole and make morality and the mind the limit of physical improvement. But it is not easy to see what this limit is, because men's conceptions of morality vary, and although we may form ideals, we have to descend from them in practice. Therefore, I do not agree with you in thinking that there are no difficulties, although the old difficulties about origin of evil, etc., are generally a hocus of theologians. Miss Nightingale to Benjamin Jowett. Lea Hurst, October 3, 1871. I am quite scandalized at your materialism. I shall shut up you and Plato for 100 years in punishment in another world till you have both obtained clearer views. Is it for an old maid like me to be preaching to you, a master in Israel, that even on physical principles there are essential points in marriage to turn out the best order of children, which, being absent, the perfection of health and strength in both parents is of no avail, even for the physical part of the children? And might I just ask one small question, whether you consider man has a little soul? If he has ever such a little one, you can scarcely consider him as a simple body, an animal, or even as a twin, the soul being one twin and the body the other, but as all one, the soul and the body making one being, although only in this sense. If you do, at all events, God does not, and consequently he makes a great many more things enter into the physical constitution even of the children than the mere health and strength of the parents. My son, really, Plato talked nonsense about this. Take a much more material thing than the producing of a bad or degenerate family or race. Take a railway accident. What are the laws therein concerned? You have by no means only to consider the physical laws, the strength of iron, the speed of steam, the smoothness of rails, the friction, etc., etc., but you have to consider the state of mind of directors, whether they care only for their dividends, so that the railway servants are underpaid or overworked, etc., etc. You quote Huxley. He is undoubtedly one of the prime educators of the age, but he makes a profound mistake when he says to mankind, objects of sense are more worthy of your attention than your inferences and imaginations. On the contrary, the finest powers man is gifted with are those which enable him to infer from what he sees what he can't see. They lift him into truth of far higher import than that which he learns from the senses alone. I believe that the laws of nature all tend to improve the whole man, moral and physical, that it is absurd to consider man either as a body to be improved or as a soul to be improved separately. As to the laws of physical improvement requiring that we should get rid of sickly and deformed infants, they require that we should prevent or improve, not that we should kill them. That would be to get rid of some of the finest intellectual and moral specimens of our human nature that have ever existed. And even were this not the case, the heroism, the patience, the wisdom of our race have been more called forth by dealing with these and the like forms of evil than by almost anything else. The good of man in its highest sense cannot be attained by neglecting one set of laws or one aspect of man's nature and cultivating another. I entirely therefore agree that you must take man as a whole, but this seems at variance with the celebrated author's next sentence, and make morality and the mind the limit of physical improvement. If I were writing, I should use a word signifying the exact reverse, not limit, but expansion, enlargement, multiplication, master, or informing spirit. As Plato says, the mind informs the body, owns the body is the servant of the mind. How can the owner and the master be the limit? We must really pray for your conversion. Benjamin Jowett to Miss Nightingale, Torquay, October 4. What have I said to deserve such an outburst? I have no wish to shake the foundation of society. What I think about these matters is feebly expressed in a part of essay at the end of the introduction to the Republic, but when I come to a second edition, I will express it better. A comparison of the passage in the first and second editions of Mr. Jowett's introduction, respectively, shows how largely he profited by the criticisms in the foregoing letter. His Plato first appeared in 1871, and at once he began revising it. In this work, Miss Nightingale gave him great help. Her Greek had now grown a little rusty, but her interest in the substance of Plato was intense. She annotated Mr. Jowett's summaries and introductions very closely and sent him voluminous suggestions for revision. "You are the best critic," he wrote, "whom I ever had." Several of Miss Nightingale's notes are preserved in rough copy amongst her papers, and by means of them her hand may be traced in many a page of Mr. Jowett's revised work. In the first edition of the Introduction to the Republic, he made some remarks on love as a motive in poetry which excited Miss Nightingale's strong disapproval. She agreed that the illusion of the feelings commonly called love was a motive of which too much had been made. But the poets, she thought, had as yet hardly touched the theme of true love, two in one and one in God, as an incentive to heroic action. The philosopher may be excused, Mr. Jowett had written, if he imagines an age when poetry and sentiment have disappeared and truth has taken the place of imagination, and the feelings of love are understood and estimated at their proper value. "Take out that mean calumny, my son," wrote Miss Nightingale. "Take it out this minute. Blaspheme not against love." The offending sentence was expunged in the second edition. Mr. Jowett had gone on to blaspheme a little against art, citing the Mohammedans as a case of the state of the human mind in which all artistic representations are regarded as a false and imperfect expression either of the religious or of the philosophical ideal. Miss Nightingale objected that the Mohammedans had renounced the use of pictures and images, but not of architecture. Mosques are the highest kind of art, the one true representation of the one God, the glory of God in the highest, the most high of the most high, higher than any Christian art or architecture, as you would say if you had seen the mosques of Cairo. Mr. Jowett recast his passage and used Miss Nightingale's illustration almost in her words. "I'm always stealing from you," he said. On his introduction to the Gorgias, she made an interesting criticism. Is not Socrates more ineffably tiresome, and at the same time does he not speak higher truth in the Gorgias than anywhere else? Why call these higher truths paradoxes? Are not your sermons always a sort of apology for talking to them of God? And why should your introductions be a sort of apology for recognizing that Socrates speaks the highest truth and no paradox? Have guarded statements, whether about God or any particular moral or truth, ever produced enthusiasm of religion or in morality? Is there any dialogue, not even excepting the Phaedo and Crito, where he is so much in earnest? He is so terribly in earnest that towards the end he even throws all his dialectic aside and makes even Polus in earnest. To me, speaking as one of the stupid and ignorant, it seems that your introduction dwells too much on the form of the Gorgias, and does not bring out in sufficiently striking relief the great truths which Socrates labours so strenuously to enforce that he almost seems to lose himself in them. These great moral truths are they not? 1. It is a greater evil to do than to suffer injustice. If you call this a paradox, why do you not call the 53rd chapter of Isaiah a paradox? Is it not the highest of truths? 2. It is a greater evil not to be punished than to be punished for wrong. I have no idea why you call this a paradox. It follows from all the higher experience of the life of every one of us. In family life, I see it every day. I see the spoilt child making himself, and oftener herself, and everyone else miserable down to mature life or extreme old age. Though the punishments of my life have been somewhat severe, yet I can bless God even in this world that never in all my life have I been allowed to do as I liked. If the reader cares to take this passage to a comparison of the second with the first edition of Mr. Jowett's introduction, he will discover again how largely and closely Miss Nightingale's criticisms were accepted. She dealt similarly, giving precise references for every statement, with the greater part of the dialogues. In the Phaedrus, said Mr. Jowett, July 22, 1873, I have put in most of what you suggested and made some additions. You are quite right in thinking that I should get as much modern truth into the introductions as possible. It is a great opportunity which I have had in view, but not so clearly as since you wrote to me. Miss Nightingale continued, as in former years, to send Mr. Jowett suggestions for sermons. "I have written part of your sermon," he wrote, when she had sent him an outline of what she would like him to preach from the university pulpit. When he became master of Balliol, he projected a special form for daily service in the college chapel, and Miss Nightingale suggested a selection of passages from the Psalms under the heads of God the Lord, God the Judge, God the Father, God the Friend, the Way of the Cross, and so forth. Mr. Jowett had, however, to abandon the project in deference to superior authority. Another scheme was carried out. In 1873, an edition of the Bible appeared which has a history of some interest. The School and Children's Bible, it was called. The name of the Rev. William Rogers of Bishopsgate appears on the title page, but the selection was in fact made for the most part by Mr. Jowett, with the help of some of his friends. That Mr. Swinburne was one of these friends we know from the poet's own recollections. It is not generally known that the other principal collaborator with Mr. Jowett was Miss Nightingale. Mr. Swinburne's help was in one respect disappointing. "I wanted you," said Mr. Jowett to him with a smile, "to help me to make this book smaller, and you have persuaded me to make it much larger." The poet, who was complimented on his thorough familiarity with sundry parts of the sacred text, thought that Mr. Jowett had excluded too much of the prophetic and poetic elements, not taking into account the delight that a child may take in things beyond the grasp of his perfect comprehension, though not beyond the touch of his apprehensive or prehensile faculty. Miss Nightingale, whose familiarity with the Bible was probably even closer and more extensive than Mr. Swinburne's, and with whom biblical criticism was a favourite study, also wanted a great deal put in which Mr. Jowett had left out, but her instinct for edification led her to suggest equivalent omissions. She took great pains with her suggestions, illustrating them in letters to Mr. Jowett, with many characteristic remarks by the way. It is impossible to keep up acquaintance with a man, however otherwise estimable, who separates the 26 last chapters of Isaiah from Isaiah merely by a shabby little note and asterisk. Surely those chapters belong to the end of the Babylonish captivity, and should be separated by a distinct division, while the shabby little note and asterisk might go to some isolated chapters, for example, 13, 14. Among the first 39 which belong to the same time, the end of the captivity, whereas the first 39 chapters generally appear to belong to the Middle Ages of prophecy. But as it may be judged inconvenient to put chapters 40 to 46 of Isaiah in a different part of the Bible, I will concede that point, and simply classify them. I follow Ewald's order. But they must be under a separate heading, with End of Babylonian Captivity, or words to that effect, printed distinctly under the heading, not in a note. More generally, she criticized the first selection sent to her as showing some want of proportion. There was no clear plan, she thought, as to the space to be given, respectively, to A. Matters of universal importance, moral and spiritual, for example, the finest parts of Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and the New Testament. B. Matters of historical importance, for example, which embrace the history of great nations, Egypt, Assyria, Babylon. The petty wars of the petty tribes seem to take up a quite disproportionate space. C. Matters of local importance, which have acquired a universal moral significance. For example, Jonah is entirely left out. Yet Jonah has a moral and spiritual meaning, while Samson, Balaam, and Bathsheba have none. D. Matters of merely local importance with no significance but an immoral one. For example, the stories about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, almost all Joshua and Judges, and very much of Samuel and Kings. The story of Achilles and his horses is far more fit for children than that of Balaam and his ass, which is only fit to be told to asses. The stories of Samson and of Jephthah are only fit to be told to bulldogs, and the story of Bathsheba to be told to Bathshebas. Yet we give all these stories to children as Holy Writ. There are some things in Homer we might better call Holy Writ. many, many in Sophocles and Aeschylus. The stories about Andromache and Antigone are worth all the women in the Old Testament put together, nay, almost all the women in the Bible. I have just finished the Children's Bible, wrote Mr. Jowett, February 10, 1872. I blessed you every time I took the papers up, especially in the Prophets. I have adopted your selection almost entirely with a slight abridgment, and it is further approved by Mr. Cheney's authority. These various literary enterprises, undertaken at Mr. Jowett's instance, occupied a great deal of Miss Nightingale's time. More time, as she sometimes said to herself, than could rightly be spared from primary duties, and the time was spent, she added in her self-reproaches, to little purpose. In some respects, Mr. Jowett's suggestions to her were not very happy. One cannot elaborate in a consecutive form a scheme of theology or a social philosophy, even through the medium of essays in odd hours, as a bye-work. So Miss Nightingale soon found, and the failure weighed heavily on her spirits. But Mr. Jowett did not realize how great was the strain upon his friend's faculties involved in her nursing work, nor how much time, effort, and emotion she was devoting, though out of office, to the complicated problems of Indian administration. We who have access to her papers shall learn the full extent of these preoccupations in later chapters 3 and 4, but something must first be said of another literary enterprise. To it Miss Nightingale's close study of the Bible and of Plato was entirely relevant. Such studies were, as we shall find in the next chapter, part of the food which sustained her inner life. End of Out of Office Literary Work Continued. 4 and 5. Part 7, Chapter 2 of The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2, by Edward Tyas Cook. Chapter 2, The Mystical Way. Mysticism, to dwell on the unseen, to withdraw ourselves from the things of sense into communion with God, to endeavour to partake of the divine nature, that is, of holiness. When we ask ourselves only what is right or what is the will of God, the same question, then we may truly be said to live in His light. Florence Nightingale. It has been mentioned incidentally in an earlier chapter that Miss Nightingale was fond of reading the books of Catholic devotion which the Reverend Mother of the Bermondsey Convent used to send her. Long before, she had studied carefully the writings of the Port Royalists, and at the Trinità de Monte she had seen the ideal of Catholic devotion in real life. She used to pass on some of her devotional works to Mr. Jowett. He began with St. Teresa, and at first repelled, he gradually became interested. Miss Nightingale was in the habit of copying out passages for her own edification, sometimes in the original, sometimes translating them. The idea of making a selection for publication occurred to her, and Mr. Jowett encouraged it. "Do not give up your idea," he said, "of making a selection of the better mind of the Middle Ages and the mystics. You will do a good work," he wrote again, October 3, 1872, "if you point out the kind of mysticism which is needed in the present day. Not mysticism at all, but as intense a feeling as the mystics had, of the power of truth and reason, and of the will of God that they should take effect in the world. The passion of the reason, the fusion of faith and reason, the reason in religion, and the religion in reason. If you can only describe these, you will teach people a new lesson. The new has something still to learn from the old, and I am not certain whether we ought not to retire into mysticism. I thought I should not use the word, when the antagonism with existing opinions becomes too great. Miss Nightingale's close study of Plato and of the Bible, described in the last chapter, increased her interest in Christian mysticism. The fourth Gospel was the work of a mystic, and there were curious analogies, which she pointed out to Mr. Jowett, between Plato and the mediaeval mystics. The famous myth of the purified soul, for instance, recalled a passage in the Fioretti of St. Francis, except that there the purgatorial stage, before the wings grow, lasts 150 years instead of 10,000. Miss Nightingale said of the closing prayer in the Phaedrus, "Give me beauty in the inward soul, and may the outward and inward man be at one." A prayer unequalled, she thought, by any collect in the service book, that it put in 17 words the whole or at least half of the doctrine of St. John of the Cross. Plato made her the more interested in the Christian mystics, the Christian mystics the more interested in Plato. Concurrently with her work for Mr. Jowett's revised Plato, she gave much time during 1873 and 1874, with additions in later years, to transcribing or translating and arranging passages from devotional writers of the Middle Ages. She had sent some of her book in various stages to Mr. Jowett, who, with other suggestions, said, April 18, 1873, that she ought to add a preface showing the use of such books. They are apt to appear unreal, and yet Thomas à Kempis has been one of the most influential books in the world. The subject of the preface should be the use of the ideal, and especially the spiritual ideal. I do not say what may be the case with great saints themselves, but for us I think it is clear that this mystic state ought to be an occasional and not a permanent feeling, a taste of heaven in daily life. Do you think it would be possible to write a mystical book which would also be the essence of common sense? 2. I construct the preface from various notes and rough drafts in Miss Nightingale's hand. It may seem a strange thing to begin a book with, "This book is not for any one who has time to read it," but the meaning of it is. This reading is good only as a preparation for work. If it is not to inspire life and work, it is bad, just as the end of food is to enable us to live and work, and not to live and eat. So the end of most reading perhaps, but certainly of mystical reading, is not to read but to work. For what is mysticism? Is it not the attempt to draw near to God, not by rites or ceremonies, but by inward disposition? Is it not merely a hard word for "the kingdom of heaven is within"? Heaven is neither a place nor a time. There might be a heaven not only here, but now. It is true that sometimes we must sacrifice not only health of body, but health of mind, or peace, in the interest of God. That is, we must sacrifice heaven. But "thou shalt be like God, for thou shalt see him as he is." This may be here and now, as well as there and then. And it may be for a time, then lost, then recovered, both here and there, both now and then. That religion is not devotion, but work and suffering for the love of God. This is the true doctrine of mystics, as is more particularly set forth in a definition of the 16th century. True religion is to have no other will but God's. Compare this with the definition of religion in Johnson's Dictionary: virtue founded upon reverence of God and expectation of future rewards and punishments. In other words, on respect and self-interest, not love. Imagine the religion which inspired the life of Christ, founded on the motives given by Dr. Johnson. Christ himself was the first true mystic. "My meat is to do the will of him that sent me, and to finish his work." What is this but putting in fervent and the most striking words the foundation of all real mystical religion, which is that for all our actions, all our words, all our thoughts, the food upon which they are to live and have their being is to be the indwelling presence of God, the union with God, that is, with the Spirit of goodness and wisdom. Where shall I find God? In myself. That is the true mystical doctrine. But then I myself must be in a state for him to come and dwell in me. This is the whole aim of the mystical life, and all mystical rules in all times and countries have been laid down for putting the soul into such a state. That the soul herself should be heaven, that our Father which is in heaven should dwell in her, that there is something within us infinitely more estimable than often comes out, that God enlarges this palace of our soul by degrees so as to enable her to receive himself, that thus he gives her liberty, but that the soul must give herself up absolutely to him for him to do this. The incalculable benefit of this occasional but frequent intercourse with the perfect. This is the conclusion and sum of the whole matter, put into beautiful language by the mystics. And of this process they describe the steps, and assign periods of months and years during which the steps, they say, are commonly made by those who make them at all. These old mystics, whom we call superstitious, were far before us in their ideas of God and of prayer, that is, of our communion with God. Prayer, says a mystic of the 16th century, is to ask not what we wish of God, but what God wishes of us. Master, who hast made and formed the vessel of the body of thy creature, and hast put within so great a treasure, the soul, which bears the image of thee. So begins a dying prayer of the 14th century. In it, and in the other prayers of the mystics, there is scarcely a petition. There is never a word of the theory that God's dealings with us are to show his power, still less of the theory that of his own good pleasure he has predestined any souls to eternal damnation. There is little mention of heaven for self, of desire of happiness for self, none. It is singular how little mention there is either of intercession or of atonement by another's merits. True it is that we can only create a heaven for ourselves and others by the merits of another, since it is only by working in accordance with God's laws that we can do anything. But there is nothing at all in these prayers as if God's anger had to be bought off, as if he had to be bribed into giving us heaven by sufferings merely to satisfy God's justice. In the dying prayers there is nothing of the egotism of death. It is the reformation of God's church, that is, God's children, for whom the self would give itself, that occupies the dying thoughts. There is not often a desire to be released from trouble and suffering. On the contrary, there is often a desire to suffer the greatest suffering, and to offer the greatest offering, with even greater pain, if so any work can be done. And still this and all is ascribed to God's goodness. The offering is not to buy anything by suffering, but if only the suppliant can do anything for God's children. These suppliants did not live to see the reformation of God's children. No more will any who now offer these prayers, but at least we can all work towards such practical reformation. The way to live with God is to live with ideas, not merely to think about ideals, but to do and suffer for them. Those who have to work on men and women must, above all things, have their spiritual ideal, their purpose, ever present. The mystical state is the essence of common sense. The authors whom Miss Nightingale read for the purpose of her selection included Saint Angela of Foligno, Madame de Châtel, Saint Francis of Assisi, Saint Francis Xavier, Saint John of the Cross, Peter of Alcantara, Father Rigauloux, Saint Teresa, and Father Serin. She arranged her extracts from these and other writers under headings, and supplied marginal summaries. She prepared also a title page. Notes from devotional authors of the Middle Ages, collected, chosen, and freely translated by Florence Nightingale. 3. This and all other literary work was interrupted, however, at the beginning of 1874 by the death of her father. She was in London. Her sister and Sir Harry Verney were with him, and Mrs. Nightingale at Embley. He was 80, but though his strength of body and mind had failed a little, he had been out for his usual ride a few days before. Lady Verney had wished him good night. "Say not good night," he said in reply, quoting Mrs. Barbauld, "but in some brighter clime bid me good morning." A day or two later he came down to breakfast as usual, but found that he had forgotten his watch. He went to fetch it, slipped upon the stairs, and died on the spot. Miss Nightingale felt the loss of her father deeply. "His reverent love for you," wrote Lord Houghton in a letter of condolence (January 13, 1874), "was inexpressibly touching, and her love for him, though of a different kind, was very tender." Unlike in many respects, father and daughter were yet kindred spirits in intellectual curiosity, in a taste for speculative inquiry. M. Mohl noted among Mr. Nightingale's engaging characteristics a modest curiosity about everything, a surprised, innocent, incredulous smile as he listened intently. Miss Irby spoke of his exceeding sweetness and childlikeness of wisdom. These qualities were conspicuous in much of his intercourse with his daughter Florence, and she was now deprived of the father who had, in things of the mind, sat at her feet and sympathized in her searches after truth. The death of her father was quickly followed on January 31, 1874, by that of her dearly loved friend Mrs. Bracebridge. "She was more than mother to me," wrote Florence to M. and Madame Mohl (Feb. 3), "and oh that I could not be a daughter to her in her last sad days. What should I have been without her, and what would many have been without her? To one living with her as I did once, she was unlike any other human being, as unlike as a picture of a sunny scene is to the real light and warmth of sunshine, or as this February lamp we call our sun is to her own sun of living light in Greece. Other people live together to make each other worse. She lived with all to make them better. And she was not like a chastened Christian saint, no more like that than Apollo, but she had qualities which no Greek god ever had, real humility. Excepting my dear father, I never knew any one so really humble, and with it the most active heart and mind and buoyant soul that could well be conceived." Mr. Bracebridge had died 18 months before, July 18, 1872, and Miss Nightingale had said, "He and she have been the creators of my life. And when I think of him at Scutari, the only man in all England who would have lived with willingness such a pigging life, without the interest and responsibility which it had to me, I think that we shall never look upon his like again. And when I think of Atherstone, of Athens, of all the places I have been in with them, of the immense influence they had in shaping my own life, more than earthly father and mother to me, I cannot doubt that they leave behind them, having shaped many lives as they did mine, their mark on the century. This century, which has so little ideal, at least in England. They were so immeasurably above any English country gentry I have ever known." Miss Nightingale's estimate of her friends was shared by others who had enjoyed their hospitality. "The death of Mrs. Bracebridge," wrote M. Mohl (Feb. 14), "is a sad blow for you. The breaking of these old associations, which nothing new can replace, impoverishes one's life, and a part of ourselves dies out with old friends, even if they have not been to us what Mrs. Bracebridge was to you. Und immer stiller wird's und stiller auf unserem Pfad, until the great problem of life opens for ourselves. Two better people than the Bracebridges, different as they were, I have never seen. Madame d'Abbadie has a queer expression for a woman she approves of. She says, 'Elle est honnête homme.' and nothing is more appropriate to Mrs. Bracebridge. I can never think of Atherstone without emotion. It is people like these in whom lies the glory of England and the strength of the country. They were so genuine, so ready to help and to impoverish themselves for public purposes, and to do it unostentatiously and without fishing for popularity. To the end of her life, Miss Nightingale cherished the memory of these faithful and helpful friends. "To my beloved and revered friends," she said in her will, "Mr. Charles Bracebridge and his wife, my more than mother, without whom Scutari and my life could not have been, and to whom nothing that I could ever say or do would in the least express my thankfulness, I should have left some token of my remembrance had they, as I expected, survived me." The death of her companion at Scutari removed one of the few links with Miss Nightingale's happier past. The death of her father was not only a bereavement which she felt deeply, it also involved her in much distracting business. Her father's landed properties at Embley and Lea Hurst now passed under the entail to his sister, Aunt Mai, and her husband. Florence did not attend her father's funeral, but soon she went down to Embley to look after her mother. There, and afterwards in London, she was immersed in worrying affairs. Her only comfort, she wrote repeatedly in private notes, was the goodness of Mr. Shore Smith, her boy of old days. The letters of Mr. Coltman, one of her father's executors, were full of humour, but Florence was never able to take things lightly. There were questions of property and residence to be discussed, servants to be dismissed and engaged, her mother's immediate movements and future mode of life to be settled. Everybody had a different plan, and Florence complained that nobody but she had the same plan for 2 days running. Her letters and notes at this period are of a quite tragic intensity. Something may be ascribed to a characteristic over-emphasis. "We Smiths," she said once of herself, "all exaggerate." And Mr. Jowett said of some remarks made by her about him, "You are as nearly right as an habitual spirit of exaggeration will ever allow you to be." "We are a great many, too many strong characters," she wrote of herself and her family, "and very different, all pulling different ways. And we are so dreadfully au sérieux. Oh, how much good it does us to have someone to laugh at us." But there was no exaggeration in one of her woes. A third of her time was taken up with the Nightingale nurses, another third with Indian affairs, for in relation to India, as we shall hear, she never quite went out of office. The remaining third, which might have been devoted to working out a scheme of social and moral science on the statistical methods of Monsieur Quetelet, or on preparing for the press her selections from the mystics, was being wasted in family worries. Monsieur Quetelet, with whom she had been corresponding, had recently died. "I cannot say," she wrote to Dr. Farr, February 23, 1874, "how the death of our old friend touches me. He was the founder of the most important science in the whole world. Some months ago I prepared the first sketch of an essay I meant to publish and dedicate to him on the application of his discoveries to explain the plan of God in teaching us by these results the laws by which our moral progress is to be attained. I had pleased myself with thinking that this would please him, but painful and indispensable business prevented the finishing of my paper. O God," she exclaimed in the bitterness of her heart, "let me not sink in these perplexities, but give me a great cause to do and die for." And again, what makes the difference between man and woman? Quetelet did his work, and I am so disturbed by my family that I can't do mine. 4. So then Miss Nightingale never finished her book on the mystics, but she did something which, if we take her view of literary work, we may account far better. She lived it. No words of Florence Nightingale's that have been quoted in the course of this memoir are more intensely autobiographical, none express more truly the spirit in which she lived and moved and had her being, than those which I have put together on a preceding page from her notes on the mystics. Her creed may seem cold to some minds, but she invested it with a spiritual fervour which none of the mystics has surpassed. This woman, so practical, so businesslike, and in her outward dealings with men and affairs, so worldly wise, was a dreamer, a devotee, a religious enthusiast. The Lady-in-Chief, who was to others a tower of strength, was to herself a weak vessel, praying continually for support, and conscious with bitter intensity of shortcoming, of faithlessness, of rebellion to the will of God. Self-possessed in the presence of others, she was tortured and agonized, often to the verge of despair, in the solitude of her chamber. "I have done nothing for 7 years," she said to a friend, "but write regulations." And that was broadly true of one side of her life. Of another side, she might have said with almost equal truth, "I have done nothing all my life but write spiritual meditations." She lived with a pen or pencil ever at her side, and reams of her paper are covered with confessions, self-examinations, communings with God. She suffered much, and especially during these years, from sleeplessness, and in the watches of the night she would turn to read the mystics for comfort, or to write on her tablets for spiritual exercise. Though she liked best the books of the Catholic saints, her Catholicism was wider than theirs, and she could find spiritual kinship also, as in the lines prefixed to the present part, with the hymns of American evangelists. At one and the same time, mystic and practical administrator, Miss Nightingale had 2 soul sides, but each was a reflection of the other. Her religion was her work, and her work was her religion. She read the mystics not to lull her active faculties into contemplative ecstasy, but to consecrate them to more perfect service. In one place she makes these notes from St. Catherine of Siena: "It is not the occupation, but the spirit, which makes the difference. The election of a bishop may be a most secular thing. The election of a representative may be a religious thing. It is not the preluding such an election with public prayer that would make it a religious act. It is religious so far as each man discharges his part as a duty and a solemn responsibility. The question is not whether a thing is done for the state or the church, but whether it is done with God or without God." Miss Nightingale's heading to this passage was "Drains." She applied her religion to every aspect of her life, and in her meditations passages of solemn profundity are sometimes side by side with entries of a quaint and almost humorous directness, like a gargoyle above a church porch or a dog in a Madonna picture. "O Lord, I offer him to Thee. He is so heavy. Do Thou take care of him. I can't. I must strive to see only God in my friends, and God in my cats." Such passages are thought profane by professors of a purely formal religion, but are characteristic of the true mystics in all denominations. The mystical self-abasement of the saints was never more complete than in the private meditations of Florence Nightingale. Once in the middle of the night she started up and saw pictures on the wall by the night-light lamp. "Am I she who once stood on that Crimean height? The lady with a lamp shall stand. The lamp shows me only my utter shipwreck." From the year 1872 onwards, when she went out of office, and with increased intensity after her father's death, Miss Nightingale's mood in all communings with herself was of deep dejection and of utter humbleness. The notes are often heart-rending in their impression of loneliness, of craving for sympathy which she could not find, of bitter self-reproach. The loss of friends may account for something of all this, and even her friendship with Mr. Jowett had now lost somewhat of its consoling power. She felt that she gave more sympathy than she received. She sometimes found her interviews with him exhausting or disturbing. "He talks to me," she said once, "as if I were someone else." The strange manner of her life should be remembered, her habit of seeing only one person at a time, and that at set times, must have made intercourse rather formidable for both parties. Nobody, even if staying in the house, ever happened to come into her room, and no outside visitor appeared unexpectedly. She never had the relief of hearing two other people talk, or of witnessing, even for a moment, two other personalities in contact. Something, too, must be accounted to the fact that many of her meditations were written at night, or in the early morning hours when she could not sleep. Periods of sleepless dejection, which in the lives of most men and women leave little record of themselves behind, were by her spent in writing down their weary tale. No doubt the self-expression gave relief, and she would often turn at the instant from her tablets of despair to amuse a visitor with humorous conversation, or write a vivacious letter to a friend. These are considerations for which allowance must be made in estimating what was morbid in Miss Nightingale's moods. But for the most part the despondency and the self-abasement which coloured her meditations, and which sometimes appear in her letters, were the expression of the mystical way of her soul. They are the utterance of a soul which was striving after perfection, and found the path difficult and thorny. Miss Nightingale was masterful and eager. She had often been able to impress her will upon men and upon events. She found it difficult to bear disappointments and vexations with that entire resignation which the mystics taught her. She was out of office. She had been interrupted suddenly and painfully in a long career of almost unceasing action. The pause in her public life gave her new occasion for self-criticism and fresh consciousness of the difficulty of sustaining in active life that absolute purity of motive which makes light even of success or failure. She strove to attain, and she taught others to ensue, passivity in action, to do the utmost in their power, but to leave the result to a higher power. In a poem which gave her much comfort in later years, she marked this passage: abstaining from attachment to the work, abstaining from rewardment in the work, while yet one doeth it full faithfully, saying, "'Tis right to do," that is true act and abstinence. Who doeth duty so, unvexed if his work fail, if it succeed, unflattered, in his own heart justified, quit of debates and doubts, his is true act. But the lesson was hard to learn. "There are trying days before us," she wrote to one of her dearest friends, August 1873. "However, we cannot change a single hair. We must look to Him alike who grasps eternity and numbers every hair." I don't know that it is ever difficult to me to entrust my hair to Him, but to entrust A's and yours and poor matrons I find very difficult. And I thought He did not take care of B's hairs. What a reprobate I am! And a worse reprobate than this letter says, for in fact she did find it very difficult to entrust even her own hair to Him, as she confessed in another letter to the same friend. God is displeased when we inquire too anxiously. A soul which has really given itself to God does His will in the present, and trusts to the Father for the future. Now it is 20 years today, August 11, 1873, since I entered public life, and I have not learnt that lesson yet, though the greater part of those 20 years have been as completely out of my hands to mould, and in His alone, as if they had been the movements of the planets. The surrender of her will to the keeping of the supreme will was the spiritual perfection at which she most continuously aimed. In consciousness of failure, she reproached herself for censoriousness, rebellion, impatience. She knew that some of all this, and much of her dejection, were morbid, and warned others against the like weakness. "Do not depend, darling," she wrote to a friend, "upon light in one sort of mystical way. There are things, as I know by experience, in which he sends us light by the hard good sense of others, not by our going over in sickness and solitude one thought, or rather feeling over and over again by ourselves, which rather brings darkness. I have felt this so much in my lonely life." But there was another mystical way in which she found strength in her spiritual life, which was at once the complement and the sustaining source of her outward life. She followed, as she was fond of writing, the way of the cross. There were moments, indeed, but they were rare, in which she was inclined to draw back, and when her faith grew faint. "O my Creator, art Thou leading every man of us to perfection, or is this only a metaphysical idea for which there is no evidence? Is man only a constant repetition of himself? Thou knowest that through all these 20 horrible years, 1873, I have been supported by the belief, I think I must believe it still, or I am sure I could not work, that I was working with Thee, who wert bringing every one, even our poor nurses, to perfection." Yet from every doubt her assurance grew the stronger, and as she followed the way of the cross, she rose triumphant over suffering, finding in each loss of human sympathy a lesson that she should throw herself more entirely into the eternal arms, and in every outbreak of human despondency or rebellion a call to closer union with the eternal goodness. "O Father, I submit, I resign myself," she wrote in one of hundreds of similar meditations. "I accept with all my heart this stretching out of Thy hand to save me. Deal with me as Thou seest meet. Thy work begin, Thy work complete. O how vain it is, the vanity of vanities, to live in men's thoughts instead of God's." And again, "Wretch that I was not to see that God was taking from me all human help in order to compel me to lean on Him alone." She had little interest in rites and ceremonies as such, and she interpreted the doctrines of Christianity in her own way, but she found great comfort in the communion service as an expression of the individual believer's participation in the sufferings and the triumph of the greatest of the mystics. For some years she entered in her diary a text from the mystical writers for each day. She took to herself their devotion, their communion with God, their self-surrender. She adjusted their doctrine to her own beliefs. "I believe," she wrote, "in God the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, His best Son, our Master, who was born to show us the way through suffering, to be also His sons and His daughters, His handmen and His handmaidens, who lived in the same Spirit with the Father, that we may also live in that Holy Spirit whose meat was to do His Father's will and to finish His work, who suffered and died, saying that the world may love the Father. And I believe in the Father Almighty's love and friendship, in the service of man being the service of God, the growing into a likeness with Him by love, the being one with Him in will at last, which is heaven. I believe in the plan of Almighty perfection to make us all perfect, and thus I believe in the life everlasting." This was the creed by which Miss Nightingale guided her life, this the path to perfection along which she ever moved. There was nothing ecstatic in her mysticism, though she notes occasionally that she heard the voice. and often that she was conscious of receiving strong impressions. They were impressions which came in moments of imaginative insight, but yet which followed rationally from self-examination and meditation on her creed. Patience and resignation were the states of the purified soul which she found hardest of attainment. She marked for her edification many a passage from devotional writers in which such virtues are enjoined, as in this from Thomas à Kempis: O Lord my God, patience is very necessary for me, for I perceive that many things in this life do fall out as we would not. It is so, my son. But my will is that thou seek not that peace which is void of temptations, or which suffereth nothing contrary, but rather think that thou hast found peace when thou art exercised with sundry tribulations, and tried in many adversities. Her tribulations were often caused, she confessed, by her impatience. O Lord, even now I am trying to snatch the management of thy world out of thy hands. The middle path of perfection between the acquiescence of the quietist and the impatience of the worker was hard. Too little have I looked for something higher and better than my own work, the work of supreme wisdom, which uses us whether we know it or not. O God, to thy glory, not to mine, whatever happens, may be all my thought. Miss Nightingale's meditations, written in the purgatorial stage, are many and poignant, but there were times also when the mount of illumination was reached, when the palace of her soul was enlarged to receive the indwelling presence, and she found the perfect peace of the mystic in the consciousness of union with the supreme wisdom. Times when on the wings of the soul she attained with Dante to the Empyrean. Lume e lassù che visibile face lo creatore a quella creatura che solo in lui vedere ha la sua pace. Perfected in weakness, she was strong in moments of illumination to see God in all things, and all things in God, the eternal shining through the accidents of space and time. End of The Mystical Way.
Part 7, Chapter 3 of The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emilie Olsen. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2, by Edward Tyas Cook. Miss Nightingale's School, 1872 to 1879. Let each founder train as many in his or her spirit as he or she can. Then the pupils will in their turn be founders also. Florence Nightingale. Miss Nightingale did not do as she had planned and go in her own person to St. Thomas's Hospital, but in another sense the year 1872 was the year of her descent upon it. Not, indeed, as we saw in the preceding part, that she had ever abandoned a personal interest in the training school, but there were now new conditions which called for additional care, and Miss Nightingale, being out of office, was more free to give it. Henceforth she became, in a yet more direct manner than heretofore, the head of the Nightingale School, and the chief of the Nightingale nurses. The year 1871 had seen the removal of St. Thomas's Hospital from its temporary quarters in the old Surrey Gardens to the present building opposite the Houses of Parliament. The foundation stone had been laid by Queen Victoria in 1868. Miss Nightingale had been requested to ask the Queen to do this, and she had preferred the petition through Sir James Clark. "I never pressed Her Majesty so hard upon anything before," said he in announcing the royal pleasure. The Queen had again shown her interest in the hospital by opening the new building in June 1871. The number of beds was now greatly increased, and with it the number of nurses and probationers. The control of the nurses was likely to be relaxed as it was spread over a larger number, and Miss Nightingale resolved to hold a visitation. First, she sent Dr. Sutherland, with the consent of the hospital authorities, to inspect the new buildings and to consider all the arrangements from the point of view of an expert sanitarian. She examined and cross-examined sisters and nurses on the same points, and put into print a list of the defects which needed remedy. Then Miss Nightingale took in hand the education, technical and moral, of her own Nightingale School. She had already observed that the lady probationers, appointed to responsible posts, were not always adequate to their duties. The overworked matron had perhaps sometimes recommended unsuitable persons. She found on questioning the nurses that their technical education did not reach the high standard which she desired to maintain. She feared that the moral standards similarly fell short of her ideal. Nursing was coming to be regarded too much as a business profession, and too little as a sacred calling. Miss Nightingale determined to throw herself into a sustained effort for the better realization of her ideal. Directly or indirectly, she instituted sweeping reforms. The result of them was, as she wrote to Mr. Bonham Carter, August 1875, that the training school became a home, a place of moral, religious, and practical training, a place of training of character, habits, intelligence, as well as of acquiring knowledge. Those who saw the Nightingale nurses in these years were struck by the bright, kindly, and pleasant spirit which seemed to pervade the company of them, and could well understand that the institution was really, as its foundress intended, a home as well as a school. Mr. Whitfield, the resident medical officer, who had acted since the foundation of the nursing school as medical instructor of the probationers, resigned that post, and Mr. J. Croft, who had lately become one of the surgeons to the hospital, was appointed in his stead. Miss Nightingale saw and corresponded with Mr. Croft and liked him much. "I have always dreaded," he wrote (February 24, 1873), "remaining a stagnant man. I hope to become, as you would have me, an active and faithful comrade." He gave clinical instruction to the probationers, delivered courses of lectures, general, medical, and surgical in the several terms, throughout the year, of which he submitted the syllabus to Miss Nightingale, and at her request drew up a course of reading for probationers. Other members of the medical staff gave courses of lectures also, and examinations were made more regular and searching. The answers written by probationers and their notes on the lectures were from time to time sent to Miss Nightingale, so that she might gain an idea of the general standard of instruction and perhaps administer rebuke or encouragement to individual pupils. "I think," Miss Nightingale was told on one occasion, "that the ladies are thoroughly ashamed of the appearance they made at Mr. Croft's last examination, and wish to retrieve themselves." Their good resolutions seem to have been successful, for presently one of the medical officers reported that "the answers which I have received this year collectively are much better than in former years. They are indeed exceedingly good." "I read your case papers," Miss Nightingale wrote in one of her addresses, "with more interest than if they were novels. Some are meagre, especially in the history of the cases. Some are good. Please remember that, besides your own instruction, you can give me some too, by making these most interesting cases as interesting as possible, by making them accurate and entering into the full history." The new hospital had greatly increased the demands upon the time of the matron, Miss Wadropper, and left her less able to supervise the probationers. An assistant superintendent of the school was appointed with the title of Home Sister. It was one of her duties to supplement the lectures and bedside demonstration of the medical officers by regular class teaching. Miss Nightingale, however, attached even more importance to the Home Sister's influence on the moral and spiritual side of the school. The Home Sister was to encourage general reading, to arrange Bible classes, and to give interest to the nurses in order to keep them above the mere scrabble for a remunerative place. The two sides of the school are closely joined in the letters to Miss Nightingale from the Home Sister and matron, letters telling on one page of the progress of the probationers in antiseptic dressing and so forth, and on another of their Bible readings or selected hymns. Miss Nightingale was especially pleased when Canon Farrar allotted some seats at St. Margaret's to her nurses and took a confirmation class among them. Miss Nightingale relied, however, upon her own influence also. During her residence in London she now made a point of seeing regularly all the sisters, nurses, and probationers attached to her school. She had resolved, when Agnes Jones died, to "give herself up to finding more Agnes Joneses." This was the task to which she had now devoted a large part of her life. She was now untiring in the attempt to procure promising raw material. She applied to Mr. Spurgeon, among others, who who in reply, July 29, 1877, hoped that from his church there would come quite a little army of recruits for your holy war. Rest assured that to me, in common with all of my countrymen, your name is very fragrant. When applications came to her for trained nurses from provincial towns, she used to tell them what Pastor Flindler said when similar applications came to him for trained deaconesses from Kaiserswerth. Have you sent me any probationers? I can't stamp raw material out of the ground. From 1872 onwards, all the raw material passed under Miss Nightingale's own eye. She was a shrewd judge of character. A collection of extracts from Mr. Jowett's notes to her about his pupils, and of her penciled notes upon her pupils, would furnish a gallery of types of young Englishmen and Englishwomen. He used to write to her freely about his undergraduates, and she liked it, teasing him sometimes about his dukes and marquises and inventing humorous nicknames for them. "Why do I write you," he said, "about all these young men? Because it pleases me, and because I know that you are a student of human nature." She was indeed. She read her visitors through and through. As soon as a sister or a nurse took leave, Miss Nightingale wrote down a memorandum of the attainments, knowledge, and character of each. The character sketches are terse and vivid, expressed sometimes in racy English. Miss A. Tippity, flippant, pretensiony, veil down, ambitious, clever, not much feeling, talky, underbred, no religion, may be persevering from ambition to excel, but takes the thing up as an adventure, like Nap 3. Nurse B. A good little thing, spirited, too much friends with G, shares in her flirtations. Miss C. Seems a woman of good feeling and bad sense, much under the meridian of anyone who will try to persuade her. I think her praises have been sung exaggeratedly. She wants a very steady hand over her. Such long-winded stories, 5 points are at least half the compass off the subject at hand. Had I not been intent on persuading her, I should have been out of all patience. Miss D. As self-comfortable as Jackass, or Jonas, as I ever saw. Nurse E. A most capable little woman, no education, but one can't find it in one's heart to regret it. She seems as good as can be. Miss X. More cleverness than judgment, more activity than order, more hard sense than feeling, never any high view of her calling, always thinking more of appearances than of the truth, more flippant than witty, more petulance than vigor. Nurse Y. As poor a two-fisted thing as I ever saw, a mocking to frighten away good nurses. There were many sisters and nurses so excellent in every respect that they needed nothing but encouragement. She was more careful to mark defects, and sometimes she would write a note of warning or remonstrance immediately after an interview. As to Miss C. A wise man says the true knowledge of anything, whether in heaven or earth, can only be gained by a true love of the ideal in it, that is, of the best that we can do in it. Forgive me, dear Miss C. Do you think that you have the true love of the best in nursing? This is a question I ask myself daily in all I do. Do not think me governessing. It is a question which each one of us can only ask of and answer to herself. The notes which Miss Nightingale took of conversations with probationers did not refer only to those ladies themselves. She questioned them closely of the state of the wards, the kind and extent of instruction they received, and the influence exerted by the several sisters. She came to the conclusion that the probationers were not always adequately taught by the sisters, and she drew up accordingly a memorandum of instruction to ward sisters on their duties to probationers. In one of her cross-examinations of herself she wrote, "God meant for me a reformer, and I have turned out a detective." But the reformer must needs on occasion play the detective, especially if she cannot herself be on the scene. The close hand which Miss Nightingale kept upon her school during these years, from her room at the South Street or at Lea Hurst, is extraordinary, but it was done at a prodigious expenditure of labor. She notes the point herself. It was one of the sore trials of her lot that she had to write 100 letters to do one little thing instead of being able to do it directly. "It takes a great deal out of me," she wrote to a friend. "I have never been used to influence people, except by leading, in work, and to have to influence them by talking and writing is hard. A more dreadful thing than being cut short by death is being cut short by life in a paralyzed state." Miss Nightingale's sense of the seriousness of the nurse's vocation by no means stifled her appreciation of fun. Each nurse had to write once a month a report for submission to the chief of a day's work in the wards. "I well remember," says one of her pupils, "coming off duty one evening at 8 p.m., fagged, footsore, and weary. On entering the home, the sister informed me that my report must be written immediately. We never knew beforehand on which day this sword of Damocles would fall upon us. So after a hurried supper, I commenced jotting down the day's work. One of the rules was that everything we had done in the wards must be entered. A combination of truthfulness and temper resulted in the following paragraph. 8:15 a.m. Tooth-combed 7 heads, had grand sport. Mixed bag, measured 1 teaspoonful. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Miss Nightingale, when she came to know me, had a hearty laugh at this cheeky probationer's description of sport in hospital coverts. The cheekiness by no means prejudiced Miss Nightingale against the pupil, who a few years afterwards was selected for a very responsible post. To be invited to tea and talk with the chief was regarded as a great honor by her pupils, but, as young people will, they sometimes made fun of it among themselves. Carefully dressed in my best garments, I was just starting off on my first visit to South Street, when one of the nurses rushed up to me exclaiming, "Miss Nightingale always gives a cake to the probationer who has tea with her, and the size of the cake varies accordingly to the poverty or otherwise of the nurse's dress." So I hurried upstairs, exchanged my best coat for one that had done country service for many years, and came home from my tea party the proud possessor of a cake so large that it went round of all 36 probationers. This story was also told presently to Miss Nightingale, who enjoyed it hugely. She herself often wrote in a playful vein, as in this note to a pupil who was not taking due care of herself. "Ah, what a villain you are, I know you. If anyone else were to do as you do in nursing yourself, you would discharge her from the face of the earth. And see the results. Then I'll be bound you've eaten none of those victuals yourself." End of Part 7, Chapter 3, Miss Nightingale's School. Part 7, Chapter 3 of The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emilie Olsen. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2, by Edward Tyas Cook. Miss Nightingale's School, continued. The dossier which Miss Nightingale preserved and annotated, often picking out special points by black, blue, and red pencil respectively, were of use to her in the important work of selecting particular ladies for particular posts. The most notable appointment during these years was that of a lady superintendent to organize district nursing in London. We have already heard that Miss Nightingale regarded this development as the proper sequel to the reform of workhouse nursing. That was in 1866, and now she reproached herself. "I had then resolved to give myself to promoting district nursing, and now that district nursing comes, it is too late for me to help." This lament, however, was unnecessary. It was Miss Nightingale's published "Suggestions" upon which the promoters of this movement acted. Foremost among them was Mr. Rathbone, who was moved to extend to London the experiment which he had carried out successfully in Liverpool. He at once came to consult Miss Nightingale. It was her letter to the Times, too, printed as a pamphlet, that made the Metropolitan Nursing Association well known to the public. In this letter, as in all her writings on the same subject, Miss Nightingale insisted that nothing second best would be good enough for nursing among the sick poor, that such nurses must be health missionaries, and that to obtain suitable women for the service there must be a real home within reach of their work for their nurses to live in. The system thus inaugurated in London was, she said, 20 years ago a paradox, but 20 years hence will be a commonplace. But the chief of the direct services which Miss Nightingale rendered to the movement was in persuading one of the all best of her pupils, Miss Florence Lees, Miss Dacre Craven, to accept the position of Superintendent General. She filled the post with high efficiency for some years, and throughout her work was in constant consultation with Miss Nightingale. In April 1878, it looked as if Miss Nightingale would have to find some superintendents and nurses for another purpose. War with Russia was believed to be imminent. 2 army corps were being prepared for the immediate embarkation, and Sir William Muir, Director General of the Army Medical Department, came to a consultation in South Street upon the female nursing establishment to be dispatched to the unknown seat of war. Miss Nightingale spent some anxious days and sleepless nights in considering which of her pupils were best fitted and could best be spared for this special service, but the war cloud passed away. The appointment of Miss Lees to organize district nursing in London was only one, though it was the most important, of many responsible appointments over which Miss Nightingale took infinite pains in order to place the right person in the right place. Hospitals and workhouse infirmaries in London and in various parts of the country looked to the Nightingale School for superintendents, or sometimes if an important post were thrown open by advertisement, Miss Nightingale used her influence to secure the election of a Nightingale candidate. Here again her labor was the greater because she was not herself on the spot and had others to consult. There was a triumvirate, she used to say, the triumvirs being Mr. Henry Bonham Carter, the secretary of the Nightingale Fund, Miss Wadroper, the matron, and Miss Nightingale, here as in the Crimea, the lady-in-chief, with Dr. Sutherland sometimes in the background as a court of ultimate appeal. Whenever an important post fell vacant, the amount of cross correspondence was prodigious. As soon as a lady was selected by the triumvirate for promotion, Miss Nightingale would call the chosen pupil more closely to her, make her intimate acquaintance, and prepare her for the work. Then there was the difficult duty of effecting exchanges. The Sisters, when they had once left St. Thomas's, were, after all, free agents, and though the deference which they all paid to Miss Nightingale's wishes was great, yet the ladies had ambitions, preferences, views of their own, and her influence had often to be exercised by humoring, petting, coaxing. To Miss Rachel Williams, 35 South Street, January 17, 1874. We thought that this arrangement was what would approve itself best to your best judgment. But as I am well aware that my dear goddess baby has, well, a baby side, I shall not be surprised at any outburst, though I know full well that in the dear Pearl's terrible distress you will do everything and more than everything possible to drag her through, and to spare her, and to keep her up and the place going. Only don't break yourself down, my dear child. Alas, I would so fain relieve you of your bitterness. You say you are bitter, and indeed you are. I would not have written thus much unless urged by seeing my goddess baby suffering from delusions. And how can a woman be a superintendent unless she has learnt to superintend herself? To the same, May 2nd, 1874. I have this moment received your charming letter, which is just like yourself, and I must write and thank you for it at once. It has taken a load off my heart. It is a pure joy to me, because I see yourself and not another in it, and life has not many joys for me, my darling. To the same, December 5th, 1874. After much consideration, my suggestion was that you should remain another 6 months in the position, not because I had any idea of your remaining indefinitely on and on as you are, but because Edinburgh serves as a capital and indispensable preparation. But this is only an old woman's advice, which probably the goddess will not much regard, and which is subject anyway, of course, to hearing your own wishes, ideas, and reasons for one course or another. If there is such violent haste, telegraph to me any day, and come up by the next express or on the wires, and I will turn out India, my mother, and all the Queen's horses and all the Queen's men together, as 1/6 of the human race, and lay my energies, not many left, at the goddess's feet. Miss Nightingale had a large heart and an unprejudiced mind. She was open to discern character and efficiency in many different forms, but naturally there were those among her pupils by whom she was more particularly attracted. The letters just quoted introduce us to 2 of these. One of them Miss Nightingale noted in her diary, after the first interview. Miss P. came. I found a pearl of great price. The name was adopted, and she became in familiar correspondence the Pearl. She filled important posts, and became one of Miss Nightingale's dearest friends. Of the other probationer she wrote, "Besides the pleasure of becoming acquainted with Miss Williams, it was quite a pleasure to my bodily eyes to look at her. She is like a queen, and all her postures are so beautiful without being in the least theatrical." This lady was the goddess of the letters already quoted. She was for many years matron of St. Mary's Hospital in London, with a training school under her, and she was afterwards appointed Lady Superintendent of Nurses during the Egyptian campaign of 1884–85. Even her marriage shortly afterwards did not break her friendship with Miss Nightingale. Sometimes a pupil on leaving St. Thomas's would take a situation against Miss Nightingale's advice or without consulting her. "I should feel happier," wrote one pupil, "if you saw the matter in the same light as I do." I expect that in such a case the self-willed pupil had to do very well in her post in order to win Miss Nightingale's approval. There were few important posts in the nursing world which were not filled during these years, and the following years, by pupils of the Nightingale School. An appointment which gave special satisfaction to Miss Nightingale and her council was that of Miss Machin to be matron of St. Bartholomew's (1878). At one and the same time (1882), former Nightingale probationers held the post of matron or of superintendent of nurses in the following, among other institutions: Cumberland Infirmary, Carlisle; Edinburgh Royal Infirmary; Huntingdon County Hospital; Leeds Infirmary; Lincoln County Hospital; at Liverpool in the Royal Infirmary; the Southern Hospital; at Liverpool in the Royal Infirmary, the Southern Hospital, and the Workhouse Infirmary; Netley, Royal Victoria Hospital; Putney, Royal Hospital for Incurables; Salisbury Infirmary; Sydney North South West, General Hospital, and in London at Marylebone Workhouse Infirmary; the Metropolitan and National Nursing Association; the North London District Nursing Association; the Paddington Association; St. Mary's Hospital, and the Westminster Hospital. To many of these institutions a large number of nurses, forming in some cases a complete nursing staff, had been provided from the Nightingale School, and the result was the gradual introduction into British hospitals of an organized system of trained nursing. The movement was not confined to Great Britain. Nightingale nurses became matrons or superintendents in many colonies, for example, Canada and Ceylon, in India, in Sweden, in Germany, and in the United States. Moreover, other hospitals and institutions had followed the lead of Miss Nightingale and established training schools, and several of these were again superintended by her pupils, as for instance at Edinburgh, under Miss Pringle; at the Marylebone Infirmary, Miss Vincent; at St. Mary's, Miss Williams; and at the Westminster, Miss Payne. These schools in their turn sent out lady superintendents, matrons, and nurses to other institutions, and thus the movement of the waters, which Miss Nightingale was able to start after her return from the Crimea, extended in an ever-widening circle. "Let us hail," she said in an address to her probationers (1884), "the success of other training schools, sprung up, thank God, so fast and well in latter years. But the best way we can hail them is not to be left behind ourselves. Let us, in the spirit of friendly rivalry, rejoice in their progress as they do, I'm sure, in ours. All can win the prize. One training school is not lowered because others win. On the contrary, all are lowered if others fail." The appointment of a Nightingale nurse to a post outside St. Thomas's did not mean that she passed out of Miss Nightingale's ken. On the contrary, it meant, as we have already heard (page 191), that her cares took further scope. "I am immersed," she wrote to M. Mohl (June 21, 1873), "in such a torrent of my trained matrons and nurses, going and coming, to and from Edinburgh and Dublin, to and from watering places for their health, dining, teaing, sleeping by day as well as by night." Her attitude to her lieutenants, says one of them, was that of a mother to daughters, yet they were not living with her in an enclosure, but were out in the open, encountering the experiences of their individual lives, often under very difficult conditions. When they confided their trials to her, she advised them in the spirit of her own high aims, wrestling with them or encouraging them, as the case might be, with fullness of attention, which might lead each one of us in turn to think she had no other care. Miss Nightingale's own papers and letters to nurses which I have seen, bear out all this in the fullest degree and to an amazing point of detail. With an erring sister she took infinite pains. She was firm to save from any discredit the good name of the Nightingale School, and to maintain the efficiency of its work. But this firmness went hand in hand with infinite pity for the individual, and any pain which her discipline may have caused to others was as nothing compared to the agony which her own tender and self-torturing soul endured. All Nightingale's sisters were her daughters, alike in Canada or in Scotland, as at St. Thomas's. She advised them, helped them, planned for them with extraordinary thoroughness. Was a sister returning to work in the north after a holiday in London? She would remember how careless girls sometimes are of regular meals, and her commissionaire would be dispatched to see the sister off and put a luncheon basket in the carriage. Miss Nightingale was an old hand at purveying, and amongst her papers are careful lists of what such baskets were to contain. She heard of a member of a certain nursing staff being run down. "What Miss X wants is to be fed like a baby," she wrote, sending a detailed dietary, and adding, "Get the things out of my money." She was constant in seeing that her daughters took proper holidays, sometimes helping to defray the expense, more often having them to stay with her in South Street or in the country. She was constant, too, in sending them presents of books, both of a professional kind likely to be of help to them in their work, and such as would encourage their taste for general literature. To those who were in London hospitals or infirmaries, her notes were often accompanied by fresh country eggs, game, or flowers. She always remembered them when Christmas came round, and sent evergreens for the wards. At one of the London infirmaries there is a matron's garden, planted with rhododendrons. The plants were sent by Miss Nightingale from Emilie. To the nurses serving under her friends she sent presents also. She had a verse of the hospital hymn finely illuminated on a large scale, and gave it, suitably framed, to various institutions. She was as curious and as helpful in relation to the nursing arrangements in other hospitals as in St. Thomas's itself. Her pupils, wherever they might be, referred to their dear mistress or dearest friend in all their trials, difficulties, perplexities, and she never failed them, sending words of encouragement, advice, and good cheer. "Should there be anything in which I can be of the least use, here I am," was the frequent formula in her messages. In these letters a religious note is seldom absent. Never, I imagine, has there been a series of letters in which a high ideal was more continually and persistently presented. But the letters are not conspicuous for shrewd practical sense and worldly wisdom, as, for instance, when she advises a candidate for a certain post not to frighten the hospital board by starting a suggestion at once to reform the whole system. Miss Nightingale put a high value, too, on esprit de corps, as an aid to maintaining a high standard of duty. Every pupil of the Nightingale School was taught to think of it as an alma mater to which she owed much, even as she had received much. All the sisters who went out into the world from the school were encouraged to regard themselves as members still of a corporate body, however widely separated from one another they might be. Miss Nightingale's letters often included news of one "old boy," so to speak, passed on to another. Each was inspired to take courage from the success of others. The volume of correspondence thus grew from year to year as the circle widened, and at the time which with we are now concerned it was enormous. The wonder is how Miss Nightingale was able to do anything else besides. Mothers with large families sometimes find the burden of correspondence heavy, as the sons and daughters leave home and have families of their own. Headmasters who make a point to keeping in touch with old pupils find it heavier still when they are called upon to advise or sympathize with each successive school generation upon openings, prospects, careers. The secretaries of the appointment boards, which now organize this kind of work in the case of universities, do not find their duties light. Combine these functions of mother, headmaster, and appointments board, and an idea will be obtained of Miss Nightingale's work as the nursing chief. A selection of extracts from particular letters to various correspondents will perhaps convey the impression better than any further attempt at general description. The extracts are only not typical in that I omit details about nursing arrangements and hospital cases. To a matron whose assistant was leaving to undertake a new work. 35 South Street, September 30th, 1876. 6 a.m. My dearest little sister, this comes that you may know, though you cannot know, how much one is thinking of you here below, in what must be a terrible wrench in our lot. As to the little mother who is left behind and to the daughter who goes to try her fate, even in the happiest change of a new and untried future. It must be a terrible wrench. But if I am thinking and feeling and praying for you so much, how must the One above feel for you? A sober view both you and I take of the possible futures of life, veiled in mist and sometimes, nay often in drizzle, with gleams of the Father's love in bright sunshine, and both of us knowing well that behind the clouds He is still shining, brightly shining, the Sun of righteousness. Though I ought to take a far soberer view than you, my dear little sister, for I have undergone twice your years, and for the same reason I ought to, though I am afraid faith often fails me, to take a brighter view too. But whether I do or not, and whether I write or not, your trials shall always be my trials, dear little sister. Your people shall be my people, as my God is your God. There can be no stronger tie. I think this letter will reach you just as Miss Williams has started. She will find a letter of welcome from me at St. Mary's. I dare say just now she feels dreary enough, but her great spirit will soon buckle to her work, and find a great joy in it. I am glad she takes some of your own people. I do earnestly trust that you will find help and comfort in Miss Payne, to whom my best love, and Miss Mitchelson. I am sure you do not feel so stranded as I did when I was left at Scutari in the Crimea War alone, when Mr. and Mrs. Bracebridge went home, on many, many times since, when Sidney Herbert, the War Minister with whom I had worked 5 years in the War Office, died, when Sir John Lawrence, the Indian Viceroy, left India, and many other times when the future fell across my life like a great black wall, not, as in other lives, making a change, but completely cutting off the future from the past. And again when my father's death brought upon me a load of cares, which would have been too great had I had nothing else to do, and had I been in health. I tell you these things, my dear little sister, or rather my dearest child, because I was going to say something, but I can only pray. Give all our members of our common calling with you who remember me my heartfelt sympathy that they are losing Miss Williams, and give them my joy that they have you. God bless us all. A solemn blessing. F.N. To a nurse confronted with a difficult situation. Lea Hurst, August 30th, 1873. It is quite useless for either you or me to take upon ourselves the solution of this enormous difficulty. We must leave it to God. But at present the duty is plain, and God always helps those who are obeying His call to duty, often gives them the privilege of saving others. Do you remember the great London theatre which was burnt down at the Christmas pantomime? Who were the heroes then? The poor clown and the poor pantaloon who were at their duty. The audience who were there because they liked it made a selfish stampede, and but for a lucky accident might have all been crushed or burnt. But the clown and the pantaloon, though there was not a moment to save a shawl or a coat to throw over the ballet dancers, gauze-dressed women who, if a spark had fallen upon them, would have been instantly in a blaze, actually carried out every one of these women to safety in the snow, gauze and all. And the carpenter collected the poor little ballet children, and dragged them through the snow and slush to his own house, where he kept them in safety. Brave clown, brave pantaloon, brave carpenter, while the selfish audience, who were there for amusement, almost jostled each other to death. So does God always stand by those who are there for duty, though they be only a clown or a pantaloon. All our cares arise from one of two things. Either we have not taken up our work for His love, in which case we know He has bound Himself to take our cares upon Him, or we do not sufficiently see His love in calling us to His work. To a Lady Superintendent, 35 South Street, December 30th, 1874. I wish you and all our nurses Godspeed, with all my soul and strength at the beginning of this new year, which I hardly expected to see. May it bring every blessing to them, though sometimes, do you know, I am so cowardly that I scarcely dare say God bless you to those I love well, because I know what His blessings are. Blessed are they that mourn, blessed are they that are persecuted for righteousness' sake, blessed are the pure in heart. And as we get on in life, we know how truly those blessings are blessings, and how much there is to go through to win them. You are young, my dear, 1,000 years younger than this old black beetle, and I have often a shuddering sort of maternal feeling in wishing you blessings. To a matron who is having a dispute with her committee. My thoughts are your thoughts. They are full of your, may I not say are, Sad affair. And I was just sending you a note to ask what was doing when your sad little note came. Is not the thing of first importance to lay a statement of the whole case before your President? Nay, would it not be breaking faith with him if it were not done? This is now being done. Is not the next thing for you to take no step till you know the results of this letter to him? The next action he will take? You will remember that I stated to him at your friend's suggestion and at yours, that you wished for, that you invited, a full investigation to be made by him, and that you wished to abide by his decision. I thought this so important, in order that I might not appear to be asking for any personal favor, but only for justice as I underlined it. Will it not seem as if you were afraid to await his full understanding of the case, how far from the truth, if you precipitately resigned before he had time to even consider the statement? The matron must show no fear, else it would indeed be sacrificing the fruit of 8 years' most excellent work. Surely she should wait quietly, that is the true dignity, with her friends around her, till the President's answer is given. The persecuted for righteousness' sake never run away. To a matron after a visit to South Street. Dear little sister and extraordinary little villainess. You absconded last night just as your dinner was going up, and it would not have taken you longer to eat your dinner here than your supper at hospital. I was a great goose not to make certain of this when you arrived, but I thought it was agreed. To punish you, I send your dinner after you. To the same, 10 South Street, April 21st, 1879. Dearest, very precious to me is your note. I almost hope you will not come tomorrow. The weather is so cold here. St. Mary's expects you, and next do I. Be sure that the word trouble is not known where you are concerned. Make up your dear mind to a long holiday. That's what you have to do now. God bless you. We shall have time to talk. Thus, day after day and year after year did such correspondence continue, now grave, now gay, filled alike with affection and with counsel. I have counted as many as 100 letters received in a year from a single superintendent. There were several years in which the total of Miss Nightingale's nursing correspondence has to be counted in thousands. As the years passed, the demands on her affections, her brain power, and her bodily strength became well nigh overwhelming. End of Part 7, Chapter 3, Miss Nightingale's School Continued. Part 7, Chapter 3 of The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emilie Olsen. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2, by Edward Tyas Cook. Miss Nightingale's School Continued. Miss Nightingale did not only rely upon individual intercourse for the exercise of influence. She believed in the pulpit as well as the closet, and from time to time addressed the probationer nurses collectively. Of the first of the series, written in 1872, Dr. Sutherland, to whom Miss Nightingale submitted her manuscript, said, "It is just what it ought to be, written as the thoughts come up. This is the only writing which goes like an arrow to its mark. It is full of gentle wisdom and does for hospital nursing what your notes did for nursing." It is the best of her addresses, and the medical officers at St. Thomas's insisted on every probationer mastering it. The gist of them is that nursing requires a special call, that it needs, more than most occupations, a religious basis, that it is an art in which constant progress is the law of life, and lastly, that the nurse, whether she wills it or not, has of necessity a moral influence. These ideas appear in almost every address, and are illustrated in various ways. A woman who takes the sentimental view of nursing, which she calls ministering, as if she were an angel, is of course worse than useless. A woman possessed with the idea that she is making a sacrifice will never do, and a woman who thinks any kind of nursing work beneath a nurse will simply be in the way. The true nurse must have a vocation, and, next, she must follow the call in a religious spirit. If we have not true religious feeling and purpose, hospital life, the highest of all things with these, becomes without them, and a mere routine and bustle, and a very hardening routine and bustle. To follow nursing as a religious vocation is, however, not enough, for it is a difficult art, requiring constant study and effort. This is the note which Miss Nightingale struck in the opening words of her first address, and it is the one which most frequently recurs. The besetting sin of the Nightingale nurses in the early days was, it seems, self-sufficiency. They knew that their training school was the first of its kind, and they were apt to give themselves airs. Mr. Henley's character sketches in verse of their Lady Probationer and Staff Nurse New Style hint pleasantly at this, and in plain prose men used to write of the conceited Nightingales. The days gone by, it was said in a medical journal, when a novel would picture a nurse as a Mrs. Gamp. She would figure rather as an active, useful, and clever, but also as a pert and very conceited young woman. Self-sufficiency, then, is the failing which the chief of the nurses constantly chastises. She does so by holding up before her pupils the ideal of nursing as a progressive art. For us who nurse, she says, our nursing is a thing in which, unless in it we are making progress every year, every month, every week, take my word for it, we are going back. The more experience we gain, the more progress we can make. The progress you make in your year's training with us is as nothing to what you must make every year after your year's training is over. A woman who thinks in herself, now I am a full nurse, a skilled nurse, I have learnt all there is to be learnt. Take my word for it, she does not know what a nurse is, and she will never know. She has gone back already. This rule applies to the technical side of the work, and perhaps yet more to the moral side. Nurses cannot avoid exercising a moral influence. They exercise it by their characters, and no point can ever be reached at which a woman can say, now my character is perfect. Nurses are not chaplains. It is what a nurse is in herself, and what comes out of what she is, almost without knowing it herself, that exercises a moral or religious influence over her patients. No set form of words is of any use, and patients are so quick to see whether a nurse is consistent always in herself, whether she is what she says to them, and if she is not, it is no use. If she is, of how much use may the simplest word of soothing, of comfort, or even of reproof, especially in the quiet night, be to the roughest patient. But if she wishes to do this, she must keep up a sort of divine calm and high sense of duty in her own mind, and every good nurse ought to wish to do this, because her opportunities are unique. Hospital nurses have charge of their patients in a way that no other woman has charge. No other woman is in charge really of grown-up men. Also the hospital nurse is in charge of people when they are singularly alive to impressions. She leaves her stamp upon them whether she will or no. Such are the leading ideas which Miss Nightingale develops in her series of hospital sermons. I have heard it said that she addressed the nurses in the style and spirit of the Sunday School. There are passages to which such a description may be applied, but, taken as a whole, the discourses suggest a different comparison. They recall the style and spirit of the best public school or college sermons. Sometimes the likeness is close and explicit. On one occasion Miss Nightingale thought that the prevailing evil in her school was a spirit of irresponsible and ill-informed criticism. She rebuked it by telling a true story, which perhaps she may have had from Mr. Jowett. In a large college, questions about things which the students could but imperfectly understand in the conduct of the college had become too warm. The superintendent went into the hall one morning, and after complimenting the young men on their studies, he said, "This morning I heard two of the porters, while at their work, take up a Greek book lying on my table. One tried to read it, and the other declared it ought to be held upside down to be read. Neither could agree which was upside down, but both thought themselves quite capable of arguing about Greek, though neither could read it. They were just coming to fisticuffs when I sent the two on different errands." Not a word was added. The students laughed and retired, but they understood the moral well enough, and from that day there were few questions or disputes about the plans and superiors of the college, or about their own obedience to rules and discipline. Then, again, what boy has not heard in chapel or in school song a moral drawn from how things will look 40 years on? Here is Miss Nightingale's passage on the theme. Most of you here present will be in a few years in charge of others, filling posts of responsibility. All are on the threshold of active life. Then our characters will be put to the test, whether in some position of charge or of subordination, or of both. Shall we be found wanting, unable to control ourselves, therefore unable to control others? With many good qualities, perhaps, but owing to selfishness, conceit, to some want of purpose, some laxness, carelessness, lightness, vanity, some temper, habits of self-indulgence, or want of disinterestedness. unequal to the struggle of life, the business of life, and ill adapted to the employment of nursing, which we have chosen for ourselves, and which, almost above all others, requires earnest purpose and the reverse of all these faults. 30 years hence, if we could suppose us all standing here again passing judgment on ourselves, and telling sincerely why one has succeeded and another has failed, why the life of one has been a blessing to those she had charge of, and another has gone from one thing to another, pleasing herself and bringing nothing to good. What would we give to be able now to see all this before us? Then she exhorted her pupils not to be too nice in the picking and choosing of places. Our brains are pretty nearly useless if we only think of what we want and should like ourselves, and not of what posts are wanting us, what our posts are wanting in us. What would you think of a soldier who, if he were to be put on duty in the honorable post of difficulty, as sentry may be, in the face of the enemy, and we nurses are always in the face of the enemy, always in the face of life or death for our patients, were to answer to his commanding officer, no, he had rather mount guard at barracks or study musketry, or if he had to go as pioneer, or on a forlorn hope were to say, no, that don't suit my turn. So again, there are excellent little discourses on the uses and limits of school friendships, on the right use of dress, and on the art of exercising authority, with wise sayings taken direct in some cases from Plato. Those who rule must not be those who are desirous to rule. The world, whether of a ward or of an empire, is governed, not by many words, but by few, though some, especially women, seem to expect to govern by talk and nothing else. She who is the most royal mistress of herself is the only woman fit to be in charge. For she who has no control over herself, who cannot master her own temper, how can she be placed over others, to control them through the better principle, if she has none or little of her own? Her remarks on dress are interesting, and might be applied mutatis mutandis to young men who sometimes combine a habit of slovenliness with a garish taste in waistcoats. Some of the Nightingale nurses seem to have grumbled at the uniform, and have taken their revenge upon it by gorgeous apparel when off duty. Miss Nightingale avers that to her eye no woman's dress is so becoming as that of her nurses, and for the rest she draws a moral from God's clothing of the field flowers. First, their clothes are exactly suitable for the kind of place they are in, and the kind of work they have to do. So should ours be. Second, field flowers are never double. Double flowers change their useful stamens for showy petals and so have no seeds. These double flowers are like the useless appendages now worn on the dress, and very much in your own way, wild flowers have purpose in all their beauty. So ought dress to have. Nothing purposeless about it. Third, the colors of the wild flower are perfect in harmony, and not many of them. Fourth, there is not a speck on the freshness with which flowers come out of the dirty earth. Even when our clothes are getting rather old, we may imitate the flower, for we may make them look as fresh as a daisy. Oh, my dear nurses, whether gentlewomen or not, don't let people say of you that you are like girls of the period. Let them say that you are like field flowers, and welcome. Miss Nightingale often sought, as every good school preacher seeks, to arrest the attention of the young by topical allusions, especially to stirring and heroic deeds. She often compared hospital nurses to missionaries, and held up Livingstone as an example. He was one of the best missionaries, not as going about with a Bible in his hand and another in his pack, but by the influence of his own purity, fidelity, and uprightness. She introduced in similar factions stories of Rorke's Drift, of Tel el Kebir, and of Gordon at Khartoum. More rarely she referred to incidents in her own career, and such passages, one can understand, must have sent a thrill through an audience in which most of the nurses looked up to Florence Nightingale as their honored chief or queen. But when she thus referred to herself, it was only to say that any success or repute she had attained was due to faithful attention to the smallest details. The greatest compliment, she said, I ever received as a hospital nurse was this, that I was put to clean and do every day the special ward, with the severest medical or surgical case which I was nursing, because I did it thoroughly and without disturbing the patient. That was at the first hospital I ever served in. I think I could give a lesson in hospital housemaids' work now. I have had more experience, she said in another discourse, in all countries and in different ways of hospitals than almost anyone ever had before. But if I could recover strength so much as to walk about, I would begin all over again. I would come for a year's training to St. Thomas's Hospital under your Admiral Matron, and I venture to add that she would find me the closest in obedience to all our rules. Sure that I should learn every day, learn all the more from my past experience, and then I would try to be learning every day to the last hour of my life. And when his legs were cutted off, he fought on his stumps. The reading of the address from Miss Nightingale was one of the events of the nursing year. Sir Harry Verney, as chairman of the Nightingale Fund, often read the addresses to the assembled probationers, but they were also printed, and a copy was given to each nurse. For the most part they were written for the probationers at St. Thomas's, but from time to time Miss Nightingale sent a similar address to the Nightingale nurses serving in Edinburgh. The nurses had been asking me only a few days before, wrote the Lady Superintendent, January 6, 1875, whether you had remembered them this year, and were going to write them. Most of them prize your letters very much. They are trumpet calls to duty and to greater efforts for a higher standard. In some years there was another field day for the Nightingale nurses, when a party of them were invited by Sir Harry and Lady Verney to Claydon, and a long summer day passed in sauntering in the grounds or in lawn tennis ended with a short service in the church. On one or two of these occasions Miss Nightingale was able to be present, and photographs were taken of her seated in the midst of the nurses. The high ideal of the nurse's calling which Miss Nightingale cherished throughout her life, and strove to inculcate upon her disciples, explains her dislike of schemes of certification, registration, orders, and other professional organization. She was indeed much interested in, and she did much promote, the practice of thrift and provident assurance among the nurses. But further than this, in the organization of nursing as a kind of trade union, Miss Nightingale was never inclined to go, and, as we shall hear in a later chapter, she was altogether opposed to a professional register. There were those that maintained that the problem of improving nursing was an economic problem, that good pay would attract good nurses, that the market was spoiled by the intrusion of lady volunteers. But to Miss Nightingale nursing was a sacred calling, only to be followed by those who felt the vocation, and only followed to good purpose by those who pursued it as the service of God through the highest kind of service to man. There were those again who approached the problem from a point of view the opposite of the economic, and thought that a religious motive, in the ordinary sense of the term, was the sure way to good nursing, and who thus attached supreme importance to the organization in orders, companies, and the like. To this view Miss Nightingale was equally opposed, because to her nursing was an art, and the essence of success was artistic training. A collection of passages, taken from a mass of correspondence, etc., on the subject, may serve to make her point of view clear. The supply and demand principle taken alone is a fallacy. It leaves out altogether the important element, viz., the state of public opinion at the time. You have to educate public opinion up to wanting a good article. Patient pills are not provided to be good articles because the public pays heavily for them. Patent pills are not proved to be good articles because the public pays heavily for them. Many matrons are dear at £30 a year. Do you suppose that if we were to offer £150 we should get a good article at once? I trow not. And I say this from no theory, but from actual experience. It is very easy to pay. It is very difficult to find good nurses, paid or unpaid. It is trained nurses, not paid nurses, that we want. It is not the payment which makes the doctor, but the education. It is a question of no importance in regard to any art, whether the painter, sculptor, or poet is a lady, or a person working for her bread, a volunteer, or a person of the lower middle class. Some 30 years ago I remember reading Rejected Addresses. A gentleman, endeavoring to explain how a certain lady became the mother of Pantalowski, observes, "The finest of the weather, the blueness of her riding habit, all conspired to interest me." I quote from memory. We are pleased to hear that the weather was fine and that the habit was blue, but we do not see what they have to do with it. I am neither for nor against lady nurses. What a ridiculous term! What would they say if we were to talk about gentlemen doctors? I am neither for nor against paid nurses. My principle has always been that we should give the best training we could to any woman of any class, of any sect, paid or unpaid, who had the requisite qualifications, moral, intellectual, and physical, for the vocation of a nurse. Unquestionably, the educated will be more likely to rise to the post of superintendents, not because they are ladies, but because they are educated. The relation of a nursing staff to the medical officers is that of the building staff to an architect, and neither can know its business if not trained to it. To pit the medical school against the nurse training school is to pit the hour hand against the minute hand. The worst nursing in Europe is that of the sisterhoods, where no civil administration or medical school is admitted. The worst hospitals in Europe are those where no nurse training schools were admitted, and where the doctor is, in fact, the matron. You ask me whether it is possible to follow out successfully the profession of nursing except from higher motives. What are the higher motives? That is what I want to know. Nearly all the Christian orders will tell you. The first is to save your soul. The Roman Catholics will tell you to serve God's church. But they do not infer that you are to strain mind and soul and strength in finding out the laws of health. The religious motive is not higher but lower if the element of religion enters in to impede this search. In the perfect nurse there ought to be what may be called 1. The physical or natural motive, 2. The intellectual or professional motive, and 3. The religious motive. All three. The natural motive is the love of nursing the sick, which may entirely conquer, as I know by personal experience, a physical loathing and fainting at the sight of operations, etc. And I do not believe that the higher motive, as it is usually called, can so disguise a natural disinclination as to make a nurse acceptable to the patients. The good nurse is a creature much the same all the world over, whether in her coif or cloister or taking her £20 or £50 a year. The professional motive is the desire and perpetual effort to do the thing as well as it can be done, which exists just as much in the nurse as in the astronomer in search of a new star, or in the artist completing a picture. These may be thought fine words. I can only say that I have seen this professional ambition in the nurse who could hardly read or write, but who aimed just as much at perfection in her care and dressings as the surgeon did in his operation. The professional who does this has the higher motive. The religious who thinks she can serve God anyhow has not. But I do entirely and consistently believe that the religious motive is essential for the highest kind of nurse. There are such disappointments, such sickenings of the heart, that they can only be borne by the feeling that one is called to the work by God, that it is a part of His work, that one is a fellow worker with God. I do not ask for success, said dear Agnes Jones, even when she was taking every human means to ensure success, but that the will of God may be done in me and by me. Holding these convictions, Miss Nightingale believed much in individual influence, and little in organized institutions. For my part, she said, I think that people should always be founders, and this is the main argument against endowments. While the founder is there, his or her work will be done, not afterwards. The founder cannot foresee the evils which will arise when he is no longer there. Therefore let him not try to establish an order. This has been most astonishingly true with the order of the Jesuits as founded by S. Ignatius Loyola, and with S. Vincent de Paul's Soeurs de la Charité. It is quite immeasurable the breadth and length which now separates the spirit of those orders from the spirit of their founders. But it is no less true with far less ambitious societies. So then, Miss Nightingale had little faith in forms and institutions, and in one of her later addresses, 1888, she expressed herself in terms of apprehensive skepticism about the validity of nursing certificates and associations, and of the importance attached to making nursing a profession. It was the higher motive, as interpreted above, to which she attached supreme importance, and for inculcating it she believed that only individual influence could avail. Did she succeed or fail herein? It may be that, in dearth of inspiring individuals, professional organization is the second best thing, and fills a useful place. Miss Nightingale herself was always more conscious of her failures than of her successes, but it is impossible for anyone who has been privileged to read the correspondence between Miss Nightingale and her pupils not to feel assured that the spirit of the founder was imparted to other high-minded women who carried the work into many fields. The best of her pupils were the most conscious, like their mistress, of shortcomings. "I have failed," wrote one of them, "in pouring out her soul during a holiday retrospect. Failed in the thing you most speak of. I failed in carrying on my nurses in the path towards perfection. But the master whispered, "Follow the gleam." Of one of her best pupils it was recorded that "she never spoke or cared to be reminded of what she had done. Her constant cry was, 'How many things still remain to be done!'" This lady was a true disciple of the founder. To the end of her life it was on the path towards perfection that Miss Nightingale's heart and mind were set. In her last years, when her secretary sought to interest her by talk about hospitals and nurses, she was never greatly pleased by any record of things well done. "Tell me," she would say, "of something which might be made better." End of Miss Nightingale's School Continued. Recording by Emilie Olsen.
Part 7, Chapter 4 of The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2, by Edward Tyas Cook. An Indian Reformer, 1874 to 1879. Never to know that you are beaten is the way to victory. To be before one's government is an honourable distinction. What greater reward can a good worker desire than that the next generation should forget him, regarding as an obsolete truism work which his own generation called a visionary fanaticism? Florence Nightingale, 1877. Miss Nightingale was in one sense never more in office than when she was out of office. The passion of her later life was the redress of Indian sufferings and grievances, and during the years 1874 to 79, and for many years afterwards, she did an enormous amount of work to that end. It was the kind of work which a minister does, or sets his subordinates to do, when he is getting up a subject for parliamentary debate, or framing a project of legislation. The milieu in which Miss Nightingale did this work was also, in a sense, official. Her excursions into difficult problems of Indian policy and administration were regarded by many people as unsafe and inexpedient, and this view was not confined to such officials as disagreed with her conclusions. Mr. Jowett was alternately overborne by her enthusiasm into trying to help her Indian work, and insistent upon her giving up most of it. The latter attitude predominated. Indian land questions were not her special subjects. She could never hope to know the ins and outs of them. Her sister was uniformly of the same opinion. "What can you know about such things, my dear?" But after all, how much does a minister know at first hand of the business of a department new to him? Generally far less than Miss Nightingale knew of Indian business. A minister either accepts the views of his subordinates, or becomes himself a master of his subject by using access to the best sources of information. Miss Nightingale, to a considerable extent, had access to the same sources. She corresponded with successive Secretaries of State and Viceroys. She was in close touch during many years with the permanent Under Secretary, Sir Louis Mallet, who, though he did not always agree with her particular conclusions, was entirely sympathetic in her general aims, and so far as official propriety admitted, gave her every facility for pursuing her researches. Indian governors and ex-governors were at her service for information or discussion. There is voluminous correspondence during these years with her old friends, Lord Napier and Ettrick and Sir Bartle Frere, and with new friends, Sir George Campbell and Sir Richard Temple. With Sir George, a frequent visitor at South Street, she was especially well pleased. "Not for years," she wrote to M. Mohl, August 10, 1874, "have I seen a man in such heroic passion against oppression. Anglo-Indians, when in retirement in South Kensington, are seldom averse from imparting their views, and Miss Nightingale had a retinue of them, pleased to give her information. Those who had inside experience knew how much she had done for India, and took it as a compliment that she should notice their work and ask them for advice. "Accept my most grateful thanks," wrote General Baker on retiring from the India Office Council, October 11, 1875, "not only for your very kind letter and important pamphlet, but also for one of the most complete and agreeable surprises that I have ever met with. It never occurred to me for a moment that my humble efforts for the sanitation of India were so indulgently watched by the high priestess of the science." Colonel Yule, the member of council who succeeded Sir Bartle Frere in the charge of sanitary affairs, and Mr. W. T. Thornton, the Secretary for Public Works, were in frequent correspondence with her. On the special subject of irrigation she was coached, not only by a leading authority presently to be mentioned, but by General Rundle, ex-Inspector General of Indian Irrigation, Colonel J. G. Fife, Colonel F. T. Haig, and many other experts. When she turned to Indian education, Mr. A. W. Croft, the Director of Public Instruction, corresponded freely with her. Of her private studies there is evidence in a great accumulation of Indian Blue Books, proceedings, minutes, pamphlets, and other papers, of which many are annotated, abstracted, collated. She had, too, a network of correspondents in India. There were in various parts of the country sanitary commissioners, doctors, engineers, irrigation officers, who wrote to her constantly, and sometimes more freely than in official reports. There were occasions, as in a dispute once hot, now as dead as the unhappy subjects of it, when her friends in the India Office had to admit that her information was earlier and better than theirs. So then, if her friends asked why she meddled in affairs of which she could not really know anything, she only set the harder to work in mastering the voluminous information at her disposal. Yet all the while she was out of office. The conjunction of circumstances which gave her much immediate power at the War Office through Sidney Herbert, and afterwards in the earlier stages of Indian sanitary reform, was no longer operative, and there was now disproportion between her expenditure of effort and the immediate effect which it produced. In this part of her life's work, Miss Nightingale suffered from some confusion of aim. Her official connections, though they gave her the advantage of some good information, interfered with the effect of her work as a publicist. Her work as a publicist made her distrusted in some official circles. She would perhaps have done better to confine her exertions to the influencing of public opinion by more consistent and sustained writing. The pity of it is, as we shall learn presently, that the book which she designed as a permanent contribution to the Indian question was never completed in her lifetime. Still, in spite of all, Miss Nightingale's work as an Indian reformer, which absorbed many hours of every day in her life for 25 years, was not without effect. In various specific matters she exerted some influence at the time, whilst her personal influence and her writings did something to form the public opinion which made later reforms possible. 2. Miss Nightingale's primary interest in India was in connection with sanitation, and I shall give one or two instances of her resumed activity in this field before passing to the larger sphere into which that interest came necessarily to be absorbed. From time to time she still intervened, and not without success, to promote the health of the Army in India. Thus, on July 21, 1874, the Commander-in-Chief, Lord Napier of Magdala, wrote to her enclosing a minute which he had been obliged to write in defence of the soldiers, as improvements to barracks and in other respects were delayed year after year. The minute, he explained, was private and confidential, but he wished that the facts which had called it forth could be used in some legitimate way. I cannot help telling you, dear Miss Nightingale, as I know you love the soldiers as well as you did in the Crimea when you broke down the doors of red tape for them, a scene which I hope to see embodied in marble before I die. On receipt of this letter, Miss Nightingale called a meeting of her Indian Council, Sir Bartle Frere and Dr. Sutherland. Sir Bartle made inquiries about the Minute and found that the Government of India had not yet communicated it to the India Office. He prepared the ground by informing the Secretary of State of the fact that such a Minute had been written. He suggested to Miss Nightingale that without using any private and confidential information it would be possible to draw up a statement upon measures urgently needed for the further improvement of the health of the soldiers in India. With the help of Sir Bartle Frere and Dr. Sutherland this was done, and Miss Nightingale in Council sent a dispatch to the Secretary of State. In Disraeli's second administration, Lord Cranborne, now become Marquis of Salisbury, had resumed his former place at the India Office. Miss Nightingale to Lord Salisbury. Lea Hurst, October 28, 1874. Dear Lord Salisbury, as you were so very good when you were kind enough to acknowledge my paper on Life or Death in India as to ask me, where permission was all that I could have expected as most gracious on your part, to submit any facts or suggestions to you, I venture, without troubling you with more apology, to lay before you the following. 1. The grasp of the famine is now relaxed, though to make it relax has cost a vast expenditure, with very little return except in lives. Other lives seem now to be in jeopardy from the economy consequent upon this noble and never to be regretted expenditure, viz. Soldiers' lives. There is no greater extravagance than extravagance in lives. The Crown Prince of Germany said 2 months ago, a very remarkable doctrine for him, that we could add to the strength and numbers of organized armies by sanitary works, and that money well employed in these will as much contribute to military force as money spent on fortifications and on direct military organizations. A great deal has been done already in India, and great results to our soldiers' health have followed. But does not much more remain to be done before the results of 2 or 3 favourable years, for there was little cholera, can become permanent? Does not experience show that, as the greatest saving in outlay is that which can be effected in the cost of the military defences of the country, so it is the truest economy not to stay your hand in improving the military stations and their surroundings until every station in India has been put in the most healthy state practicable. In the meantime, if it is necessary to check outlay, should not the check be exercised on things that can stand over for a few years? 2. For in reality, points connected with the soldier's health cannot stand over. The man is dead or invalided, the man the most costly article we have, and you have to replace him with another costly article. Is not every neglect or miscalculation on this point sure to add to the national expenditure a far higher amount than would be the capitalized cost of the improvements? The improvements required now at many stations are the following. A detailed list under various heads of kind and place. 6. To you it is needless to say that this relates to one half only of the Indian Army, that is, that under the direct control of Lord Napier of Magdala, and that Madras and Bombay have between them at least an equal proportion of unsupplied wants, for they have not had 5 years of Lord Napier's wise and humane advocacy. 7. In India, it is always possible to fall into the mistake of spending money uselessly. Fortunately, however, there is a way out of it in the appointment of Mr. Clark, the great Calcutta municipality engineer, who has drained and water supplied Calcutta, to go out and do a similar scheme for Madras. Detailed suggestions for further instructions to Mr. Clark. Lord Salisbury to Miss Nightingale. Arlington Street, November 4, 1874. Dear Miss Nightingale, I assure you we are not blind to the importance of the objects which you advocate, nor are we the least inclined to interpose any unnecessary delay in their prosecution. The difficulty, of course, is money. It is perfectly true that if the remedies were as certain of their effect as the existence of the evils is certain and serious, we might obviate the difficulty of the money by borrowing without stint. But the consideration which withholds the Indian government from such a course is the very fact that the remedies are by no means absolutely certain. Take the case of Peshawar, for instance. A great deal of money has been spent there already, and a great deal more will be spent. And yet, if I am to believe the reports which I receive from trustworthy authorities, when all the money is spent, it will still be a very unhealthy station, and a very small improvement upon the death rate will ultimately be the result. I heard Sir George Clark the other day state in council that one of the new stations in Rajputana, I forget which it was, had become decidedly more unhealthy since remedial measures recommended by the sanitary authorities had been adopted. There may be something of prejudice and something of timidity in these apprehensions. I do not wish to give to them more weight than they deserve, but it is obvious that in sanitary action we are still groping our way, and that we are far from having arrived at that point of certainty at which it would be safe, on account of any particular series of undertakings, very heavily to pledge the future industry of the Indian people. You must always bear in mind that at this moment our expenditure treads very closely upon the heels of our revenue, and that we absolutely do not know where to turn in order to obtain any great increase of revenue. But if we borrowed very largely, a great increase of revenue would be absolutely necessary to meet the interest of the new debt. However great the value of the improvements, we cannot afford to be bankrupt, and a new productive Indian tax seems as distant as the philosopher's stone. I do not say all this to indicate that we shall slacken in our efforts towards sanitary improvement, or fail to push them forward as fast as we possibly can. But I want you to believe that financial considerations are of some importance. And I feel sure that we should only hinder sanitary improvement and prevent sanitary truths from being heartily accepted either by statesmen or by the public at large, if we associated them with a disregard of those financial exigencies upon which such enormous interests depend. We must not let it be said, or even suspected, that sanitary improvement means reckless finance. But I think the best answer I can give you to the details of your letter is to send it out to the Viceroy and ask him to let me have a confidential and unofficial report of his intentions in each of these cases. I am sure he feels the importance of these matters as strongly as any one. But I repeat that no one can thoroughly appreciate the difficulties of his position in respect to them who does not understand the extreme anxiety that is connected with the management of Indian finance. No time was lost, for on January 2, 1875, Lord Salisbury forwarded to Miss Nightingale with a private note the reply which he had received from the Governor-General. Lord Northbrook to Lord Salisbury. Calcutta, December 11, 1874. I am much obliged to you for sending me Miss Nightingale's letter to you, and although at the risk of answering it imperfectly, I will not delay putting down what occurred to me till another mail, especially as one never can feel secure of one's time in India. First, I beg you to assure Miss Nightingale that I am not likely so much to forget my training under Sidney Herbert at the War Office as to feel indifferent about the health of the soldier in India. She knows as well as I do how much has been done of late years, and how satisfactory the result has been, as is shown by the death and sickness returns, and admitted by the Army Sanitary Commission and Sir William Muir, the doctor, in evidence recently given before a Parliamentary Committee. Miss Nightingale is evidently more anxious for the future than dissatisfied with the past. The best thing I can say to reassure her is that in the face of the financial difficulties of last year, I left the expenditure upon military public works untouched. It stands for the year at something more than £1,000,000, which is as much as we can afford, and nearly as much as can be properly supervised. The year before, although most anxious to show a budget which would justify me in discontinuing the income tax, I gave an addition of £100,000 to the sum allotted to military public works at the request of Lord Napier. So much for my personal disposition and what I have done hitherto. As to what remains to be done, I know there is much. I quite agree in principle with Miss Nightingale's views as to the relative importance of different sorts of works, and we should be guided by the same considerations as far as possible. But there are practical considerations which must interfere with their universal application. For instance, in many places in India, owing to a want of labour, we can only go on at a certain rate, unless at a very greatly increased cost. Again, it is better for many reasons to carry out all the necessary works at one station at the same time, and these works may very probably include some which in themselves may not be so much wanted as other works at other stations. Subject to these qualifications, barracks, hospitals, water supply and drainage should come first, and recreation rooms, etc., follow. Miss Nightingale has evidently carefully studied some of the details of our requirements, and is not very far out in her list of works. She will be glad to hear that it is not very different from that of the works the Commander-in-Chief has lately brought to our notice, so that their relative importance is sure to be well weighed. Lord Napier takes the liveliest interest in all the military public works, and having nothing to do with finding the money, is pretty sure to have no scruple in pressing us hard. Some of the works mentioned in the list I know myself, so I will make one or two remarks. Detailed observations. I am very glad to hear that Mr. Clarke is well enough to come out to India again. When he has done his work in Madras, I think we may very probably ask him to advise us as to the water supply of some stations. I was much taken with the apparent simplicity and economy of a plan which he showed me. As regards Miss Nightingale's observations on the subject of recreation rooms and the sale of spirits in canteens, the soldiers are uncommonly well off in India generally for recreation rooms, and take advantage of them largely. The reason for selling spirits at canteens is, I believe, that if not sold, men would buy noxious spirits in the bazaars. No head of the army in India has ever recommended that the sale should be prohibited. The temperance movement is spreading widely among the troops in Bengal. By the last returns there were between 5,000 and 6,000 members of the Temperance Society in the British Army in Bengal, including women and children. I have been struck generally with the good conduct and respectable appearance of British soldiers in India, and think we may well be proud of our Army. I have written on, as the subject is one in which I have for a long time taken a personal interest, and Miss Nightingale may be glad to know that I have not neglected here. I can promise you that, so far as our funds will permit, every attention shall be paid to the health of the British and the native Army in India. Such intervention as is disclosed in the foregoing documents was repeated from time to time in connection with various sanitary measures, and was not without effect in keeping those matters to the front. A parliamentary debate, even sometimes a mere question in Parliament, has effect upon bureaucracy. In the times with which we are now dealing, members of Parliament for India were few. "I could have kissed Lord Cranborne," exclaimed Miss Nightingale once, "for saying that in the approaching elections for a Parliament which is to decide on the destinies of 180 millions, the future representatives who are to represent India as well as us had only in 2 instances in their addresses mentioned the existence of India." Miss Nightingale's private letters and printed articles did something to fill the gap. She had the ear of the great personages. They knew how much she knew, and they respected her devotion and sincerity. They listened to her, and her letters often produced the kind of stimulating result that sometimes follows a parliamentary intervention. She showed the correspondence with Lord Salisbury and Lord Northbrook to Sir Bartle Frere. "That Cæsar," he wrote, January 16, 1875, "should at once sit down and write 6 sheets of quarto letter paper to show he is taking proper care of his legions is satisfactory, as proving that your letter moved him and that the subject greatly interested him." "The result is just what I expected," wrote another Anglo-Indian on the occasion of a later intervention by Miss Nightingale. "They treat me with contempt, but they don't ignore you." The first thing the Governor did on seeing your letter was to sit down and write a full exoneration of himself to the Secretary of State. The second, I have no doubt, will be to call for his officials and hurry on the work. 3. As Public Health Missionary for India, Miss Nightingale made the state of the town of Madras a text for constant exhortations. Madras ranked at that time second for unhealthiness among the great cities of India, Delhi being first. Whereas the death rate in Calcutta and in Bombay was falling, in Madras it was rising. Miss Nightingale, like every other sanitary expert who had examined the facts, ascribed the high rate of mortality to the deplorable state of the drains, and there were Indian officials both in London and in India who turned to her in the hope that she might be able to stir up the higher authorities to insist on something being done. Her friend Mr. Clarke had devised a scheme. Either it should be carried out or a better one should be substituted. On this subject there is a long correspondence amongst her papers, and as her principal correspondent was Lord Salisbury, it is not devoid of dry humour. Lord Salisbury confessed that the subject was beyond him. All he could clearly ascertain was that there were as many different opinions as there were persons professing to understand it. But he had good news for his correspondent. The next Governor of Madras was to be the Duke of Buckingham, and the Duke had a curious passion for details. He might be expected, it seemed to be suggested, to take to drains like a rat. So Miss Nightingale waited, and presently Lord Salisbury was sent to the Constantinople Conference on the Eastern Question. At Madras nothing had come of the Duke's love of detail, and as soon as Lord Salisbury returned to England, Miss Nightingale returned to the charge. Lord Salisbury sent her memorandum of suggestions to the Duke, and in due course forwarded to her the Duke's reply of July 24, 1877. The Governor was studying the question closely, and Lord Salisbury hoped that Miss Nightingale would be pleased. True, there was delay, but then, as he had previously written to her, the period of growth of all projects in India in point of length savours much of the periods of Indian cosmogony. "I think you will be satisfied," he now wrote August 22, "that the Governor of Madras is giving his mind very heartily to the question, and that his previous experience and the kind of observations into which his singular taste for detail has guided him have given him some special qualifications for coming to a right decision." And then came what in a postscript to the High Priestess of Sanitation might be thought a blazing indiscretion, if it were not obviously a piece of teasing. "I was much impressed at Constantinople with the advantage of having no drains at all, but keeping dogs instead." I am afraid that from the moment of the receipt of this letter Miss Nightingale's opinion of Lord Salisbury fell, but she was not to be shaken off, and in consultation with Dr. Sutherland, with hints too from an Indian official, she sent a reasoned reply to Lord Salisbury to his jest about the Constantinople dogs, erroneously called scavengers, and all. She had the advantage of knowing all about Constantinople and the merits of its natural drainage. As for Madras, she thought that there had been consideration enough, it had lasted for more than 20 years, and that the Secretary of State ought to insist on action, in which connection she sent various proposals. Lord Salisbury's reply to Miss Nightingale did not appear to be promising. "The indecision of the Madras Government," he said (September 19), "is partly due to the fact that various authorities have to be consulted, and no orders from the Secretary of State will prevent those authorities from differing. But the real difficulty," he added, "is money." It was all that the Madras Government could do to find money for imperious necessities. The implication was that the protection of the public health was not an imperious necessity. A rank heresy this, in Miss Nightingale's eyes. In sending on Lord Salisbury's letter to Dr. Sutherland, her comment was, "And they call me a dangerous man." To which Dr. Sutherland replied, "So you are. They tell you a thing can't be done, and you won't believe them. It is all nonsense that the municipality cannot find money to drain with, and no number of letters can make it sense." Lord Salisbury's action was, however, more favourable to Miss Nightingale than his letter, for it was presently announced in the Madras papers that the Secretary of State had ordered drainage works of some sort to be carried out at once. If this were so, the words "at once" were interpreted with some reference to the periods of Indian cosmogony. The scientific drainage of Blacktown, the most thickly populated quarter of Madras, was begun in 1882. That of the remainder of the town was in progress 25 years. 4. Miss Nightingale's interest in details of sanitary reform was gradually merged into larger questions. Recurrent Indian famines gave a new turn to her thoughts. "I have been doing sanitary work for India for 18 years," she explained in a letter to Lord Houghton, November 27, 1877, "but for the last 4 have been continually struck by this dreadful fact. What is the good of trying to keep people in health if you can't keep them in life? These riots are being done to death by floods, by drought, by zemindars and usurers. You must live in order to be well." This indisputable proposition appealed strongly to her emotions. "My mind," she wrote to Mr. Chadwick September 14, 1877, "is full of the dying Indian children, starved by hundreds of thousands from conditions which have been made for them in this hideous Indian famine. How I wish some one would now get up an agitation in the country, as Mr. Gladstone did as regards Bulgaria, which should say to the country, 'You shall,' as regards Indian famines and the means of preventing them, among which irrigation and water transit must rank foremost. If we had given them water, we should not now have to be giving them bread." Miss Nightingale had reached this conclusion by herself in 1873, and it was strongly confirmed in the following year. In February 1874 she was moved to write to Sir Arthur Cotton, the greatest living master, as she truly called him, of the water question. Her letter, the letter of one enthusiast to another, greatly delighted the old Anglo-Indian. "If," he wrote (February 4), "50 years of hard work and contempt had produced no other return but a letter from you, it would be an honour beyond what I deserve. The plot is now rapidly thickening, and I have not the smallest doubt that your having taken up this great subject will turn the scale. It is impossible for any person not resident in India to conceive the strength of the prejudice in the minds, not only of these civil officials, but of multitudes out of office on both the points of irrigation and navigation in India. I am assured that there is not a single person in high office now in India who is not in his heart opposed to them both. But we have arrived at a most remarkable crisis now, first in the occurrence of this most terrible famine, and second in the revolution in the India Office. Lord Salisbury will think for himself in spite of an Indian Council composed, with only the exception of Sir B. Frere, of men of incurable old Indian bias. Sir Arthur Cotton's inventive genius has left a permanent impress upon India, but he was now en disponibilité, and he was one of those enthusiasts who, when out of office and unable to carry on their plans, conceive the world to be in wilful conspiracy against them. Moreover, in urging the case for canals, he overstated it by too uncompromising a criticism of railways. During ensuing years, Sir Arthur Cotton was one of the most voluminous of Miss Nightingale's correspondents. She was fully alive to the faults of manner which hindered the acceptance of his ideas, and from time to time she pleaded with him for more moderation and less asperity. She herself was sometimes blamed by Mr. Jowett and others for over-emphasis. She would laughingly wonder in reply what they thought of Sir Arthur Cotton, who gave the public strong alcohol, in comparison with which anything of hers was but watered milk. She had not far pursued her researches into the irrigation question before she perceived that it was intimately bound up with the land question. Who was to pay for irrigation? Were the ryots willing to pay a water rate? Could they pay it? Were not the zemindars rapacious? Was not the cultivator at the mercy of the usurers? Sir George Campbell was full of such subjects, and Miss Nightingale proceeded, with his assistance, to master the intricacies of land tenure in various parts of India, and especially of the permanent settlement in Bengal. One subject led her on to another, and she became deeply interested in the questions of representation, land, education, usury. She became, in short, an Indian reformer, or an Indian agitator at large. End of An Indian Reformer, 1, 2, 3, 4. Part 7, Chapter 4 of the Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2, by Edward Tyas Cook. An Indian Reformer continued, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Her immediate effort, however, was thrown into the advocacy of irrigation. In view alike of the poverty of India and of the ever-present danger of famine, she held that it was the duty of the Government to promote irrigation in every way, by great works as well as small, by wells and tanks as much as by great and small canals, by encouraging private capital as well as by making great national grants and loans. The Indian taxpayer was poor, it was said to her. The way to make him less poor, she replied, was to irrigate his land. Miss Nightingale began her irrigation campaign with an appeal to Lord Salisbury, and she approached him on a point which she thought would be common ground. She knew that he was of a scientific turn of mind, and hoped he would agree with her that the first thing needful was to obtain complete and trustworthy statistics. She sent him some tentative figures as to the cost of irrigation works already carried out and the financial results accruing therefrom, confessing, however, that she had experienced great difficulty in obtaining the figures. "I have been too long on the search for such returns myself," he replied, May 10, 1875, "not to sympathize with your distress." He proceeded at some length to enumerate the difficulties in the way of a really rigorous exhibit, and to state the questions which seemed to him still unsolved with regard to irrigation in general. For instance, is irrigation, he asked, the creation or merely the anticipation of fertility? Does it make vegetable wealth, which but for it would never have existed, or does it crowd into a few years the enjoyment of the whole productive power of the soil? Meanwhile, he had her figures submitted to critical annotation at the India Office, directed various papers to be sent to her, and promised to see whether fuller returns could be obtained. As nothing definite resulted, Miss Nightingale suggested the appointment of a committee or commission to investigate and report. the suggestion elicited a characteristic reply from Lord Salisbury. "As for a commission," he wrote (November 1, 1875), "I doubt its efficiency. Commissions are very valuable to collect and summarize opinion, and they are often able to decide one or two distinct issues of fact, but they are too unwieldy for the collection and digestion of a great variety of facts and figures. With the best intentions their work is slow and routinier, and in their report they gloss over the weak places with generalities. As a rule, administrative force is in the inverse proportion of the number of men who exercise it. One man is twice as strong as two, two men are twice as strong as four. Boards and commissions are only contrivances for making strong men weak." From time to time she jogged Lord Salisbury's elbow, asking whether he had yet been able to obtain trustworthy figures, and beseeching him to initiate a great irrigation policy. "Do not for a moment imagine," he wrote February 27, 1876, "that I have forgotten the question. The more I go into it, the deeper the mystery appears. Every one who has a right to entertain an opinion on it vindicates that right by entertaining a different one from his neighbour. General Strachey and Sir Barrow Ellis have been engaged upon the matter for years. Both of these assert with confidence that one set of statements is true, while the Government of India, backed by Mr. Thornton, our excellent Public Works Secretary, assert it with no less confidence to be false. When I am able to get a little light, I will let you know, but as long as my oracles flatly contradict each other, I am not likely to get nearer certainty than I am now." As Lord Salisbury was disinclined to a committee of experts, she begged him to procure returns from India, and she drew up a model form of inquiry, on which particulars might be asked of the extent of cultivated land in each district, the amount of land under irrigation, the cost of annual repairs, and so forth and so forth. Lord Salisbury took the suggestion into consideration, and some returns were called for, but nothing came of it for the time. Miss Nightingale then tried to obtain information in another way. There were, she was told, masses of data in the India Office itself, which only needed analysis and tabulation to yield valuable results. Lord Lawrence had introduced to her Mr. Edward Prinsep, late Settlement Commissioner, Punjab, as a man likely to be helpful in such work. She made friends with him. Sir Lewis Mallet gave facilities, and Mr. Prinsep began making researches on Miss Nightingale's behalf. Unfortunately for her success, she had the correctitude to ask Lord Salisbury's permission. Lord Salisbury referred her request to the Revenue Department, who in a solemn minute represented the serious precedent that would be set by allowing an outsider to delve in official archives, and Mr. Prinsep had to discontinue his researches. "You are doubtless aware," Sir Lewis Mallet told her dryly, "that in the India Office opinions diametrically opposed are usually entertained on every subject which is discussed." There was only one certainty, he added, that any decision taken at one time would be reversed at another. Ultimately, a good deal of information was collected by a Select Committee of the House of Commons on Public Works in India (1878), and by famine commissions. Returns such as Miss Nightingale asked for are now regularly made. Some irrigation works were carried out during these years, but no great forward policy in that direction was instituted. The forward policy presently adopted was of a very different sort. The thoughts of the politicians were absorbed in other things. The opinions of the bureaucrats were divided, and there was stringency in Indian finance. If the experts could not agree on the proper basis of estimating the results of irrigation, still less were they at one on the kind of irrigation work that was desirable. Every one was agreed in favour of irrigation in principle, but as soon as it became a question of detail, whether in finance or in engineering, there were as many opinions as there were experts. One school said, "Borrow the money and the land will be so enriched that the Ryot will be able to pay increased taxation." Another school retorted, "But he will be squeezed out of existence first, therefore retrench all round and wait for better times." Or if the financial difficulty were overcome, engineering difficulties were raised. One school said, "Make navigable canals," but that meant fulness of water in them. Another said, "Make canals primarily for irrigation," but that meant depletion. And so the controversy continued, with no decided impulse from the men in office. Famines came and went. Some works were carried out as a form of relief. No great preventive policy was established. Miss Nightingale was much disheartened, but she persevered. She corresponded with everybody of importance whom she could hope to influence. With Lord Lytton, who had succeeded Lord Northbrook as Viceroy in 1876, she was not acquainted, and Lord Beaconsfield she never approached, except on another matter, and then without any encouragement on his part. In April 1878, Lord Salisbury became Foreign Secretary and was succeeded at the India Office by Mr. Gaythorne Hardy, Lord Cranbrook, Mr. Edward Stanhope becoming Under Secretary. Mr. Stanhope came to see her June 1878, and in the following year she sent him the figures of mortality in the last Indian famine, which she had compiled with great labour from various sources of information, and correspondence ensued. She saw and corresponded largely with Sir James Caird, the English representative on the Famine Commission. She tried to incense Lord Houghton on the subject of Indian grievances. She saw and corresponded with Mr. Fawcett. She saw Mr. Bright. She kept up a large and regular correspondence with officials in India. She supplied materials for lectures in England, and with skilled assistance she had some maps drawn and engraved to show the principal works which might be constructed. These maps did service at lectures, and Miss Nightingale also wrote repeatedly in newspapers and magazines, heralding water arrivals, pointing out districts which famine had not visited owing to previous irrigation, and others where similar works might be expected to prevent famine in future, comparing the cost of relief and prevention, urging the importance of extending education, calling attention to oppression in forms of land tenure and by money lenders, and generally seeking to arouse public interest at home in the life and sufferings of the voiceless millions in India. The piece by Miss Nightingale which attracted most attention was an article on the people of India in the 19th century for October 1878. Sir James Knowles's magazine was then in the early days of its influence, and he gave the first place to this article, in which Miss Nightingale administered a wholesome shock to British complacency. "We do not care for the people of India," she exclaimed. The saddest sight in the world was to be seen in the British Empire. It was the condition of the Indian peasant. She gave pitiable facts and figures of Indian famines, and passed on to describe in more detail the evils of usury in the Bombay Deccan. "I cannot tell you," she wrote to a correspondent in the following year, "the intense interest that I take in the subject, how to raise the indebted poor cultivators of India out of their wretched bondage of poverty, whether by mont de piété, by some national bank, such as you propose, by some cooperative system, or by all or any of such means." Miss Nightingale's article was received as a kind of manifesto by those who sympathized with her point of view, and the publication brought a large accession to her Indian correspondence. In official circles it caused some flutter. "I have read your article," wrote a friend in the India Office (August 8), "with the greatest interest and admiration. The official mind is much disturbed. I overheard a conversation between two magnates, not in the present Government, in which the article was described as a shriek, and the question was whether something could not be done to counteract the impression." Lord Northbrook, after reading the article, sent to Miss Nightingale an elaborate criticism, not traversing her case in all points, but pleading that she had exaggerated the shadows. With Lord Salisbury's successor at the India Office there was the following correspondence: Miss Nightingale to Lord Cranbrook, August 10, 1878. Dear Lord Cranbrook, very meekly I venture to send you a poor little article of mine on the people of India in the 19th century. I hope if you read it you will not call it a shriek. I am astonished at my own moderation. I am not so troublesome as to expect that you can find time to read it, but the India Office has untold treasures, which it does not know itself, in reports on these subjects which will engage your busy time, and especially the Deccan Riots Commission Report on the relation of the riots and the extortionate money-lenders in the Bombay Deccan will, I am sure, call for your attention. Can there be any private enterprise in trade or commerce, in manufacture, or in new interests, when to money-lenders are guaranteed by our own courts the profits, the enormous and easy profits, which no enterprise of the kind that India most wants can rival? What are the practical remedies for extortionate usury in India, and principally in the Bombay Deccan? The bill now before the legislature at Simla does not seem to promise much, does it? The whole subject is, I know, before you. Pray believe me, with some wonder at my own audacity, ever your faithful and grateful servant, Florence Nightingale. Lord Cranbrook to Miss Nightingale, India Office, August 13, 1878. Dear Miss Nightingale, having been out of town for 2 days, your note only reached me this morning. I read your article last week with much interest, but, without underrating the griefs of India, I think you generalize too much from one locality. Nevertheless, there is enough to stir the heart and mind in search of remedies for admitted evils. Yours very sincerely, Cranbrook. The Secretary of State wrote to the Viceroy, Lord Lytton, in much the same sense, calling his attention to Miss Nightingale's article, saying that she had generalized too much, but adding, I shall be truly glad if your legislation can afford a remedy. The Viceroyalty of Lord Lytton was more famous, however, for the forward policy in Afghanistan than for internal reforms. Miss Nightingale, as a disciple of Lord Lawrence, was wholly opposed to an aggressive policy which, moreover, had the effect of causing retrenchment in all departments except the military. 6. Miss Nightingale, in her propagandist zeal, now turned to Mr. Gladstone. She made an article of his called Friends and Foes of Russia, which appeared in the 19th Century, January 1879, the occasion of a letter to him. In this article he had incidentally referred to the loss of 1,400,000 lives in the last Indian famine. She pointed out to him that his estimate was far below the truth, and she sought to enlist him in a crusade for the Indian causes dear to her heart. Mr. Gladstone to Miss Nightingale, Hawarden, January 26, 1879. How many years have elapsed since your name used to sound daily in my ears, and how many sad events, events of varied sadness, have happened in the very place where I used to hear it. All through this Eastern controversy, the most painful of my life, it has been a consolation to know that I was in sympathy with you. Especially I remember your most striking declaration about the war against Turkey. I am glad that you approve of my article on the Friends and Foes of Russia, glad that the error you notice is one of understatement. I had not the means of complete reference when I sent off the sheets, and 1,400,000 seemed to me so awful that I trembled lest I should be overstating. The first correction I received put 4 millions, and now you raise it higher still. The Indian question, under most vicious handling, is growing gigantic and most perilous. Depend on it, I will do what I can in it, but I fear this must be little. I fear that, apart from other reasons weighty enough, my taking a leading part in it would at once poison its atmosphere, now that it has come to be a main ground of the controversy between Government and Opposition. When I dealt with the Vernacular Press Act last year, there was no Indian controversy, and I took all the care in my power not to treat it as a contentious question. All this is now changed, and whatever I recommend about India the Tories will oppose. You can hardly be aware of the extraordinary degree in which prejudice and passion have gathered round my very name, as well, I am bound to say, as favour and affection, since the Eastern question came up. Whether by my fault or not, I can hardly say, but such is the fact. In the line I have followed, I must steadily persist to the end of the conflict, but I have all along foreseen the likelihood that it would probably disable me, even if age and other circumstances did not, for rendering any other serious public service in the way of acting, which, it must always be remembered, is so different from that of objecting and censuring. The whole Indian question will, however, force itself forward, and there will be plenty of hands to deal with it. Mr. Bright is coming here in 2 days, and I hope to have full conversation with him about it. Believe me, with warm regard and respect, sincerely yours, W. E. Gladstone. Miss Nightingale continued the correspondence, and presently Mr. Gladstone called upon her to talk over Indian affairs, which were now beginning to assume some importance in his general campaign against the policy of Lord Beaconsfield. Mr. Gladstone's visit was in May. On June 26 Lord Lawrence died, and Miss Nightingale was deeply moved. Miss Nightingale to Mr. Gladstone, July 6, 1879. I see you were at Lord Lawrence's funeral yesterday, and you may care to hear the story of his last days from one who has been privileged to know and serve with two such men as Sidney Herbert and John Lawrence, very different but alike in the one thing needful, the serving with all their souls and minds, and without a thought of self, their high ideal of right. Lord Lawrence's last years were spent in work. He did not read, he studied. Though almost blind, he waded with the help of a private secretary, who was a lady, through piles of blue books, chiefly but not wholly Indian, bringing the weight of his unrivalled experience to bear upon them. Up to Tuesday night, though very ill, he died on Friday, he worked. On the Thursday before, he had spoken in the House of Lords on the Indian finance question. The disease, tedious and trying, of which he died, was brought on by the London School Board work. He used to come home quite exhausted, saying that he could have done the thing himself in half an hour, yet having entered, with a patience very foreign to his nature, into all the niggling crotchets of everybody on the board. He gave the impression, I believe, of sternness in public, but the tenderness and the playfulness of his intercourse in private were beyond a woman's tenderness. He was a man of iron. He had gone through 40 years of Indian life in times of danger, toil, and crisis, had been brought 7 times to the brink of the grave, and had weathered it all to die of a school board at last. He had the blue eye and the expression in it before his operation of a girl of 16, and the massive brow and head of a general of nations rather than of armies. I received a letter from him the day after his death, dictated but signed by himself, sending me some recent Indian reports, private papers which he had read and wished me to read, all marked and the page turned down where he had left off. This was his legacy. Oh, that I could do something for India, for which he lived and died! The simplicity of the man could not be surpassed, the unselfishness, the firmness. It was always, is it right? If it was done. It was the same thing, its being right and its being done. A photograph was taken a few hours after death. If it had been a sketch by Carracci or Leonardo or Michelangelo, we should have said how far art transcends nature. In the holiest pictures of the old masters I have never seen anything so beautiful or so holy. The lips are slightly parted, like those of a child in a rapture of joy on first awakening, with a childlike joy at entering into the presence of the Heavenly Father, whom he had served so nobly and so humbly. The poor eyes are looking down, but as if they were looking inward into the soul to realize the rapture, like Milton's, and joy shall overtake him like a flood. The face is worn. I think sometimes the youth, the physical beauty in the old Italian pictures of Christ do not give the full meaning of "it behooved him to have suffered these things, that he might enter into his glory." Or else, like Titian's Moneta, it is the mere ascetic. But here it was the joy arising out of the long trial, the cross out of which came the crown. The expression was that of the winged soul, the child's soul, as in the Egyptian tomb paintings, rising somehow without motion, spiritually out of the worn-out body. He said on the Sunday, "I can't tell you how I feel worn out." All India will feel his loss. No one now living knows what he did there, in private, I mean, as well as in public. The raising of the people by individuals as well as by institutions, the letters and messages from Sikhs to him, the Indian gentlemen who used to come to see him here and treated him as their father. The little curs here have barked and bit round the heels of the old lion. He heard them, but he heeded not. And now he is gone to undertake yet greater labours, to bless more worlds in the service of God. Lady Lawrence wished to give every one something which had belonged to his personal use, but it was found he had nothing. There were some old clothes and a great many boots, patched, but nothing else, not even a pin, except his watch, 20 years old, and his walking stick, which she kept. The lady who served as his secretary after his blindness had his old shoehorn, and told me this story with an infinite relish of its beauty. It was so characteristic of him. Pardon me if I have taken up your time with my thoughts of John Lawrence. I felt as if I were paying him a last tribute in commending his memory to you. 7. Oh, that I could do something for India! She had done much and was yet to do more, but it was a constant regret of her later years that she had failed to carry through one piece of work which she had planned. This was a book on the allied questions of Indian irrigation and Indian land tenure, to which in her first draft she had given the fanciful title, The Zamindar, the sun and the watering pot as affecting life or death in India. Miss Nightingale had first written the book in 1874, and she had several copies privately printed. The earliest copies are prefaced by the following notes on Dramatis Personae. They introduce, besides, the minister on whom at this time she pinned her hopes, her principal informants, and they show the spirit of the book. The Marquis of Salisbury, a real workman and born ruler of men, Secretary of State for India by the grace of God. Sir George Campbell, ex-Lieutenant Governor of Bengal, Gulliver among the Lilliputians. Sir Arthur Cotton, R.E., the most perfect master of the water question living. Colonel Rundle, R.E., head of Water Department at Bengal, then of all India, now at home. Colonel Haig, R.E., head of Water Department of Bengal, now at home, ill. The Zamindar, created landlord out of tax-gatherer, growing rich. The riot, created slave out of landowner or privileged cultivator, starving, for while wealth accumulates, men decay. Mr. Jowett revised the book many times, and among the first things which he cut out was the characteristic Dramatis Personae. His unfavourable opinion of the book as a literary work prevented the publication of it in 1874. The style, he wrote, August 11, 1874, is too jerky and impulsive, though I think it is logical and effective. You must avoid faults of taste and exaggeration. The more moderate a statement is, the stronger it is. But strength lies in paragraphs, in pages, in the whole, not in single sentences. The form should appear to flow irresistibly from the facts and reasonings. What does the man mean by talking to me about style, when I am thinking only of the sufferings and oppression of 100,000,000 of riots? Yes, but if you want to make the English people think about the riots, you must be careful of the least indiscretion or exaggeration. You must make style a duty, and then your book will last. And again, I find myself amid striking expressions, but I do not know where I am. He told her that she must rewrite the whole thing before publishing it. He offered to help her, and drew out a more methodical scheme, but she was impatient of his passion for making heads. Besides, his heads do not cover the ground that I must cover, and do cover ground that I don't want to cover. She was disheartened, and laid the book aside for a while. But at various times during the following years she resumed work upon it. The book was in two parts, the first dealing with the land question and being a plea for a reform of the permanent settlement, with an appendix largely contributed by Monsieur Mohl. on Prussian, Austrian, and Russian reforms in abolition of servitude. The second part dealt with irrigation as affecting life or death in India, with an appendix of statistical data. For the first part, she had prepared a series of illustrations of Indian agricultural life and customs. Many of the woodcuts were from sketches by the son of her old friend, Sir Ranald Martin. For the second part, she had prepared the irrigation maps already mentioned. Meanwhile, the tables of statistics which she had compiled had, owing to the delay, become out of date. Some of her friends, Sir Bartle Frere and Sir George Campbell and Sir Arthur Cotton, urged her to revise the book and publish it, and there are in existence a series of proofs in various stages and belonging to various years, corrected by the three friends just mentioned and by many others. Lord Lawrence, too, had read the book carefully, and one of his last letters to Miss Nightingale contained a full discussion of many of the points involved in it. Clearly, the book, first written in 1874, required in 1879 large revision, and she could not bring herself to do it. In later years she used some of the material in other ways. It served indeed as a quarry for many articles, papers, and private letters, but she never ceased to regret that she had not been able to leave in permanent literary form her views on the questions discussed in the book. In her will, made in 1896, she left special provision for the publication of such part, if any, as her executors might think fit, of the book's papers, whether manuscript or printed, and letters relating to my Indian work, together with 2 stones for irrigation maps of India, and also with the woodcut blocks for illustration of those works. By those works I take it that she meant principally the book written in 1874. I do not know whether her suggestion would be carried out. If it were, much revision and editing would be necessary. Indian reform moves, it is true, at a rate which savours much of the periods of Indian cosmogony, but yet it moves. There is a good deal in Miss Nightingale's published and unpublished writings about India which might be collected and still serve as tracts for the times, but there is at least as much which is now happily out of date. Of the reform of the Bengal land system, projected by Lord Ripon and carried into effect by Lord Dufferin, we shall hear something in a later chapter. Some of the principal irrigation works which Miss Nightingale advocated were presently carried out with success, and to the great benefit of the country, notably the Swat River Canal, 1885, the Chenab Canal, 1887, and the Jhelum Canal, 1902. Her irrigation map, brought up to date by statistics at the India Office, was published in 1900, and maps brought up to a later date are accessible. 20 years after the date of Miss Nightingale's paper on the people of India, the area irrigated by productive canals had increased from 5 million acres to 9.5 million, and since 1901 a consistent policy of preventive irrigation has been adopted. The policy of introducing some element of representation and of admitting the natives of India more largely to administrative and judicial posts has slowly but steadily progressed since the years when Miss Nightingale turned her attention to such questions. 8. On all these matters Miss Nightingale suffered much disappointment and felt great impatience. The positive and statistical bent of her mind inclined her to the conviction that for every acknowledged evil there must be a definite remedy. She wanted a positive policy, clearly laid down and immediately carried out. The attitude of successive Secretaries of State and Governments of India in the years under consideration in this chapter was different. There is a State paper in which Lord Salisbury, when Secretary for India, wrote a philosophic defence of the policy of drift. The immediate reference in the paper was to the land question in Madras, but its argument is applicable to larger ground. It is entirely in keeping, as the reader will observe, with Lord Salisbury's letters to Miss Nightingale on the subject of irrigation in India. We must be content to contribute our mite towards a gradual change. Sir George Campbell appears to dread this gentle mode of progression which he denounces under the name of drifting. I cannot accept the metaphor in its entirety, for I believe that there is still left some, though not a very important, influence for the helm. But with this reservation I see no terror in the prospect of drifting. On the contrary, I believe that all the enduring institutions which human societies have attained have been reached. not of the set design and forethought of some group of statesmen, but by that unbidden and unconscious convergence of many thoughts and wills in successive generations, to which, as it obeys no single guiding hand, we may give the name of drifting. It is assuredly only in this way that a permanent solution of these difficult questions will be given to the vast communities of India. The vacillation of purpose, the chaos of opinion we are now deploring, only indicate that the requisite convergence has not yet been attained. When statesmen assume only an unimportant influence on the helm, the need is the greater for independent workers to guide public opinion in a definite direction. In 1879, Miss Nightingale thought that her work as an Indian reformer had failed, but she is entitled to an honourable place among the company of clear thinkers who prepared public opinion for the era of Indian reform which was inaugurated during Lord Ripon's Viceroyalty, and whose persistent advocacy helped to produce at last the requisite convergence of opinion in favour of irrigation as the best, if not the only, or all sufficient preventive of famine. The fanaticism which she shared with Sir Arthur Cotton is not now so visionary as it once seemed. Lord Napier, she wrote, calls Sir Arthur Cotton a splendid madman, and so he is, but all these must be splendid madmen who initiate any great thing, any great work, which does not recommend itself to the present knowledge or ignorance of minds which do not see so far as the splendid madmen of this age, who will be sensible men to the next age, and perhaps a little in arrear to the age after that. End of An Indian Reformer, continued, 5, 6, 7, 8. Part 7, Chapter 5 of The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2 by Edward Tyas Cook. Home Life in South Street and the Country, 1, 2, 3, 4. Life made straight on purpose to make sweet the life at large. Browning. You live, said Lord Napier and Ettrick, in calling upon Miss Nightingale one day, between a palace and a park, and have one of the best views in London. A pilgrim who makes his way to No. 10 South Street and looks up to the tall, unpretentious house, now marked by a tablet recording the residence of Florence Nightingale in it, will not see the palace, and may wonder how she can have had any view at all. The principal rooms, however, are at the back of the house, and on the upper floors command a view of the park across the grounds of Dorchester House, the finest of London's Italian palaces. Miss Nightingale was fond of the view, especially in spring mornings, but in the afternoons she moralized her landscape. In a letter to her father from South Street, she quoted Samson Agonistes, eyeless in Gaza at the mill with slaves. Since I have lived looking on the park and seen those people making their trivial round, or rather their treadmill round, blind slaves to it, I have scarce ever had that line out of my head. It will be a material alleviation to me if I have to spend September in London that the mill is gone. Also, though my whole life is laid out to secure it against interruptions, no one could believe how much it is interrupted, and September diminishes this. The beggars are out of town. How strict was Miss Nightingale's rule against interruption, even from her best friends, is shown amusingly in some notes of this date from Lady Ashburton and her daughter. "I wish," wrote Lady Ashburton, "that you would let me sit like a poor old rat in the corner while you are at dinner. It is much wholesomer not to eat in solitude, but I know I shan't get in, so I can only leave this at the door." Mother bids me add a P.S. to my letter, and ask with her dear love if you could see her any time to-day. She will talk through the keyhole and not detain you 5 minutes. The nicest little house in London, No. 10, was called by Lady Verney, whose own house was only a few doors off. The proximity did not altogether facilitate Florence's measures for security against interruption. There was underlying affection between the sisters, but at times each was acutely conscious of the other's shortcomings. Also, each thought that the proximity was more valuable to the other than to herself. No. 10 had been taken by Mr. Nightingale on the advice of Sir Harry and Lady Verney, who thought it would be well for Florence to be near them. Florence, on her part, felt that she was often very useful to her sister. Their common friend, Madame Mohl, was sometimes in perplexity to decide which sister's hospitality to accept. "Go to the Verneys if you prefer," wrote Florence on one occasion, "but we shall have to do for you all the same. You know what her housekeeping is. We shall have to send in clean sheets and food and scrub down the floors." In one respect, the proximity of the two houses was certainly convenient to Florence. Sir Harry and Lady Verney took a willing share, as we shall hear presently, in the entertainment of Florence's nursing friends, and Sir Harry, the chairman of the council of her training school, was within easy call. She was not, however, accessible at all times in person, either to her sister or to her brother-in-law, any more than to others. Much of the communication between them was by letter or message. In later years, however, a morning visit from Sir Harry was part of the day's routine. When still in full health, he was one of her chief links with the great world, bringing her its news and carrying out her behests with pride and alacrity. He was her senior by 19 years, and he lived to be 93. In his old age, one of his great consolations was a morning call upon his sister-in-law, during which they read together in some religious book of his choosing. He was of the old evangelical school, but in such matters, except in opinion, they did not disagree. 2. Miss Nightingale's manner of life made her messenger an important member of the South Street staff. She had taken a great and liberal interest in the corps of commissionaires established in 1859, and a commissionaire was in her regular service, acting both as Cerberus and Mercury. Miss Nightingale's messenger must have been a familiar figure, with his notes for Dr. Sutherland at the War Office, and for the matron at St. Thomas's Hospital. For the rest, Miss Nightingale kept a staff of maidservants. Her own particular maid for many years was Temperance Hatcher, but at the time with which we are now concerned, she had married one of Miss Nightingale's Crimean protégés, Peter Grillage, who for some years had been a manservant at Embley. Miss Nightingale was much attached to this exemplary pair, constantly sent presents to them and their children, corresponded with them almost to the end of her life, and remembered them in her will. At an earlier date, Mr. Jowett, in letters written after visits to Miss Nightingale, letters known as roofers by the younger Gown, refers gratefully to the care of neat-handed Temperance. Miss Nightingale took infinite pains in the selection of her maids. Kind Mrs. Sutherland did much of the work in this sort for her, and when she was away in the country, Mrs. Sutherland was often asked to keep an eye on South Street. Miss Nightingale's love of method and precision, her fondness for having everything in black and white, appear in many a formidable schedule of duties and requirements which she drew up for the information of applicants. Perhaps these had the effect of weeding out the unfit, for with some exceptions Miss Nightingale was well served, as was meet and right, for good mistresses make good servants, and she was solicitous of their comfort and welfare. She was an excellent housekeeper, and here again she brought into play the methodical and critical habits which she had practised in larger spheres. I have seen a book in which a young cook entered the day's menu, and on the following morning the mistress wrote comments on each course, for the most part kindly and encouraging, but sometimes trenchant, as in this note upon stewed cutlets: "Why was the glue pot used?" Or in this upon a dish of minced veal: "Meat hard, and remember that mincing makes hard meat harder." Miss Nightingale was a small though delicate eater. It was for her visitors that she took most pains. Cakes of different kinds, fresh eggs, and coffee used to be sent regularly to St. Thomas's Hospital, to 2 wards every week, and meat soufflés and jelly were sent weekly to 2 invalids at Lea Hurst and 1 at Liverpool. If a nursing friend was coming to South Street who was likely to want feeding up, or suffering from overwork would require to have her appetite coaxed, Miss Nightingale would draw up the menu herself and write out her own recipes for particular dishes. She had not served in the East with the great Sawyer in vain. Her father, after his first visit to South Street, pronounced Florence's maids and dinner perfect, and the Crown Princess, going down to lunch by herself after seeing Miss Nightingale, sent word that the luncheon was a work of art. 3. Of Miss Nightingale as a hostess, and of the pleasures of South Street to her nursing visitors, one of her pupils, who was often invited, gives this account: "Early tea, if you would accept it, was brought to you, and following close upon the housemaid came Miss Nightingale's own maid to inquire how you had slept, and then to ask if you had any plans for the day, or would like any visitor invited to lunch or otherwise. When this had been ascertained, there came by note or message proposals for the vacant time, and an hour was appointed for your visit to her, that is, for the visit in chief, for you might have other glimpses of her during the day. She was always on the lookout to make your visit not only restful and restoring by all manner of material comfort, but to make it interesting and brightening as well. If the Verneys were in residence at No. 4, Miss Nightingale laid them under contribution for our entertainment, and right kindly did they both respond. Sometimes the guest went there to dinner, dining alone with Sir Harry, and spending the time before and after with Lady Verney, then in some degree an invalid, in the drawing room. The conversation there was amusing, relating to a world not centred in hospitals, for Sir Harry loved to talk of his early days in France and Spain. Lady Verney would sometimes take you driving with her, and as she was of the great world, you were likely to have a peep at its attractions. Perhaps the carriage would be stopped while she chatted with Dean Stanley, or it would pause to allow of cards being left at some great house. Then Lady Verney would turn and tease her guest from the hospital about coming to town in the season and leaving cards at the French Embassy. Or Sir Harry would include you in his party going to visit Miss Octavia Hill in her London courts, and houses not at all resembling the Embassy. Or he would take you to the House of Commons when the Irish members were lively, and you would see Mr. Gladstone, Mr. Trevelyan, and Mr. Parnell, and have an exciting story to bring home to the chief. Or it might be that you were taken to a meeting of the Royal Geographical Society, where Stanley, surrounded by Dr. Moffat, Sir Samuel Baker, and other great travellers, was telling a crowded audience, amid breathless silence, how he crossed the dark continent. But these pleasures, which Miss Nightingale lavished on her workers, and in which she shared only by sympathy, were not the event of the day to her visitor. The chief privilege was always the interview with herself. It was usually arranged to begin at 4:30, and often lasted through several hours, sometimes with a short interval. At times Miss Nightingale was well enough to come down to the drawing room and rest on a couch there while she received her guests. Couch or bed was always strewn with letters and papers, and a pencil was ever at hand. It was cheerful to find her on the couch, relieved from the imprisonment of the bed. She was dressed then in soft black silk, with a shawl over her feet, always the transparent white kerchief laid over her hair and tied under the chin. The transparent white kerchief was an exquisite little curtain of fine net edged with real lace, often very fine, for Miss Nightingale was of the old-fashioned persuasion that a gentlewoman cannot wear imitation lace. Some of her lace was Buckinghamshire, made in cottages near Claydon. Whether sad or glad, there was a bright smile of welcome. Once or twice I found her with her Persian kittens about, but they were soon dismissed. If you had come only for the interview on business, that might occupy all the time, though even on such occasions business might be dispatched in time for other pleasant talk. But if you were staying in the house, though business was discussed and counsel given, a wide range was allowed to other conversation. Naturally, you gave her an account of the day's doings. She entered into them with zest and was led on to other subjects. Sometimes she would speak of India and the riots, sometimes of Egypt and the Fellaheen. It was rare for her to touch upon the Crimean episode. If she did so, it was generally to speak with affectionate remembrance of Mrs. Bracebridge. Miss Nightingale encouraged her pupils to speak at these interviews, and it was a common matter of self-reproach with me that whereas I went desirous and resolved to listen, I had occupied too much of the time talking. However, it was perhaps her design, and gave her the best opportunities of helping her pupils. She listened to all one said with an open mind, and made much of any point of which she approved. But now and again she flashed out a dissent in a tone of maternal authority, and gave you a forcible exposition from the point of view of her powerful intellect and wide outlook. She was enthusiastic, but she was not a prey to illusions. Sometimes, when there was not a clear contradiction, there was a quiet questioning. Indeed, many of her lessons were given in the form of questions. Among our happiest subjects of conversation were the children in the hospitals. Miss Nightingale seemed never to weary of hearing of them, of their sufferings, their home circumstances, their pathetic knowledge of life, their heroic patience, their quaint sayings, their brave fun in intervals of ease, their interest in one another, their thousand sweetnesses. Not the less was her sympathy given to the older patients, while the nurses had, if possible, a still larger place in her regard. 4. The room in which these treasured interviews took place was either the drawing-room or Miss Nightingale's bedroom on the second floor, both at the back of the house. The bedroom had a crescent-shaped outer wall with pleasant French windows and flower balconies. The bed stood between the windows and the door, with its foot facing the fireplace, and behind the bed was a long shelf conveniently placed for books and papers. There were always flowers in the room. Those in pots on a stand were provided by Mr. Rathbone, as already related, until his death, and a box of cut flowers was sent every week from Melchet Court by Lady Ashburton. The walls were white, and there were no blinds or curtains. The room seemed full of light and flowers. What impressed visitors was the exquisite cleanliness and daintiness of all the appointments, which served as the frame to their mistress. "It always seemed a beautiful room," says one visitor, "but there was very little in it beside the necessary furniture, which was neat but cheap and simple, except a few pieces which had come from Embley and Lea Hurst. A large arm-chair, in which Miss Nightingale would sometimes sit, stood between two of the three windows. There were few pictures on the walls, a photograph of Lord Lawrence's portrait, a water-colour of an Egyptian sunset, and one or two other gifts. The two things of most meaning were a long chromolithograph of the ground about Sebastopol, as she called it in her will. This was opposite her on the right, and on the mantelpiece, exactly facing her bed, a framed chromolithographed text, 'It is I, be not afraid.' The drawing-room was loftier and more severe, and on the walls were some fine engravings and photographs of the Sistine ceiling. There were many bookcases in the drawing-room, the back drawing-room, and the dining-room, mostly full of blue books. As a little girl I spent many hours in the dining-room, while my mother was upstairs, and can bear witness that, except blue books, the only reading was The Ring and the Book." Occasionally Miss Nightingale would be seen standing or moving about in her room. What was then remarked was the grace and dignity of her bearing, though the willowy figure which distinguished her in earlier years had now become large. More often she received her visitors in bed or on her couch. What they then observed was the head, the face, the hands. Her head in girlhood and early womanhood had been remarked as small. Possibly it had grown somewhat, and something must be put down to the increased size of the face as affecting the appearance. But at any rate her head in later years was certainly large. An army surgeon who visited Miss Nightingale frequently in the 80s and 90s tells me that he was always struck by the massiveness of the head, comparable, he thought, to Mr. Gladstone's. There was an unusually fine rounded form of the forepart of the head just above where the hair begins. The eyes were not specially remarkable, though there was a suggestion of intellectual keenness in them. The nose was fine and rather prominent, the mouth small and firm. The hands were small and refined. Every one who saw her felt that he was in the presence of a woman of personality, of marked character, energy, and capacity. As her visitor entered, Miss Nightingale would bend forward from her bed or couch with a smile of welcome. The visitor would be invited to an easy chair beside her, and talk would begin. In her youth, Miss Nightingale was a brilliant talker, as witnesses cited in an earlier chapter have told us. In later years, too, she had flashes of brilliance. Madame Mohl, whose standard was high, wrote to her husband from Lea Hurst in 1873, "Mr. Jowett spent 3 days here. He is a man of mind. I think he would suit you. He is very fond of Flo, which also would suit you. She is here, and her conversation is most nourishing. I would give a great deal for you to be here to enjoy it. She is really eloquent. Yesterday she quite surprised me." But for the most part Miss Nightingale's talk was rather earnest, inquiring, sometimes searching, than sparkling or eloquent. "She is worse than a Royal Commission to answer," said Colonel Yule, "and in the most gracious, charming manner possible, immediately finds out all I don't know." Younger visitors sometimes felt in awe of her. She could flash out a searching question upon a rash generalization as formidably as Mr. Gladstone himself. She was interested in everything except what was trivial. Her intellectual vitality was remarkable. Visitors who knew nothing of her special interests or pursuits were yet delighted by the stimulating freshness of her talk. She liked to keep herself au courant with all that was going on in the political and learned worlds. The letters to her from more than one Indian viceroy show that the pleasant gossip from the lobbies or the universities with which she relieved her discourses on drains was keenly appreciated. If the visitor talked of matters which appealed to her, she was instantly curious of detail. "Yes," she would say, leaning forward, "and what about this or that? And have you thought of doing so and so?" Or if some difficulty were propounded, "I wonder if I could help you at all. The person to speak to is Mr. A. or Mr. B. Do you think that he would be so good as to come and see me? I am sure he would feel honoured. Then do you think I might write to him? Or you will ask him? Very well, then we will see what can be done." And so a new network of helpful influence would be made. To younger visitors, a London clergyman it may be, or a student, or a budding official, she would show something of the maternal solicitude that was conspicuous in her intercourse with nursing daughters. "But you are not looking well to day. You have been sitting up too late. Yes? Then you must promise me to take better care of yourself. Or are you careful to take regular meals? No? Then you must let an old nurse give you some good advice." The humour which was characteristic of Miss Nightingale came more readily perhaps to her pen than to her tongue, but she always enjoyed a joke in conversation, even, as we have heard already from one of her nursing friends, at her own expense. Sometimes she was teasing. A High Church young lady once went to South Street. She was delighted with her interview, but Miss Nightingale, she said, laughed at High Church curates a good deal. She said they had no foreheads. She sometimes quizzed even her greatest friends. She used to talk with humorous indignation of Mr. Jowett's God as a man jelly, in contrast with the future life of work which she looked forward to. It was in the bedroom above described, or in the smaller room in front, with which it communicated, that the greater part of Miss Nightingale's life for 45 years was passed. She seldom went out of doors in London. It was believed that occasionally, at times when her heart and nerves were giving her less than the usual sense of weakness, she went out on foot into the park. But the belief was only whispered. It was a point of honour amongst her circle to respect her house-ridden seclusion. The secret may now be divulged, on the authority of many notes from Sir Harry Verney, that he lured her out now and then for a morning drive and stroll in the park, especially in rhododendron time, to remind her of Embley, as aforesaid. Miss Nightingale, except in the few travel years of her youth, had little enjoyment from nature in its grander or larger aspects, but she knew how to find pleasure in the commoner sights and sounds, in flowers and birds, and in London skies. There was a tree in the garden of Dorchester House, where the birds used to gather, and from which they flew to be fed at Miss Nightingale's window. She had studied the dietary of birds as carefully as of hospital patients, and imparted the rudiments of such lore to the Dickey Bird Society. In the country she liked to have a view from her bedroom of trees and flowers, and often in the early morning watches she wrote down her observations. Her balcony at Lea Hurst gave her a great deal of pleasure. It is large, being the top of the drawing-room bow. You see a wide stretch of sky from it, and it commands the view described by Mrs. Gaskell. At Claydon she had her pet birds and squirrels, and used to write about them to Sir Harry's grandchildren. She took a great interest in elementary education, and insisted almost as much upon the importance of simple nature studies as upon that of physical training. On very fine noondays in London, she wrote (December 1888), when there is nearly as much light as there is in a country dusk, the storm-like effects of the sun peeping out are more like the light streaming from the glory in heaven of the old Italian masters than anything I know, and I wonder whether the poor people see it. And in old days, when I walked out of doors, the murky effect at the end of the perspective of a long, dull street running E and W was a real peep into heaven. I should teach these things in board schools to children condemned to live their lives in the streets of London, as I would teach the botany of leaves and trees and flowers to country children. Cheap, popular books were much wanted, giving account of the habits, structure, and characters, what they are about, not classification, of plants as living beings, and of birds, treated in like fashion, and not from the point of view of ornithological classification. I had a lovely little popular book with woodcuts published in Calcutta, she wrote, on the plants of Bengal. The author, an Englishman, offered me to write one on English plants in the same fashion, but one of the most popular and enterprising of all our publishers refused on the ground that it would not tell in board school examinations, and therefore would not pay. End of Part 7, Chapter 5. Home Life in South Street and the Country, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Part 7, Chapter 5 of The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2, by Edward Tyas Cook. Home Life in South Street and the Country, continued, 5, 6, and 7. During the years following her father's death, 1874, Miss Nightingale devoted much time to the society of her mother, and this took her for a considerable part of each year out of London. In 1874 she and her mother spent a month at Claydon, August through September, and then 2 months at Lea Hurst. In 1875 the experiment was tried of taking a house at Upper Norwood, and there Miss Nightingale lived with her mother for some weeks, June through July. "I am out of humanity's reach," wrote Florence to Madame Mohl, June 18, "in a red villa like a monster lobster. a place which has no raison d'etre, except the raison d'etre of lobsters or crabs, viz. To go backward and to feed and be fed upon. Stranger vicissitudes than mine in life few men have had, vicissitudes from slavery to power, and from power to slavery again. It does not seem like a vicissitude, a red villa at Norwood, yet it is the strangest I yet have had. It is the only time for 22 years that my work has not been the first cause for where I should live and how I should live. Here it is the last. It is the caricature of a life. The lobster-like villa was, however, soon given up. Mrs. Nightingale longed to be taken to her home, though strictly hers no longer, and from July to October she and Florence were at Lea Hurst. The year's routine now became fixed. The care of Mrs. Nightingale in London was undertaken by her nephew, Mr. Shore Smith, and his wife. She lived with them in their house in York Place, and from July or August in each year to November or December, the Shore Smith family, with Miss Nightingale and her companion, moved to Lea Hurst, and there also Florence went, sometimes going to Lea Hurst before the others arrived, and sometimes staying there when they were absent. Mr. Shore Smith was more than son and daughter to her, Mrs. Nightingale said, and Florence, during her residence at Lea Hurst, devoted a stated number of hours each day, generally 2 or 3 in the morning, to companionship with her mother. In the country, as in South Street, Miss Nightingale constantly had nursing friends to stay with her. At Lea Hurst, writes the friend already quoted, she was as good to us as in London. I remember being there once with another of her pupils, and she told us that the rooms assigned to us had been the nurseries of her childhood. Long drives were contrived for us, luncheon was packed in the wagonette, and excursions were mapped out. During our visit, Mr. Jowett came for a few days. He was very pleasant to us and full of kindness. I remember his speaking of a quality in our hostess which always struck us. I mean the thoroughness in all details of her hospitality, even to putting flowers in our rooms, gathered by herself in the garden. Miss Nightingale thought one of us was tired, and said she was not to get up too early in the morning. Mr. Jowett reminded us in this connection of the man who made a virtue of always rising very early, and who was conceited all the morning and cross all the afternoon. At Lea Hurst, during these years, Miss Nightingale devoted herself to her poorer neighbours, and threw into the task the thoroughness and system which characterized all her doings. She took a part in establishing a village coffee room and a village library, and in organizing mothers' meetings. She gave doles to all deserving families. The dossiers which she kept of their characters and circumstances were as careful as those referring to the Nightingale probationers. There are sheets and sheets amongst her papers, on which she entered the quantities of each kind of provision supplied to each family, as elaborate as the purveying accounts which she kept at Scutari. She was a sort of national health insurance scheme, non-contributory, for the neighbourhood, for she employed a doctor to attend the sick and infirm at her expense, and to report fully to her on all the cases. There are 50 letters from him in this sort during a single year, and as many of a like kind from the village schoolmaster, whom she commissioned to give extra tuition to promising pupils. There were those who thought that Miss Nightingale wasted on these rustic cares energies that might swell the great wave of the world. Among the number was her old friend Madame Mohl. "Now my own Flo," she wrote October 16, 1879. "You believe me, I am sure, to love you truly, therefore you will bear what I say, and also you believe me to have common sense. You can't help believing it. I defy you. Now I declare that if you don't leave that absurd place, Lea Hurst, immediately, you must be a little insane, partially, not entirely, and that if you saw another person knowingly risking a life that might be useful dans les grandes choses ensemble, to potter after sick individuals, and if you were in a lucid moment, you would say, that person is not quite sane, or she has not the strength of will to follow her judgment in her actions." Miss Nightingale was not well pleased by this letter. She felt something of the sort herself, but it is one thing to doubt our own wisdom, and quite another to hear it doubted even by our oldest friends. Miss Nightingale replied that she was doing her duty, which was a duty of affection, to her mother, and Madame Mohl, with ready tact, explained her letter away by saying that the real reason of it was only a selfish impatience to see her dear Flochen in London. Miss Nightingale's mother was now very old. Her mind was barely coherent, and it would perhaps have been much the same to her if Florence had not been by her side. Yet the actual presence was a great comfort, and Miss Nightingale, whose calls in earlier life had estranged her somewhat from her mother, was the more anxious to be with her now. There were gleams of brightness in the mother's manner which touched the daughter deeply. Her mind, she afterwards wrote, was like the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, darkened, blotted, effaced, and with great gaps. But if you looked and looked, and accustomed your eye to the dimness and the broken lights, there were the noble forms transparent through the darkness. Mother and daughter had much converse on spiritual things. At other times pride and pleasure in her famous daughter were mixed in the mother's mind with the regrets of earlier years. "Where is Florence?" she once asked, in the daughter's absence. "Is she still in her hospital? I suppose she will never marry now." She loved to have Longfellow's poem read to her. "It is all true," she would say, "all real." When Florence came, the mother loved her presence dearly. "Who are you? Oh, yes, I see you are Florence. Stay with me. Do not leave me. It makes me so happy to see you sitting by me. You come down to teach us to love, but you have so much that is important to do, you must not stay with me." "Oh, are you, my dearest Florence? I ought to kiss your hand, I am sure." The daughter's wit cheered her mother. "You have a right to laugh," she said, "so few of us have. You are so good, so much better than the rest of us. You do me so much good." Something of the same impression was made by Miss Nightingale upon all who visited her, whether at Lea Hurst or in her upper room at South Street. She was often lonely and despondent, and accounted herself, as we have heard, the weakest of human vessels, the lowest of God's servants. To those who knew her well, she was a tower of strength. Mr. Jowett used to say that he never saw Miss Nightingale or received a letter from her without feeling strengthened for his duties. The thought of her working in solitude was constantly with him. "I think no day passes," he wrote to her, "in which I do not think of you and your work with pride and affection." If men admired Miss Nightingale, women worshipped her. To many a devoted woman who had learnt from her example and who was inspired by her friendship, she was "my mistress and queen," or "my hero saint." Women of the great world laid at her feet an almost equal adoration, and young girls had something of the same feeling. "I used at first to be shy with her," says one of them, "but when I was older and talked more freely, I found her the most charming person to talk to. She always seemed interested and glad to see one. I always used to come away with a sort of buoyant feeling. She seemed to raise one into a different atmosphere." "I shall ever remember my visit to you," wrote her ever affectionate Louise, the Grand Duchess of Baden, in 1879, "as one of those moments coming directly out of God's hand and leading men's hearts up to Him in thankfulness. It belongs to those things which are in themselves a sanctuary." And Lady Ashburton, who still came sometimes to see the friend of earlier days, her beloved Zoe, wrote, "I like to think of you in your tower, so high up above us all, and again I am humbled in the dust when I think of what you say of me, poor, wretched, profitableless me, and yourself the guiding star to so many of our lives." 6. The friends to whom Miss Nightingale wrote most regularly on matters other than business, and in whose visits she took the greatest intellectual pleasure, were, next to Mr. Jowett, Monsieur and Madame Mohl. Her letters to them show some of her more general interests. To Monsieur Mohl, February 16, 1868. I see Mademoiselle Blanchecotte is publishing her Impressions de Femme. What is that? Do men publish their Impressions d'Homme? I think it is a pity that women should always look upon themselves, and men look upon them, as a great curiosity, a peculiar strange race, like the Aztecs. or rather like Dr. Howe's idiots, whom, after the unremitting exertions of 2 years, he actually taught to eat with a spoon. To Monsieur Mohl, South Street, November 24, 1872. Insensible, cruel, aggravating man, you break off just where I want to hear. The only thing that amuses me is papal infallibility, the only thing that interests me not painfully out of my chaos, always excepting Livingstone, East African slave trade, Central African exploration, is Prussian politics. Not that I suppose you to be very well satisfied with them, but I want to know about the doings. Bismarck, old Catholics, infallibilists, this extraordinary conflict between the old man at Rome and the Junker devil statesman Bismarck, also about the struggle with the upper house and the defeudalizing bill. I am athirst to know your mind about these things. Have you seen Stanley's How I Found Livingstone? I have desired the publisher to send you a copy. It is, without exception, the very worst book on the very best subject I ever saw in all my life. Still, I can't help devouring the book to the end, though it tells little more of Livingstone than what Livingstone in the dispatches has told himself already. But then Stanley and his newspaper have discovered and relieved Livingstone, when all our government, all our societies, all our subscriptions, all the Queen's men could not set Livingstone up again. Quetelet has sent me his last books, Anthropometrie and Physique Sociale, with a charming letter. I answered by a violent and vehement exhortation to him to prepare his second edition at once, the first, 1869, of the Physique Sociale being entirely exhausted. Did I tell you that when Mr. Jowett was elected chairman for the subjects of final examination at Oxford, I insisted on social physics being one? To Madame Mohl, South Street, December 19, 1873. You asked me what Mill's Autobiography was like, and as it is a book impossible to describe, I send it to you. I think it almost the most curious and interesting of modern books I ever read, but curious just as much for its nonsense as for its sense. I should think the account he gives of his intellectual and moral growth from the age of 3 quite unique, quite as singular as if a man were able to describe all his anatomy and physiology in a state of growth from the time he was 3. But quite as extraordinary as this is his own stupidity in not seeing that very many of his moral and intellectual, and especially of his religious opinions, were fixed inalterably for him by the process he underwent, so that all his reasoning afterwards upon them was unreasoning, fixed as much beyond his power to change, or even to see that a change was desirable or possible, as the eyes of a man who becomes stone blind in his youth, or the right arm of a man who is paralyzed on that side, or etc., etc., etc. He has written me pages and pages, which I never could understand, from a man so able, till I read his Autobiography, that there being laws was no proof of there being a lawgiver, that if evil were to produce good, there ought to be more of it. Then, you see, he says in his book that his wife was to be applauded because she had thrown aside the monstrous superstition that this world could be made on the best possible design for perfecting good through evil. And I still think the Autobiography, its high tone, its disinterested nobility of feeling and love of mankind, one of the most inspiring modern books I know. But then please to remember, when Mill left the India Office, he might most materially have helped all my sanitary commissions, irrigation, and civilizing schemes for India. He did nothing. He was quite incapable of understanding anything but schemes on paper, correspondence, the literary office aspect, in short, for India. As for that jargon about the inspiration coming from woman, I really am incapable of conceiving its meaning, if it has any at all. I am sure that my part in administration has been the very reverse of inspiration. It has been the fruit of dogged work, of hard experience and observation, such as few men have undergone, correcting by close detail work the errors of men which came from what I suppose is called their inspiration, what I should call their theory, without practical knowledge or patient personal experience. To Madame Mohl, South Street, February 27, 1875. Do read Pascal's Provinciale. There is nothing like it in the world. It is as witty as Molière. It is as closely reasoned as Aristotle. It has a style transparent like Plato. You said you had not read it. I have a great mind to send it you. I read it every year, as Lord Morpeth said he did Miss Austen's novels, for the pure pleasure it gives my imagination. Voltaire said, did he not, that though Pascal was fou, he fixed the language. Nothing that she read in these years pleased her more than Mr. John Morley's fine address on popular culture, now included in his Miscellanies, which first appeared in the Fortnightly Review for November 1876. She wrote to him to express her grateful admiration, and to ask if she might be allowed to distribute copies of the paper. Mr. Morley, who had already arranged for a cheap reprint, sent her several copies. In January 1876 came the death of M. Mohl, to Madame Mohl an irreparable loss. She was never the same woman after it. To Miss Nightingale also a heavy loss. I am grieved to see, wrote Mr. Jowett to her January 7, that you have lost a friend, one of the best and truest you ever had. His death must bring back many old recollections. Your father told me of his fetching you away from the convent when you were ill, and, as he thought, saving your life. But it was not only that his death revived affectionate recollections. Mr. Mohl had a great admiration for Miss Nightingale's intellectual powers. He loved to talk and correspond with her on politics, literature, and philosophy, and she regarded his studies in Eastern religion as a real contribution to Theodike, one of her principal preoccupations. Miss Nightingale lost another friend a few weeks later, whose death greatly moved her. Dr. E. A. Parkes to Miss Nightingale, Southampton, March 9, dictated, Your letter reached me on what must be, I believe, my deathbed. Perhaps before you receive this I shall be summoned to my account. For what you say I thank and bless you. About 2 months hence the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge will publish a little book on the personal care of health. A copy will be sent to you. I had small space, only 26 pages, but I put in as much sanitary information as I could, of a very simple kind. I hope it may be a little useful to you. It is addressed entirely to the poor. And now thank you and bless you for all the support you have always given me. Believe me very gratefully, signed E. A. Parkes. Miss Nightingale to Dr. H. W. Ackland, 35 South Street, March 17, 1876. The death of our dear friend Dr. Parkes fills me with grief, and also with anxiety for the future of the Army Medical School at Netley. He was a man of most rare modesty, of singular gifts. His influence at the school, there was not a man who did not leave the better for having been under him, is irreplaceable. But the knowledge and instruction he has diffused from the school as a centre has extended and will extend wherever the English language is spoken and beyond. Dr. Parkes died like a true Christian hero at his post, and with the simplicity of one. I think I have never known such disinterestedness, such self-abnegation, such forgetfulness of self. His death was like a resurrection. When he was dying, he dictated letters or gave messages to everybody, all about what ought to be done for the school, for the spread of hygienic knowledge, for other useful and army purposes, none about himself. On March 9, when it was evident he could not last many days, he commended the school to Sir William Jenner, and dictated a letter to me about hygienic interests, merely saying of himself that he might be summoned to his last account before I received it. On March 13 he rallied. I was allowed to send down a trained nurse. On March 15 he died. Let us, as he went to the sacrifice of himself, he was only 56, with joy and praise as the heroes of old, so part with him. But let us try to save what he would have saved. The professors at the Army Medical School had written to Miss Nightingale in alarm at a report in the newspapers that the institution was once more threatened. She begged Dr. Ackland, who was a friend of the War Secretary, Mr. Gaythorne Hardy, to do what he could, and meanwhile she took direct action herself. She drew up for Mr. Hardy, as she had done years before for Mr. Cardwell, the case for the defence of the school. She added personal entreaties of her own, and she sent Sir Harry Verney to present the documents to the Minister in person. Mr. Hardy listened attentively while I read your papers, reported Sir Harry. I emphasized passages underlined by you, indeed showing him your marks and initials. He said that he had not decided the matter, and I replied, and Miss Nightingale wants to get hold of you before you do. I shall congratulate you most earnestly, my dearest Florence, if your representations save the school, for I know that such success cheers you more than anything else. 3 weeks later, the Minister returned the papers to Sir Harry, announced that the school would not be touched, and said he might tell Miss Nightingale that he would make the appointments she had suggested. Some unfinished letters from M. Mohl, found in his blotter after his death, were sent to Miss Nightingale by Madame Mohl, who leaned much on her Flochen's sympathy in her loss. To Madame Mohl: Lea Hurst, August 6, 1876. Dearest, very dearest friend, indeed I do think I was worthy of him, if always thinking of him, rejoicing in his progress and perfection, and formerly grieving with his troubles and cares. But now he has none, now he is always making glorious progress, else this world is a nonsense, made me so. But why do you distress yourself? Your loss is great enough, immeasurable, irreparable for this world, with saying such things about not having made the most of him while you had him. He would not have said so. You found him a melancholy man. You made him a happy one. You gave zest to his life, all that it wanted. He always felt this himself. He could not bear to be without you. Oh, thank God, and say, like the Lord of Ossory about his son, I had rather have my dead son than any one else's living one. Who has been so blessed as you? Where will you find so perfect a man? And you felt it, I know you did, and he felt your feeling it. For M. Mohl's glorious life on earth, I thank God, but I thank him yet more because this was only a beginning of life infinitely more glorious. As Milton says, death called life, which us from life doth sever. Fare you well. May God be with us all. Your old Flo. It is 20 years today since I came back from the Crimea. It is 15 since I lost Sidney Herbert. To the same, South Street, February 7, 1878. Dearest friend, ever dearest. Indeed I do. I think daily and nightly of him and of you. The world is darker every year to me, and darker without him, for it seems as if a great light were gone out of it. And the people who survive seem so weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable compared with those I knew once, loved once. No, we shan't give a doit to help the Turks. What, crush all those struggling young peoples, Sclav and Greek, back under the hideous massacres and oppression and corruption of the Turk? We could not if we would. I don't feel very hopeful. For the worst Eurasian government we are allowing the worst European government to substitute itself. Turkey was falling to pieces anyhow by its own bad weight, and we should not have let Russia act alone in the coming freedom. May God give liberty to the Christian provinces to work out their own salvation. Miss Nightingale's interest in the Eastern question, moved by the Turkish atrocities in Bulgaria, had been heightened by her close friendship with Miss Paulina Irby. Of the women friends whom Miss Nightingale saw frequently, with whom she corresponded regularly, Miss Irby was one of the few who could in any intellectual and spiritual sense be called her equal. Miss Irby was a woman of the highest civilization, an excellent scholar, a woman of most generous kindliness and simplicity of mind, who truly thought no evil. There was a sort of innocence in her that seemed to disperse difficulties of itself, and Miss Nightingale's papers contain references to occasions on which Miss Irby's friendly offices resolved many worries. She was a friend of Mr. and Mrs. Nightingale, and Florence had first met her at Embley in 1869. She was one of the many women who revered the name of Florence Nightingale, and she had spent some months at Kaiserswerth. She was enraptured by making the personal acquaintance of her heroine, and was used to say henceforth that any good she was able to do was owing to Miss Nightingale's example and sympathy. The good that Miss Irby did was great in promoting education among the Slavonic Christians of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and in relieving the distress among orphans and refugees. During the years 1874 to 79, Miss Irby was often in England to collect funds and for other purposes connected with her work in the East. Miss Nightingale helped her much therein, and thus became very familiar with some aspects of the Eastern question. This interest, combined with her detestation of the forward policy on the Indian frontier, formed a link of sympathy with Mr. Gladstone. 7. Was Miss Nightingale's life happy or unhappy? Her sister used to say to her, thinking of her many political acquaintances, "You lead such an interesting life." Mr. Jowett told her that her life was a blessed one, and that she ought so to think it. He always sent her a New Year's letter, and on the last day of 1879 he wrote to her thus: Benjamin Jowett to Miss Nightingale. I cannot let the New Year begin without sending my best and kindest wishes for you and for your work. I can only desire that you should go on as you are doing in your own way, lessening human suffering and speaking for those who cannot make their voices heard, with less of suffering to yourself, if this, as I fear, be not a necessary condition of the life you have chosen. There was a great deal of romantic feeling about you 23 years ago when you came home from the Crimea. I really believe that you might have been a duchess if you had played your cards better. And now you work on in silence, and nobody knows how many lives are saved by your nurses in hospitals. You have introduced a new era in nursing. How many thousand soldiers who would have fallen victims to bad air, bad water, bad drainage and ventilation are now alive owing to your forethought and diligence. How many natives of India, they might be counted probably by hundreds of thousands, in this generation and in generations to come, have been preserved from famine and depression and the load of debt by the energy of a sick lady who can scarcely rise from her bed. The world does not know all this or think about it, but I know it and often think about it, and I want you to, so that in the later years of your course you may see with a side of sorrow what a blessed life yours is and has been. Is there anything which you could do or would wish to do other than you are doing, though you are overtaxed and have a feeling of oppression at the load which rests upon you? I think that the romance, too, which is with the past, did a great deal of good. Like Dr. Pusey, you are a myth in your own lifetime. Do you know that there are thousands of girls about the ages of 18 to 23 named after you? As you once said to me, the world has not been unkind. Everybody has heard of you and has a sweet association with your name. It is about 17 years since we first became friends. How can I thank you properly for all your kindness and sympathy, never failing, when you had so many other things to occupy your mind? I have not been able to do so much as you expected of me, and probably never shall be, though I do not give up ambition. But I have been too much distracted by many things, and not strong enough for the place. I shall go on as quietly and industriously as I can. If I ever do much more, it will be chiefly owing to you. Your friendship has strengthened and helped me, and never been a source of the least pain or regret. Farewell. May the later years of your life be clearer and happier and more useful than the earlier. If you will believe it, this may be so. In Mr. Jowett's example, his friend found strength and help even as he did in hers. He offers himself up to Oxford, she used to say of him with admiration, and she offered up all her powers to the causes she had espoused. There were still to be many years during which she was able to work unceasingly for them. Her life was to be not less useful than before, and perhaps as increasing years brought greater calm, her life was also clearer. But happiness, as the world accounts it, she neither attained nor desired. She had a friend who was losing his devotion to high ideals, as she thought, in domestic contentment. "O happiness," she said of him, "like the bread tree fruit, what a corrupter and paralyzer of human nature thou art." End of Home in South Street and the Country continued. 567. Part 7, Chapter 6 of The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2, by Edward Tyas Cook. Lord Ripon and General Gordon, 1880 to 1885, Parts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I thank God for all he is doing in India through Lord Ripon. Florence Nightingale, 1884. General Gordon was the bravest of men where God's cause and that of others was concerned, and his courage rose with loneliness. He was the meekest of men where himself only was concerned. You could not say he was the most unselfish of men. He had no self. Florence Nightingale, 1886. South Street, February 2, 1880. Dearest, my dear mother fell asleep just after midnight, after much weariness and painfulness. The last 3 hours were in beautiful peace, and all through she had been able to listen to and to repeat her favourite hymns and prayers, and to smile a smile as if she said, "I'm dying, it's all right." Then she composed her own self to death at 9 last night, folded her hands, closed her own eyes, laid herself down, and in 3 hours she was gone to a greater love than ours. Do you remember what Ezekiel says? "And at eve my wife died, and I did in the morning as I was commanded." Miss Nightingale's mother had almost completed her 93rd year. Queen Victoria sent a message of sympathy, to which Miss Nightingale replied with particulars of the last hours, such as Her Majesty was known to like, and she asked leave to address a letter to the Empress of India on the condition of that country. Permission was granted, and doing in the morning as she was commanded, Miss Nightingale turned from thoughts of her mother's death to the grievances of the Indian peoples, and composed in general terms a plea for their redress. The Queen made no response, but presently she sent a copy of the Life of the Prince Consort. The Life contains much information about the famous proclamation to the people of India, in which the Queen and the Prince Consort had been personally concerned, and Miss Nightingale made use of the fact when she next had an opportunity of addressing her sovereign on Indian subjects. Meanwhile, Miss Nightingale was suffering from nervous collapse, and the doctors ordered sea air. She went for 3 weeks to the Granville Hotel, Ramsgate, but the change did her little good. "The doctors tell me," she wrote to Miss Pringle, March 28, "I must be free for at least a year from the responsibilities which have been forced upon me, and which, they might say, I have so ill fulfilled, and from letters. But when is that year to come? I believe, however, I must go away again for a time, if only to work up the arrears of my Indian work, which weigh heavily on my mind." She went in April for a few weeks to Seaton, where Lady Ashburton had placed Seaforth Lodge at her disposal. She was not to be disturbed, but her hostess came from Melchett for a few days, and had, as she wrote, "the deep joy of communion with my beloved." In the following month, Miss Nightingale spent some days at Claydon, where in subsequent years she often stayed for a longer time, taking much interest in local affairs there. Her sister was now and henceforth an invalid, suffering sadly from rheumatic arthritis. Nothing cheered her so much, said Sir Harry Verney, as her sister's society, and now that Mrs. Nightingale's death made visits to Lea Hurst less imperative, they hoped that Florence would treat Claydon more as a home than heretofore. She did as she was bidden, and for several years paid an annual visit to Claydon, where Florence Nightingale's room is still shown. For the rest, Miss Nightingale's life continued on the old lines, and whether at Claydon or in South Street, the sabbatical year of freedom from responsibilities, letters, interviews, and blue books did not come. 2. In the spring of 1880, Miss Nightingale was intensely interested in the elections. Her dislike of Lord Beaconsfield's policy, her recent intercourse with Mr. Gladstone, her hopes for India, her interest in the Verneys, as well as her own sympathy with liberal ideas and the liberalism traditional in her family, made her a stout partisan. "I hope, dearest," she wrote to a nursing friend, March 28, "you care about the elections. You are in the thick of them. Sir Harry, with patriotic pluck, is in his 79th year fighting a losing battle at Buckingham. But what delights me is that the Liberal side find that the labourers and the working man have waked up during the last 6 years to interests entirely new to them. Then, 6 years ago, we could hardly get a hearing. Now men jam themselves into small hot rooms, struggling for standing room, while for 3 hours they listen to political talk. Whether we win or not, such interest will never die. When the Liberal victory was complete, she was eager, like the rest of the political world, to know who would be Prime Minister, and more anxious than other people, except the few personally concerned, to know who would succeed Lord Lytton as Viceroy of India. Sir Harry Verney sent her the latest rumours from the Row in the morning and from the clubs in the afternoon. She must have been greatly pleased when Lord Ripon's appointment to India was announced, but curiously there is no note about it, nor any record of a visit from him, nor at this stage any correspondence. They were, however, old friends, and as soon as Lord Ripon set to work in India, correspondence, at once cordial and confidential, began. Advocacy of Lord Ripon's Indian policy was indeed one of the absorbing interests which occupied Miss Nightingale during the years covered in the present chapter. Her other main preoccupation was the state of the Army Medical and Hospital Service, a matter which became urgent in connection with the campaigns in South Africa, Egypt, and the Sudan. These two branches of work now occupied the front, but they did not cause Miss Nightingale to abandon other responsibilities, and the reader must supply a background of the various kinds of work described in earlier chapters. She was still busy with details of Indian sanitation, for the Sanitary Annual was still submitted to her revision. She was still consulted on questions of nursing administration and hospital construction. "They are in difficulties," wrote Sir Harry Verney, January 30, 1881, "in forwarding an application of this kind, so they appeal to you, the family solicitor, to whom we all turn when we get into a scrape. But your family is a large one, the whole human race." She still filled the part of Lady Bountiful, with more than that lady's usual care for detail, to her poorer neighbours in the country. The Working Men's Institute at Holloway, near Lea Hurst, referred to her the question whether playing cards should be admitted. She was in favour of the cards, but a majority of the committee were against them, and before giving her opinion she conducted an inquiry as elaborate and far-searching as if it were a case of cholera. And more assiduously, rather than less, did she devote herself to the affairs of the Nightingale School and its old pupils. There are years at this period during which as many as 400 letters from nurses were preserved in this sort, and there are sisters to each of whom more than 50 letters were written. She introduced the innovation of sending her probationers to the National Training School of Cookery, and she looked over their notes on the lessons, founding thereon hints to the teachers. The extension of trained nursing in workhouse infirmaries called for more Nightingale nurses. "Yesterday," she wrote to Madame Mohl, June 30, 1881, "we opened the new Marylebone Infirmary, 760 beds. We nurse it with our trained nurses, thank God. I have each of these women to see for 3 or 4 hours alone before she begins work." It was during this period that Miss Nightingale paid her first visit to the new St. Thomas's Hospital. She drove there on January 27, 1882, and inspected the quarters of her training school and one of the hospital wards. "Just 1 week has elapsed," wrote the matron, February 4, "since you honoured us with your more than welcome presence, and I cannot go to bed to-night until I have thanked you for all the admiration in which you speak of your home and the pretty Alexandra ward. No words of mine can ever express the delight it gave us to welcome you, our dearly loved chief, to the home and school which has for more than 20 years borne her honoured name." The time was drawing near when pupils of the school were to follow in the footsteps of their chief and do nursing service in the East. 3. In April 1880, a notable addition was made to Miss Nightingale's hero friends. General Gordon introduced himself to her in order to introduce his cousin, Mrs. Hawthorne. She was the wife of a colonel in the Engineers, and devoted herself to good work in military hospitals. She had been painfully impressed by the inefficiency of the orderlies, and had begged General Gordon to go to Miss Nightingale in the matter. The character of Chinese Gordon was already most sympathetic to Miss Nightingale, and the personal touch now heightened her admiration. She gained at the same time in his cousin a friend to whom she became warmly attached, and who served as eyes and ears for her in a way which enabled her to forward useful reforms. General Gordon's letters appealed strongly to Miss Nightingale as those of a kindred soul. General Gordon to Miss Nightingale, April 22, 1880. In these days when so much is talked of the prestige of England, etc., etc., I cannot help feeling a bitter sentiment when one considers how little we care for those near, and how we profess to care for those afar off. You wrote some kind words on your card when I called, and I am much obliged for them, but I do not think that I have done 1/20th part or suffered anything like the nurse of a hospital who, forgotten by the world, drudges on in obscurity. April 29. I do not know the details myself. I took up the paper on the entreaties of my cousin, feeling sure that the truest way to gain recruits to our army would be by so remedying the defects and alleviating the sufferings of soldiers that universally should it be acknowledged that the soldier is cared for in every way. Decorations may popularize the army to the few, but proper and considerate attention to the many is needed to do so to the public. To my mind, it is astonishing how great people, who have all the power to remedy these little defects, who pride themselves on the prestige of our name, whose time must hang so very heavily on their hands, can remain year after year heedless of the sick and afflicted. I speak from experience when I say that both in China and Sudan I gained the hearts of my soldiers, who would do anything for me, not by my justice, etc., but by looking after them when sick and wounded, and by continually visiting the hospitals. If you cannot help us, well, I fall back on my verse, if thou seest the oppression of the poor and violent perversity of judgment, marvel not at it, for he that is higher than the highest regardeth it. Miss Nightingale took the matter up at once. She put the case into form and submitted it through Sir Harry Verney to the Secretary for War, Mr. Childers, who promised to look into it. Presently he called for a report on hospital nursing by orderlies, and in August the departmental answer was forwarded to Miss Nightingale. I have seen such answers, she wrote, at the Crimean War time. The patient has died of neglect and want of proper attendance, but by regulation should not have died. Therefore the allegation that he is dead is disposed of. In this case the allegations were not disposed of, as we shall hear presently. Early in May, General Gordon left England as private secretary to Lord Ripon, and before starting he sent one of his little books of comfort to Miss Nightingale. He resigned the incongruous appointment almost as soon as he had reached India, and after a special mission in China returned to England. He saw Miss Nightingale and announced his intention of going to Syria. Miss Nightingale upbraided him. His past claimed more of his future than a tour of curiosity in the East. Why should he not return to India in an unofficial character? She could tell him of much work to do there. General Gordon to Miss Nightingale, Southampton, April 4, 1881. You have written most kindly and far too highly of me, for I find no responding tone in my heart to make me claim such praise. I will explain exactly how I am situated. I consider my life done, that I can never aspire to or seek employment when one's voice must be stilled to some particular note. Therefore I say it is done, and the only thing now left to me is to drift along to its natural end, and in the endeavour to do what little good one may be able to do. Syria is to me no land of attraction. All lands are indifferent. I go for no desire of curiosity, but simply because it is a quiet land, and a land where small means can do much good. That is all my reason for going there. I would have gone to the Cape, I would have gone to India, as you suggest, but I would never do so if I had to accept the shibboleth of the Indian or colonial official classes. My life is truly to me a straw, but I must live. Would that it could go to give you and all others the sense that they are all risen in Christ, even now, even if it was at the cost of my eternal existence. Such is the love I have for my fellow creatures, but the door is shut. I cannot live in England, for though I have many, many millions in my home, I am only put on short allowance here, though it is ample for me with my wants. I cannot visit the sick in London. It is too expensive. I can do so in Syria, and where the sick are, there is our Lord. I would do anything I could for India, but I feel sure my advent there would not be allowed. The time was presently to come when Gordon's wish was in a way he knew not to be granted, and his death was to be an inspiration unto many. For the present, Miss Nightingale hoped for the Cape or some other colonial duty rather than Syria, and Sir Harry Verney wrote to Mr. Gladstone on the matter, mentioning her name. This she had not intended, never reluctant to intervene in cases which might be considered within her competence. She had the strongest objection to weakening her influence by any appearance of meddling in matters wherein she had no better right to express an opinion than anybody else. She scolded Sir Harry severely for his indiscretion, but Mr. Gladstone sent a friendly answer, April 26. He will make the circumstances known to Lord Kimberley, who, he is sure, will, like himself, desire to turn Colonel Gordon's services to account. Gordon, meanwhile, whose rapid changes of intention must at this time have been puzzling to his friends, had accepted a military appointment at Mauritius, which, however, was soon followed by one at the Cape. Before leaving England, he again sent Miss Nightingale some of his little books. She never saw or heard directly from him again, but from Brussels, on the day before his fateful interview with the British Cabinet in London, he wrote to Sir Harry Verney, January 17, 1884, "I daily come and see you in spirit, you and Miss Nightingale." And from Khartoum, February 26, "I am among the ruins of a government, and it is not cheerful work. However, many pray for me, and if it is God's will, I shall hope to get all things quieted down ere long. There is not much human hope in my wish, but I force myself to trust Him. Indeed, one ought to be content with His help, and in fact can lean on no other, for I have none. Unless He will turn the hearts of men towards peace, I have no hope. I wish I could have called and seen you and Miss Nightingale, but I had no time." After his death, she took for some years a lively interest in the management of the Gordon Boys' Home. It was at a meeting in connection with it that her words, quoted at the head of this chapter, were read. 4. During the years 1881 and 1882, Miss Nightingale was very busy with Indian questions, and when Lord Ripon's policy was disclosed, he became a hero to her, almost comparable to General Gordon. In forwarding to Lord Ripon a copy of one of her Indian pieces, she sent her deepest reverence and highest hopes for all the great measures by which the Viceroy is bringing peace to the people of India and fulfilling England's pledges. And the love and blessing of India's people be upon him. Readers of the present generation who do not remember the political controversies of 30 years ago, and who are familiar with experiments in Indian reform, more daring in some respects than any which Lord Ripon attempted, may wonder at Miss Nightingale's enthusiasm. But it was very natural to one holding her views at the time. The admiration which she felt for Lord Ripon and his policy was equalled by the passionate detestation felt by the larger, if not the better, part of Anglo-Indian opinion. The opposition to the Ilbert Bill, named after the member of the Legislative Council who introduced it, was intensely bitter, that to some other branches of Lord Ripon's policy hardly less so. Miss Nightingale was behind the scenes, both at Calcutta or Simla and in London. In India, by confidential communications from Lord Ripon himself, in London through friends in the India Office. She knew how uncertain was the support he received in his own council, and how strong was the opposition in the council in Downing Street. He was a good man fighting against adversity, and she was eager to do what she could to help him. His reforms were also hers. She had spent years of labor in mastering the intricacies of land tenure in India. For years her heart had been full of the grievances of the cultivators, and now Lord Ripon had prepared land reform bills for Bengal and Oudh, which, if passed, would give the ryots security against oppression. She had thought much and written something on Indian education. It was not enough, she had said, to read Locke and Mill. She wanted an education which would teach the peoples of India to be men, which would encourage them to the better cultivation of agriculture and industries, which would enable every Patel, village headman, to understand and enforce the principles of sanitation. And Lord Ripon had appointed an Education Commission, 1882, from which some useful reforms followed. As for the Ilbert Bill, which sought to confer upon duly qualified native judges powers equal to their position, it was in Miss Nightingale's eyes a measure of simple justice and duty. It was an honest fulfilment within its scope of the proclamation of 1858, in which the Queen declared her pleasure that, as far as may be, our subjects of whatever race or creed be impartially admitted to our service, the duties of which they may be qualified by their education, ability, and integrity duly to discharge. Lord Ripon's measures in the direction of local self-government similarly appealed to Miss Nightingale. It has been thought by some that Lord Ripon attempted too much and allowed too little for Lord Salisbury's periods of Indian cosmogony. But in these matters someone must begin, and if some of the hopes raised by Lord Ripon's pronouncements have been doomed to disappointment, the fears of his more frantic opponents have been in at least equal measure belied by the event. Miss Nightingale was among those with whom hope ran highest. Her fundamental doctrine of human perfectibility by divine order encouraged her to see in Lord Ripon the providential instrument of vast changes. She approved wholeheartedly of all that he actually proposed, writing him letters of enthusiastic encouragement, and she also plied him with suggestions of further reforms. In particular, she sent him a scheme in which Captain Galton, Dr. Sutherland, and Sir Richard Temple collaborated with her for village sanitation in India. She regarded his viceroyalty almost as the beginning of the millennium. Miss Nightingale, however, was no idle or vague enthusiast. She was one of those who, while they fix their eyes on the stars, keep their feet firmly planted on the ground. She was as indefatigable as ever in mastering every detail, a process in which Lord Ripon's supply of minutes and other documents provided abundant material, and she continued to see and correspond with every available Anglo-Indian or Indian who could help her, or whom she could hope to influence. There were two main lines on which her activities moved. "India says," she wrote, "we want all the help you can give us from home." So then she devoted herself in the first place to the support of Lord Ripon's policy. She was constant in inspiring sympathizers at home to fresh exertions. She suggested meetings and propaganda. She wrote articles and assisted others to write. She was in constant communication with Sir William Wedderburn. She made the acquaintance of Mr. A. O. Hume, the father of the Indian National Congress. She saw Mr. Dadabhai Naoroji, Mr. Lalmohun Ghose, and other Indian gentlemen. But Miss Nightingale had no fanatical belief in the value of legislative reforms in themselves. They are worth no more than the public opinion and the individual effort which they express or inspire. If Lord Ripon's policy was indeed to inaugurate a millennium in India, there must be a new zeal, alike in Anglo-Indian administration and among the more educated classes of India. In her interviews with the latter, she was constant in impressing upon them how much each one might do in promoting sanitation and education. She took a lively interest in the Zenana mission. She saw Mrs. Scarlebe, when that lady went out to practice medicine in India, corresponded with her, and gave her introductions. Lord Roberts came to see her, June 1881, before taking up his appointment as Commander-in-Chief in Madras. Mr. Ilbert had seen her before going out as judicial member of the Governor-General's Council, and they kept up a correspondence. Sir Mountstuart Grant Duff similarly called on his appointment to the governorship of Madras, June 1881, and throughout his term of office he wrote reporting progress on all matters likely to interest her. Miss Nightingale was particularly interested in agricultural development and education. She saw much of Sir James Caird, and corresponded with Mr. W. R. Robertson, the principal of the Agricultural College in Madras. Candidates selected for the Indian Civil Service were now given the option of a year's study at the university before going out, and at Balliol Mr. Arnold Toynbee was appointed a lecturer to them. Miss Nightingale made his acquaintance and corresponded with him. "I know nothing," she wrote May 30, 1882, "that tells so soon, so widely, so vigorously as Indian Civil Service administration. Balliol sends forth her raw missionaries, and in 4 years from the time he was an undergraduate, see what a man may do. Could not some instruction be given," she suggested October 20, 1882, "in agriculture and forestry, so as at least to direct your students' attention to what are the peculiar wants of India, a knowledge often absent in her rulers? In agricultural chemistry, in botany as regards plants and woods, in geology as regards soils and water supply, in forestry as regards rainfall and fuel, in animal physiology as regards breeds, fodder, and cattle diseases. There is much ignorance in India. What if scientific agriculture could be taught at Oxford? These things have of late years been done both at Oxford and at Cambridge." Then Miss Nightingale discussed with Mr. Toynbee the importance of familiarizing the students with the agrarian conditions in India, so as to open the minds of these future administrators and judges to the real significance of their position and its responsibilities. To this end she induced her friend Sir George Campbell to give a course of lectures at Oxford. Of her own writings during this period, the most considerable was an elaborate exposition and defence of Lord Ripon's Bengal Land Tenure Bill, of which, as of his other measures, the fate was hanging in the balance. This paper, entitled in her fanciful way, "The Dumb shall speak and the Deaf shall hear, or the Riot, the Zemindar, and the Government," was read by Mr. Frederick Verney at a meeting of the East India Association at Exeter Hall on June 1, 1883, with Sir Bartle Frere in the chair. It was well reported. There was a full attendance of distinguished Anglo-Indians, and a lively discussion followed. Miss Nightingale printed her paper as a pamphlet and distributed it widely. The discussion showed much difference of opinion, but every speaker paid a tribute to Miss Nightingale's knowledge and devotion. There was one who was able from personal experience to recall the thoughts of the audience to other scenes wherein she had won her first renown. This was Surgeon Major Vincent Ambler. "I was sick in hospital at Balaclava," he said, "and she nursed me through a long illness of Crimean fever. She was with me, I might almost say, night and day, and it is to her good nursing and energetic attention I owe my recovery. Previous to my illness I had had experience of her friendship when at Scutari, where the hospitals were crammed with dead and dying, and cholera was carrying off hundreds of victims a day. It was amid such scenes as this that I constantly beheld Miss Nightingale. Scenes not quite so terrible, but yet not entirely different, had been witnessed at this time in other fields of war. And Miss Nightingale, though no longer able to be in the midst of them herself, played some part, nevertheless, in ministering to the sick through her pupils, and in seeking to remedy defects in administration which the test of war had once more revealed. To these scenes, leaving Lord Ripon's measures trembling in the balance, we must now turn. 5. The Egyptian campaign of 1882 called for female nurses, and Miss Nightingale worked at high pressure in selecting them and arranging details of their outfit. "I've been working some days," she told Mrs. Hawthorne, August 3, 1882, "from 4:30 a.m. till 10 p.m." Mrs. Deeble of Netley was in command of the Female Nursing Corps, 24 strong, in which several old pupils of the Nightingale School at St. Thomas's were enrolled. They wrote repeatedly to their chief at home, and she sent them constant messages of advice and encouragement. "1,000 thanks for your dear kind letter, which seems to have given me fresh vigour to combat against our many difficulties. How good and kind you are to send me that welcome telegram. A few words now and then from you are so cheering." There are hundreds of such notes. The spirit of an old campaigner revived in Miss Nightingale as she read of stirring deeds, whether earlier in South Africa or now in Egypt. Nor had her children in the army altogether forgotten their old friend. There were 4 men wounded at Majuba who were detained for some weeks in hospital at Netley. They spent their time of convalescence in making a patchwork quilt and asked that it should be sent from them to Florence Nightingale. In November 1882, the Guards began to return from Egypt. A regiment of them, Grenadiers, was under the command of Colonel Philip Smith, a nephew of Sir Harry Verney, who persuaded Miss Nightingale to drive to the station to see their arrival. She was deeply moved. November 13, 1882. For the first time for 25 years, I went out to see a sight, to Victoria Station to see the return of the Foot Guards. Anybody might have been proud of these men's appearance, like shabby skeletons, or at least half their former size, in worn but well clean campaigning uniform, not spruce or showy, but alert, silent, steady. And not a man of them all, I am sure, but thought he had nothing in what he had done to be proud of, though we might well be proud of them. Royalty was there with its usual noble simplicity to bid them an unobtrusive welcome. The men, not the royalty, were to be all in all on that occasion. A more deeply felt and less showy scene could not have been imagined. So Miss Nightingale noted at the time, and presently she included her description in one of the letters which she sent every now and then at the commanding officer's request for him to read out to the men of the Volunteer Corps at Romsey, near her old home. She used the incident again in an address to the Nightingale Probationers, 1883. A few days later, November 18, 1882, there was a Royal Review on the Horse Guards Parade of the troops returned from the Egyptian campaign, and Miss Nightingale was present at Mr. Gladstone's invitation on a stand erected in the Prime Minister's garden. She was seated between him and Mrs. Gladstone, in recalling the occasion, used to say that there were tears in Miss Nightingale's dear eyes as the poor ragged fellows marched past. Her presence on this occasion was observed, and she was invited accordingly to attend the opening of the new Law Courts by the Queen, December 4. She was given a place on the dais, and the Queen, noticing her, sent a message to say how pleased she was to see Miss Nightingale there, looking well. Lord Wolsey's Egyptian campaign of 1882 was short and sharp, and from the combative point of view admirably managed. But there was a good deal of sickness among the soldiers. The fighting during these years, 1880 to 82, both in South Africa and in Egypt, put to the test the reorganizations of the Army Medical and Hospital Service, which had taken place since Miss Nightingale was in office with Sidney Herbert. The result of the test was far from satisfactory. There were indeed no scandals on the scale of the Crimean War, and the death rate during the Egyptian campaign may fairly be cited as proof that great improvements had been effected since that time. But there were grave defects, and Miss Nightingale played an active part both in bringing them to light and in striving for their prevention in future. She was in close touch with the hospital arrangements both in Natal and in Egypt through her friends among the lady nurses and lady visitors. From Natal, one of the latter, Mrs. Hawthorne, had sent her many particulars, supported by evidence of neglect in the hospitals. Miss Nightingale wrote a memorandum on the subject, which she submitted again through Sir Harry Verney to the Secretary for War. Mr. Childers appointed a court of inquiry, June 1882, presided over by Sir Evelyn Wood, to investigate the charges. The committee reported that improvements in the system of nursing are both practicable and desirable. This is rather a mild opinion, wrote Sir Robert Lloyd Lindsay, Lord Wantage, to Miss Nightingale, October 23, 1882, considering that all the independent evidence went to show that the orderlies were often drunk and riotous, that they ate the rations of the sick and left the nursing of the patients to the convalescents. The Egyptian campaign followed, and many cases of neglect were alleged. The committee was reconstituted October 1882 on an enlarged basis under the chairmanship of the Earl of Morley, with instructions to inquire, with special reference to the Egyptian campaign, into the organization of the Army Hospital Corps and the whole question of hospital management and nursing in the field. Miss Nightingale had a close ally during this inquiry in Lord Wantage, who was a member of the committee. She suggested witnesses to him and sent him elaborate briefs for their examination. She was furnished day by day with the minutes of evidence, and when the time came for preparing the report, she wrote successive papers of suggestions, which Lord Wantage submitted to the chairman. "I think," wrote Lord Wantage, May 5, 1883, "that the report, although dealing with details and not going much beyond them, will be of service, and I am bound to say many of the best suggestions come from you, and for these I beg to thank you most sincerely." And again, in sending her an early proof of the report, June 12, "I can only repeat once more how valuable your aid was to me during the inquiry. If the Secretary of State carries out the report, some of the most useful improvements will have originated with you." Miss Nightingale found in the evidence a justification of her forebodings during past years. It disclosed evils comparable in kind, though not in extent, to those at Scutari and in the Crimea. Supplies procurable had not been procured, hospital equipment was incomplete, the cooking was defective, and so forth. These defects were due, Miss Nightingale considered, to the undoing of Sidney Herbert's work. The Purveyors Department, reorganized by him and her, had been abolished. For the rest, their whole scheme of reorganization had been based on the regimental system, which had now been abandoned for a unitary system, though in time of war some return to the former was a necessity. Miss Nightingale did not wholly condemn these changes in themselves. What she complained of was that they had not been thought out in all the details or in terms of war. This was what she meant when she noted the progress of reorganization during previous years and pronounced it lacking in administrative skill. She now said that the changes must be accepted, and threw herself into the work of lending aid towards improvement. She saw and corresponded with the Director General of the Army Medical Department, Dr. T. Crawford, than whom, she said, "we have not had such a man of unflagging energy since Alexander." She made friends with many other Army doctors. Among them was Surgeon Major J. H. Evatt, who had seen service in India and was now at the Royal Military Academy. He assisted Miss Nightingale in suggestions for the reorganization of the Army Hospital Corps in India, which she sent to Lord Ripon. She was consulted on revised regulations for various branches of the medical service. She was in constant communication with her old associates, Captain Galton and Dr. Sutherland, and she urged the former to keep the question of reform to the front by writing in the papers and magazines. End of Lord Ripon and General Gordon, sections 1 through 5. Part 7, Chapter 6 of The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Florence Nightingale, Volume 2, by Edward Tyas Cook. Lord Ripon and General Gordon, continued, sections 6, 7, and 8. In the middle of 1883, Miss Nightingale was in the thick of her two main preoccupations, the defence of Lord Ripon's Indian policy and the reform of the Army Hospital Service, when an opportunity came to her for putting in a word on behalf of each of these causes in the highest quarter. The decoration of the Royal Red Cross had been instituted by royal warrant on April 23, 1883, and Miss Nightingale's attendance was requested at Windsor on July the 5th to receive the decoration for her special exertions in providing for the nursing of the sick and wounded soldiers and sailors. She was invited to dine and sleep at the castle on the occasion. The Queen, whose observant eye had noticed at the opening of the law courts that Miss Nightingale was attended by Sir Harry Verney, hoped that he would again accompany her. The state of her health compelled Miss Nightingale to decline the invitation, with the greater reluctance because there were two subjects, India and the Army Medical Service, on which the Queen had permitted her to speak on a previous occasion, and on which she would now have highly prized the opportunity of speaking again. She begged to be permitted to write to Her Majesty instead. The permission was given, and Miss Nightingale sent a letter upon the state of the Army Medical and Hospital Services. A second letter contained an expository vindication of Lord Ripon's Indian measures. In this connection, it had been intimated to Miss Nightingale by a friend that she would do well to describe in a few words what the Ilbert Bill really was. The Queen had doubtless read voluminous dispatches about it, and perhaps been addressed on the subject by copious ministers, as if she were a public meeting, and like the greater number of her subjects may have felt little the wiser. Miss Nightingale condensed into the following words the nature of the bill and the case for it. The so-called Ilbert Bill is intended to give limited powers to try Europeans outside of the Presidency towns to native magistrates and judges who, after long trial of their judicial qualification in corresponding positions, have shown themselves worthy to be entrusted with this duty, and have risen to that grade where for their official responsibility such powers are required. It is no new experiment, but has been tried on the bench of the High Courts and in the chief magistracies of the Presidency towns. Miss Nightingale then went on to refer to the Queen's noble proclamation of 1858, and to connect the Ilbert Bill with it. The Queen has proclaimed that she will admit the natives of India to share in the government of that country without distinction of race and creed. She has invited them to educate themselves to qualify for her service as Englishmen do. In face of the greatest difficulties, they have in competition with our ablest young men gained honourable place, and by trial in long service have proved themselves efficient and trustworthy. It would be disastrous, Miss Nightingale went on to argue, if, in deference to clamour, the Queen's Government were to draw back from giving effect to Her Majesty's gracious assurances. Sir Henry Ponsonby to Miss Nightingale, Osborne, August 13, 1883. The Queen hopes you will forgive her for not answering your letters herself. Her Majesty has been so constantly interrupted in writing that she has entrusted to me the duty of conveying to you her thanks for the two very interesting communications you have been good enough to address to Her Majesty. With regard to the Ilbert Bill, which is now being so vehemently discussed, the Queen cannot but deplore the acrimony with which the question has been treated, but as it is a matter under the consideration of Her Majesty's Government, the Queen is unwilling to express any opinion upon the measure at present. It gave the Queen sincere pleasure to confer the decoration of the Royal Red Cross upon you, who have worked so hard and who have effected so much in the sanitary departments of the Army. and the Queen is very grateful for your observations on the military medical questions, and has read with much interest the paper in the Fortnightly Review to which you called her attention. Her Majesty considers your remarks of the highest value, and fully concurs in your opinion that the hospital services should be carried out in a manner calculated to relieve the medical officer from the care of details not belonging to his medical work. The abolition of the Purveyor's Department and the change from the regimental to the general system, which the Queen much regrets, were both effected on the recommendation of the medical officers, and the Queen observes that those who gave evidence before the late Committee of Inquiry consider these steps to have improved the efficiency of their department. These matters have been prominently brought to Her Majesty's notice lately, as the selection of a new Commandant to Netley Hospital is now under consideration, and the comparative advantages of naming a combatant or medical officer are being discussed. The Queen was extremely sorry to have missed the opportunity of seeing you at Windsor, but trusts that on some future occasion she may be more fortunate. I am to repeat to you Her Majesty's thanks for your letters, and to assure you that the Queen will always be glad to receive any communications from you. The practical interest which Queen Victoria took in army matters may have been a factor in the prompt attempt to remedy the evils to which Miss Nightingale had called attention. In the following year, Miss Nightingale obtained, through Lord Wantage, a statement from the War Office, October 17, 1884, showing how far the recommendations of Lord Morley's committee had been carried out. There were very few of the evils left unremedied, at any rate on paper. There was one feature of the hospital service upon which the inquiries above mentioned threw nothing but praise, and that was the female nursing. Lord Wolseley, whose service dated back, like Miss Nightingale's, to the Crimean War, was particularly emphatic on this point. "I have always thought," he said, "that the presence of lady nurses in our military hospitals was a matter of the first consequence. When, as a general, I have inspected hospitals, I always felt I could not really get at the patients. Few men would dare to speak against the orderlies of a hospital, no matter how you may question them, but they would tell what they think very freely to a lady nurse who is attendant upon them. Apart from the incalculable boon which the care and kindness of such ladies confers upon the sick or wounded soldier, I regard their presence in all our hospitals as a most wholesome check upon the whole personnel in them. I am sure that the patients in a ward where there was a lady nurse would always receive the wine, food, etc., ordered them by the doctor, and the irregularities of the orderlies, such as those complained of by Mrs. Hawthorne, could not take place. I am therefore of opinion that it was very wrong to have prevented that lady from entering the wards at Pietermaritzburg, and I think it would be desirable to call attention in the Queen's regulations to the great advantage of procuring the aid of lady nurses at all stations, both in peace and war. All this is precisely the doctrine preached by Miss Nightingale when she said that the most important function of the female nurse was the education of the male orderly. Lord Wolseley, in the memorandum just quoted, was speaking from personal experience in South Africa. Subsequent experience in Egypt confirmed his opinions, and in his evidence before the later Committee of Inquiry he was even more emphatic. The employment of lady nurses to a very large extent in every hospital on service was the surest way to efficiency. The female nurses at Cairo, Ismailia, and Alexandria were of the greatest assistance. It was delightful to go into a ward where there was a female nurse. Their presence made the greatest difference. If I might so describe them, although it is not perhaps a complimentary way of describing them, they are the best spies in the hospital upon everybody. 7. The nurses were soon to have another opportunity of proving their usefulness, but we must first return with Miss Nightingale to Lord Ripon's Indian reforms, the fate of which was in the middle of 1883 still uncertain. "Which way," she wrote to friends likely to know, "do you think the storm is going?" She had urged the Viceroy not to yield to the storm which raged round him, and he had assured her that he had no inclination whatever to do so, though he would not be unwilling to admit reasonable amendments to his proposals. The Viceroy's letters showed Miss Nightingale that his policy would need all the support that those in England who agreed with it could give. The storm centre was the Ilbert Bill, and Lord Ripon's letter had prepared Miss Nightingale for coming events. Reasonable amendments were ultimately accepted, and the Ilbert Bill was passed, January 1884. The compromise was that Europeans tried before native judges should have the right of claiming a jury. The so-called compromise is in fact a surrender, wrote one of Miss Nightingale's Radical friends. But for her part she held that the Viceroy had wisely yielded somewhat on a less important point in order to improve the prospects of his more important measures. With these, from time to time, Lord Ripon reported satisfactory progress. After some difficulties with the India Office, he was allowed to establish an agricultural department in Bengal. The prospects of the Land Tenure Bills were favourable. The Local Self-Government Bills were passed. Educational reforms had been made. Then presently it was announced in London that Lord Ripon had resigned and would shortly return to England. Miss Nightingale was much perturbed and accused her friend of deserting the Empire. Lord Ripon, in reply, sent her a long letter of explanation, the gist of which was that he had exhausted his powers of usefulness in India, and that by retiring now, instead of serving his full term, he would be more likely to obtain a sympathetic successor. The successor was soon appointed, and early in November Lord Dufferin came to see Miss Nightingale. "My visit from Lord Dufferin," she wrote to Dr. Sutherland, November 6, "took place yesterday. We went over many things, sanitation, land tenure, agriculture, civil service, etc., etc., and I am to send him a note of each, but about sanitary things he says he is perfectly ignorant, especially of Indian sanitary things. But he says, 'Give me your instructions and I will obey them. I will study them on my way out. Send me what you think. Supply the powder and I will fire the shot. Give me quickly what instructions you think I should send him.'" This letter reached Dr. Sutherland on a Friday, and she had commanded him to send in his notes before Monday. But, as ill luck had it, the doctor was busy in working at the cholera bacillus with a beautiful Vienna microscope purchased with this object. That would occupy him on Friday and Saturday, and Sunday was Sunday. So the Viceroy must wait. The reader who remembers an earlier chapter will be able to imagine Miss Nightingale's wrath. Notes and telegrams, now withering, now pleading, followed fast upon each other. "I did not know the bacillus was of more consequence than a Viceroy. If you did a little on Sunday, the recording angel would drop not a tear but a smile." But Dr. Sutherland was not to be cajoled into abandoning either his science or his Sabbatarianism, and on the former point he put in a very good plea in mitigation of judgment. If Dr. Koch's cholera bacillus turned out well, the discovery would save many more lives than Lord Dufferin, however carefully instructed, was likely to do. Miss Nightingale did not believe in the bacillus, but allowed herself to be appeased, especially as it turned out that Lord Dufferin was not leaving London till a day or two later than she had supposed. So she and Dr. Sutherland collaborated in indoctrinating their fifth Viceroy in the truths of their sanitary gospel. There is a formidable list in her hand of papers for Lord Dufferin. As he was as good as his word, he must have had a strenuous voyage. On starting, he sent to her one of his pretty little letters. Lord Dufferin to Miss Nightingale, SS Tasmania, November 13, 1884. My dear Miss Nightingale, I duly received the papers you were good enough to send me, and you may be quite sure of my studying them with the attention they deserve. I well know how well entitled you are to speak with authority in reference to Indian questions, and I can well believe that you have thought out many conclusions which it would be of the greatest benefit to me to ponder over. I hope you will forgive me for adding that one of the pleasantest sweets of office I have yet tasted has been the privilege I acquired of coming to pay you that little visit. Meanwhile, Miss Nightingale, in the hope of completing the new Viceroy's education, had written an account of her interview to Lord Ripon, so that when they met he might know on what points his successor most needed indoctrinating. Lord Dufferin had not long been gone when an opportunity offered itself for another effort at evangelization. At the end of November, Mr. Gladstone called upon Miss Nightingale. He had come without an appointment, and she was unable to see him. But assuming for her purpose that he had proposed to discuss Indian questions, she sent him a written statement of her views on various matters, and asked leave to write again with more special reference to Lord Ripon's splendid record. Mr. Gladstone thanked her December 6 for the valuable letter, said that the best use he could make of it would be to commend it to the attention of Lord Kimberley, and added that he would be very glad to hear her views about Lord Ripon's administration. She had wanted to interest Mr. Gladstone, and was disappointed that he had only passed her letter on to Lord Kimberley, who, she thought, meant the India Council, a body not sympathetic to the Ripon policy. But as she had been given the opening, she made another attempt. Mr. Gladstone was, of course, in general sympathy with Lord Ripon, but she wanted the Prime Minister to give greater prominence and emphasis to Indian internal reforms in his speeches. She did not succeed. "I wish I could hope," wrote a friend who knew both India and Mr. Gladstone well (January 4, 1885), "that you could make some real impression on him, but at his age, and at this time, when his hands are so full, what can you expect? He has never given his mind to India, and it is too late now." It was not only Mr. Gladstone who was preoccupied at this time with other things than the welfare of the Indian peoples. Miss Nightingale soon discovered this. Lord Ripon was nearly due in England. He ought, she said, to receive a popular welcome as enthusiastic as any accorded to a conquering general. As there were no signs of any preparation in that sort, she worked very hard, though with very little success, to organize a welcome in the form of laudatory articles in various newspapers and reviews. She herself wrote an enthusiastic appreciation, but she was unwilling to sign it. The editors were willing to publish anything to which Miss Florence Nightingale would give her name, but for articles in praise of Lord Ripon's policy, without that attraction, there was no demand. As soon as it was disclosed that what was offered was only an unsigned article, or an article signed by some nominee of hers, the editors with one consent discovered that exigencies of space prevented its insertion. And this was not surprising, for Khartoum had fallen, and the Government was tottering. Miss Nightingale was as keenly interested as anyone else in those things, but there were few beside herself to whom the standing problems of Indian administration were matters of life and death, no less passionately interesting than the fate of a hero or the fall of a ministry. 8. Lord Wolseley had been appointed to command a Gordon relief expedition in August 1884. There were already female nurses in Egypt. Some had been retained at Cairo after the Arabi campaign of 1882. Others had been sent to Suakin during the military operations of 1883. More were now sent by the government, and some were ordered up the Nile to Wadi Halfa. Miss Nightingale felt this to be a great event. Luther says, she wrote to Miss Pringle, Claydon, October 11, 1884, that he looks and sees the firmament which God has made without pillars, and we wretched men are always afraid that it will tumble down unless we make our little pillars half a foot high. It is 34 years since I was at Wadi Halfa. How little I could ever have thought that there would be trained nurses now there. O faithless me, that think God cannot make his firmament without pillars. But Miss Nightingale's religion enjoined, as we know, working with God. The ultimate issue did not rest upon the little pillars, but they must be set up for what they are worth none the less, and Miss Nightingale threw herself heart and soul into forwarding the Egyptian nursing campaign. Presently more nurses were sent out on private initiative, some by the National Aid Society, others by a committee of ladies. On February 20, 1885, Lady Rosebery called at South Street. She and Mrs. Gladstone and Lady Salisbury and other ladies, with the Princess of Wales, were proposing to establish a committee of their own to send additional comforts for the sick and wounded, as well as additional nurses. In order to secure unity of administration and in loyalty to Lord Wantage's society, Miss Nightingale advised against any separate organization, and the committee, which she then agreed to join, was reconstituted as the Princess of Wales's branch of the National Aid Society. The superintendent of the nurses sent out by the Government was one of Miss Nightingale's dearest pupils, Miss Rachel Williams, whose acquaintance we have made already under her pet name of the Goddess. She had been in indifferent health and much worried. She stayed in South Street while arrangements were pending, and Miss Nightingale announced the departure to Miss Pringle, March 4. Our darling has started this morning by the Navarino with 7 nurses for Suez. If you had seen, as I did, how, the moment it was settled that she was to have this work, the cloud and the load were lifted off her, and she became again the goddess, and her youth returned, you would have felt, as she said, that providential goodness had opened and guided every step of her way. As soon as her appointment was made, she looked as beautiful and bonny as ever. The rapidity of Miss Nightingale's decision, her memory for matters of detail, her thoughtfulness for others even in trivial things, her kindliness of heart interlacing the practical instinct, the mingled playfulness and gravity of her manner, these things are all illustrated in the reminiscences of another member of the party which sailed for Egypt in the Navarino. I was then sister of one of the surgical wards at King's College Hospital. It was on a Saturday in February, about midday, just as I was due to attend the operation cases from my ward, that a one-armed commissionaire appeared at the ward door. "A note for Sister Philippa from Miss Nightingale," he said. The request it contained was characteristic of the writer, decisive yet kindly. Would I leave in 3 days' time for service in the Soudan? If so, I must be at her house for instructions on Monday at 8:30 a.m. at Marlborough House, to be interviewed by Queen Alexandra, then Princess of Wales, at 11 a.m., and immediately afterwards at Messrs. Capper's, Gracechurch Street, to be fitted for my war uniform. Would I also breakfast with her on Wednesday, so that she might check the fit of my uniform and wish me Godspeed? Months afterwards, when the war was over, and we were quietly chatting over things at Claydon, how she enjoyed hearing the numerous trivial details of that 3 days' rush. Again and again she would refer to that afternoon when I had to stand by the patient's side in the operating theatre, mechanically waiting on the surgeons, outwardly placid, yet inwardly, as I told her, in a fever of excitement, not so much at the thought of going to the front as at the fact I had been chosen by her to follow in her footsteps. On the Monday above referred to, punctually at 8:30, I arrived at South Street, wondering what my reception would be, but before 10 minutes had passed, all wonder and speculation had given place to unbounded admiration, and even at that early acquaintanceship, affection, for the warm-hearted old lady who counselled me as a nurse, mothered me as an output from her home, and urged me to spare no point, myself specially, where the soldiers were concerned. "Remember," she said, "when you are far away up country, possibly the only English woman there, that those men will note and remember your every action, not only as a nurse, but as a woman. Your life to them will be as the rings a pebble makes when thrown into a pond, reaching far, reaching wide, each ripple gone beyond your grasp, yet remembered almost to exaggeration by those soldiers lying helpless in their sickness. See that your every word and act is worthy of your profession and your womanhood." Then she asked me to accept an India rubber travelling bath as her parting gift to a one-time probationer who had once reminded her that cleanliness was next to godliness, and in spite of the merry twinkle in her eye as she said this, there were tears of anxious kindness as she added, "God guard you in his safe keeping and make you worthy of his trust. Our soldiers." I saw nothing more of her till Wednesday morning. The troop ship in which we were to go out left Tilbury Docks at 11 o'clock, and I was to breakfast with Miss Nightingale at 7:30. It was rather a rush to manage it, but it was well worth any amount of inconvenience to have that last hour with her, and it was a picture that will always remain above all others in my memory. Propped up in bed, the pillows framing her kindly face with its lace-covered silvery hair and twinkling eyes. I often think her sense of humour must have been as strong a bond between her and the soldiers as her sympathy was. "The coffee, toast, eggs, and honey, a real English breakfast, dear child," she said, "and it is good to know you will have honestly earned the next one you eat in England." "And suppose I don't return to eat one at all?" I asked. "Well, you will have earned that too, dear heart," she answered quietly. "Who can be surprised that we worshipped our chief? Other nurses were going out in the same ship as I, and when we entered our cabins we found a bouquet of flowers for each of us, attached to which was Godspeed from Florence Nightingale." 6 months after, in the glare and heat of an August afternoon, when the Egyptian campaign was a thing of the past, a shipload of sick and wounded soldiers glided slowly into the docks at Southampton. While I was helping to transfer some of the most serious cases to Netley, a telegram was handed to me. It was from Miss Nightingale. "Am staying at Claydon. Cleaners and painters in possession of 10 South Street, but 2 rooms, Mrs. Neild, the housekeeper, and a warm welcome are awaiting your arrival there. Use them as long as you wish." On arriving at South Street, I found it all just as she had said, and by the first post next day came a letter from Claydon. Such a home welcome! It was well worth all the heat and glare of a Soudan summer, all the absence of water and presence of insects, and the 101 other uncomfortable things that flesh is heir to during similar circumstances, to get such a letter of welcome as that. It ended up with "Make South Street your headquarters till your work is finished." There was much detail to complete in connection with the National Aid Society before I could leave London, and then come to me at Claydon. So after a couple of weeks' work in London, I went to Claydon, and there, during a month's rest in one of the most beautiful of England's country homes, I learned to know and understand Miss Nightingale, to realize what the friendship of a character like hers means. "The essence of friendship," says Emerson, "is tenderness and trust. No words better describe our chief than these." Sister Philippa was only one of the many war nurses to whom their chief showed this tender friendship. During their service abroad, she was constant in letters of encouragement and advice. To Miss Williams at Suez, 10 South Street, July 3. The orderlies are not hopeless, but untrained. Government are now doing all they can. In my day they were hopeless. They placed them now under the Sisters. The great business of the Sisters is to train them. It is the more aggravating when there are so few Sisters that they can't give time to train these men who are essential in the field. Oh, how I wish I could send you several Sisters at once, but I'm altogether puzzled. Your telegrams, which I suspect were not dictated by you, say sufficient. Would that I could help you to nurse the typhoids. I am sure you are doing great good among the orderlies, even though you do not know it. The very fact that they see you think neglect a crime does good. How well I know their fatal neglects with typhoid cases, but 30 years ago women nurses were just as bad. See the difference now. There is a Miss Williams. Cheer up. Fight the good fight of faith. I need not say this to my dear, for she is fighting it. God bless her. When I am gone, she will see the fruit of her labours. 3 cheers for her. Adieu. To God I commend you. Would I were his servant as you are. I wonder whether you have had my letters I have written by every mail. To the same, 10 South Street, July 17, 1885. Yesterday the Guards, Camel Corps, and the Heavies marched into London, after having been reviewed by the Queen at Osborne. Sir Harry went to see them inspected by the Commander-in-Chief at Wellington Barracks. I would have given anything to have seen the meeting with their comrades, if I had been well enough to go. And he said it was the most affecting thing he ever saw. These were the men who marched across the Bayuda Desert, a handful of men taking tender care of their handful of wounded, attacked by 12 times their number, and reached the Nile below Khartoum. But when the steamer reached Khartoum, Khartoum had fallen, and Gordon was dead. There is a picture of Gordon called The Last Watch, where he is watching on the ramparts the last night. It is very fine. He is unseen and alone. There is the far-off look in his eyes of solemn happiness at his reunion with God, so near, of deep grief for the poor black populations whom he has to leave to their misery, and whom he has failed to extricate, and yet of abiding faithful trust in God that he will do all things for the best. It was his constant prayer, first for God's glory, then for these people's welfare and his own humiliation, that is, that he should feel the more himself being humbled, the indwelling God in himself. Have the little lives of Gordon reached your men yet? Florence Nightingale was living her Crimean life again in the life of her pupils. Many a little incident recalled the old days to her. One of the nurses wrote that in her hospital the supply of soap had given out. "Send to Cairo," Miss Nightingale answered, "for any quantity you like, and I'll pay, but only if you can do it without embroiling yourself with the authorities." Another of her pupils was nursing in the Citadel Hospital at Cairo. "I am on night duty now," she wrote, "and I don't dislike it at all. In fact, I enjoy trotting about this weird old place all by myself in the solemnity of the night, and now and then hearing a low voice saying, 'Sister, would you mind doing so and so?' 'Sister, can you give me something to ease my face?' etc., etc. And then feeding the hungry enteric patients at stated times who open their mouths and turn like so many little birds. The picture drawn in this letter and the zest which it showed pleased Miss Nightingale greatly, and she passed it on to old pupils at home. They were thrilled. Lucky Sybil, they said, she is doing work like the chiefs at Scutari, another lady with the lamp amid the glimmering gloom. And Miss Nightingale, who received from the medical authorities of the Army most satisfactory reports on the services rendered by her nurses, rejoiced in their successes and usefulness. She would have smiled upon any pupil at the first stroke which passed what she could do. Yet with thankfulness that she had been able to show the way to others, there was mingled something of the wistful regrets of old age. There was much in the administrative conduct of the nursing service at the front which she could have ordered better. There was a paragraph in a newspaper about the attractions of afternoon tea in the nurses' tent, which pained her, though the reference here was not, I think, to any of her own Nightingale nurses. Encouraging, cheery, helpful to others, she was in herself sad and almost sombre. It was in vain that Mr. Jowett still enjoined her to dwell upon all that she had been able to do, upon the many blessings which had attended her work. "You will have felt General Gordon's death," he wrote February 22, "as much as any one. What poor creatures most of us seem in comparison with him! But not you, not you." But the note which she struck in her next address to the probationers was all of humility. Old friends and comrades were dying. In 1882, a dear friend of her girlhood, Madame Mohl, died in Paris. In the same year, Dr. Farr died, one of the founders in this country of her favourite science of statistics, and an associate of hers in work with Sidney Herbert. One of the most valued of her allies in later Indian work, Sir Bartle Frere, died in 1884. In the previous year, a yet older friend and one of her wisest counsellors, Sir John McNeill, had died. He had sent her a copy of the last piece he wrote, the preface to a new edition of Sir Alexander Tulloch's reply to the Chelsea Board, in which Sir John in turn replied to the version of that affair given by Mr. Kinglake. Her letter to him, sent with the deepest affection and veneration, was in a sombre vein. The correspondence recalled old days, but again how little permanent progress had been made. She only, she began to feel, was left, and she so unworthy. What opportunities she had been given! How little use she had been able to make of them! There were dark nights of the soul when such self-reproaches were grievous. But some years of life would perhaps still be granted to her. She would consecrate them the more devotedly to higher service. "Today," she wrote, Christmas Day, 1885, "let me dedicate this poor old crumbling woman to Thee. Behold the handmaid of the Lord. I was Thy handmaid as a girl. How have I backslidden!" End of Lord Ripon and General Gordon, continued. Sections 6, 7, and 8.